Hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome back to another fun-packed day in the world of Brawl. My name is Ark, this is my co-host Woody, and we welcome you all to another really crazy day of exciting Brawl. How are you doing, Woody?
I'm doing great. We had an awesome day yesterday with some amazing competition. We saw some of the best teams in the world return once again to the global stage and show off their skills, but we have got another great day coming today. I am really looking forward to this LATAM and North American regional finals. There's 6 amazing teams that are going to be competing today, and we've got some updates for you on the most picked and highest win rate brawlers based upon what we saw yesterday. We saw a really big surge in Brock usage. He's a brawler now with an over 50% win rate that was used in quite a few mirror matches. What do you think is the story for the day, Ark?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's going to be close. We saw a lot of upsets and changes yesterday in the way that teams were kind of like, using the meta to their advantage. I think that INTZ have got a really, really strong chance to do well today, as they've shown so far in the championship. But again, we saw Zero Zone in EU yesterday come, kind of new to the scene and made some really amazing plays and made a big impact, I felt. So a lot of room for change. And here we see the schedule for today. INTZ versus Clash LATAM will be up first, and then we're going to see Zero Zone LATAM as well make an appearance in the second game.
Yeah, Zero Zone was a newcomer to the Brawl Stars Championship monthly finals, but made a huge splash, picking up wins against some pro teams that have been around for a very long time. So if their compatriots in LATAM have been practicing with them, we would have great things to expect from them as well. As you mentioned, though, we know that the big dogs in LATAM South right now are INTZ with 110 points on the leaderboard, the closest to qualifying for the World Finals. They'll be going up against Clash LATAM first, another really well-known team that is also vying for that top spot. They've got 20 points right now in the global leaderboard competition.
Yeah, that's right, Woody. We'll be getting some bans in just a minute as well. And just to remind you guys, if you're unfamiliar with the format that we're using today, will be a best of 3, best of 5. So 3 sets, 3 games, sorry, for each set, 5 sets. What kind of brawlers are you looking to see today, Woody? We saw a big change, like I mentioned earlier, in the meta, and I'm just kind of curious what you think we're going to see today.
Well, with the introduction of Sprout, we've come to see him quite a few times. I think that he's performed really well yesterday, and if he's not banned, expect to see him in the arena a lot, especially in Brawl Ball. Very helpful on defense, blocking out incoming goals. In addition to him, I would say Ems is another really big favorite among the pro players. She was actually banned, sometimes double by teams. You really have to respect her a lot. And then Daryl and Brock are like kind of A-tier picks below that, maybe top S-tier you'd call it. Daryl and Brock both picking up above 50% win rates yesterday and seeing a surge in usage thanks to their popularity on the maps that are loaded in this month.
Absolutely, yeah. Feel free to get a pen at home, write some things down. These are obviously really good pieces of information to take into your own playing experience at home on ladder. Brock and Daryl, definitely for me. Oh, look at that. Double Sprout bans straight off the bat. Both INTZ and Clash have taken no chances to expect the other team to kind of take the lead on it, and they've just both gone out and done it. I think that's pretty wise for me.
That's right, Art. Grab the weed whacker, because we are not going to have any new sprouts sprouting up in this arena today. INTZ and Clash are going to be kicking it April style, and we're not going to have that brand new brawler. But that leaves room for a lot of others. The fact that we have a double ban now means that there's an additional slot open for any player to pick whatever other brawlers that they want besides Sprout. So in Canal Grande, expect to see some long-range brawlers picked here. We've seen Tick and Brock work really well in the past, so we'll see if that comes to fruition once again. Bounty is a game mode where you have to rack up as many wins as possible. There's always that early jockeying for who's going to get that star in the center, but then it becomes a pushing struggle throughout the next couple of minutes to see who can get the upper hand, grab that center control of the middle area, and use it to get the kills that you need to win.
Yeah, for me, getting Sprouts out of the equation is absolutely the right call. Yesterday, we saw the comp repeating of Sprout, Poco, and Rosa, and that is off the cards. Long-range brawlers are definitely going to be the go-to, I feel, for this particular game mode.
All right, all three INTZ players creeping in over on the right side. We see a sneaky play over here from Guzer. He actually manages to get that star, so it's going to be an advantage for Clash, leading off now with that first star. An aggressive play from Alchemical, not going to be rewarded. He's going to be forced back at the left side bush. But all the INTZ players are now stacked up over on that right side bush. A big super from Brock now is going to wipe out the bush over on the left side. That's going to be crucial in keeping Rosa pressure off of them.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like INTZ's comp. I think this is the better comp, the one that I expect to play. Clash have kind of gone with a similar kind of hybrid as we saw yesterday using Sprout. They've swapped out Sprout, taken in Jackie, and gone with the double tank heal approach. But INTZ have got that range, and I think that that is going to be in their favor. If Marcel keeps hitting these shots on that Rosa and being consistent in that respect, this could be going to Clash, I feel.
Clash are playing very carefully right now. Just dodged a hook there from Guido SM. That's going to keep him, Guido SM rather, it's going to keep him a little bit further away, but that's going to force the INTZ team back now. The big sandwich that you're looking for here is Alchemical and Alonso going to be trying to move in, and they do manage to get the pincer move, getting 2 kills there. Clash is going to be moving far ahead now with 6 stars to 2.
That was a great pinch, I'm not going to lie. Alon Ciso did a fantastic job of getting in there when it mattered most, and now INTZ on the back foot, 30 seconds left, and they're trying to get the pinch on. I like the pressure from Guido on the left, and gets the pull on the Rosa and a takedown. That's going to reduce the star gap to 4 to 6, and this is a great position for INTZ if they can keep this up.
That's right, the Clash team really needs to get in there deep and dirty if they want to get those shots off. 6 to 6 tie game right now, but Clash has really got their backs up against the ropes. They're trying their best to get back in there, but it looks like INTZ is not going to push it this time. The draw will stand 6 stars to 6 stars. This is going to be a game over with a drawn start, Ark.
Yeah, bit of a slow start. It was kind of interesting to see whether INTZ were going to go all in at the end or whether they were going to kind of be satisfied with that draw. They got the draw. There wasn't really much that they needed to go in and risk. So we're going to do a replay of that particular game. And but one thing you got to mention as well and point out is that both teams have now shown their cards. We know what they're thinking in terms of comps, and that might change in the next game.
Yeah, it's true. Oftentimes these teams will mix up maybe 1 or 2 brawlers in the comp, or maybe just throw the whole playbook out the window and start with something completely different. I would expect to see pretty similar brawler comps, though. Maybe a change here or there. Unlikely to see a change on, I think that was the Clash side up on top, right, where they were playing Jackie with Rosa and Poco. That combination of 3 brawlers seems to work really well. I think Trade yesterday called it like a tank sandwich or something, having 2 really big, heavy-hitting brawlers moving in from the sides with a Poco to heal right in the corner there is very helpful. On the other side, though, INTZ, I think, has a bit more opportunity to mix things up if they so choose. They're a lot more long-range, heavy damage-oriented comp. So what do you think might be the change here in game number 2, or rather game number 1 replayed?
Yeah, for me, the Rosa pick for Clash is important because the gadget's use of Rosa allowing to generate bushes through the middle area, and vice versa on the side of INTZ, having the Brock pick is very important to break those bushes. So I think we're going to see those 2 brawlers be consistent. And as we go in, we're going to see what those comps are. It's actually going to be no changes to either team here.
Okay.
We're not sure yet about star powers, but at the moment, no changes for each team.
Amazing shots there from Marcel, using that rocket number 4 to get a ton of shots off on that Clash team. Not able to grab any kills, but coming very close and even getting that supercharged up. However, they've been pushed out of the right side bush. Not a good spot for them to be in because they've already blown up the left side bush, and we're really hoping to hold on to that right side position on the field. Alchemical's looking awfully dangerous, moving on in, but it's going to retreat back into the bushes. INTZ doesn't know that, though. They can't see their opponents when they're hiding in those bushes. Keep that in mind. So they're going to have to continue firing away, hoping to land a hit here and try to push back this really heavy team.
I gotta say, I really like what INTZ are doing. You've got Gene able to disperse those shots to get an idea as to where the enemy are lying, and Marcel's being very accurate with those Brock shots, and Matthias, again, just trying to scope out and get just one tick of damage to display whether the other team are. And I feel like at the moment, as long as INTZ keep hitting these shots and being consistent, it's a matter of time before they can whistle Clash. And a great pull, and takedown as well on that left side, giving INTZ the lead.
An attempted punish by GoZero is denied as well. Clash will be pushed back, and that's going to be a lead for INTZ, 2-1 with only 38 seconds left. A very defensively oriented game number 2 here right now as we're watching these two pro teams vie for the lead right now in the first set. Alchemical making a play over on the left side, but the feint has been pushed back. It's going to be INTZ taking a ton of hits, though, as GoZero's charging in. A kill from Alonzo. It's going to bring the total up to 5-2. Now tied at 5-5 as INTZ counterattack. Can GoZero get another shot in, though? No, he'll be pushed back, and it's a drawn game once again, Art.
My goodness me, that pinch was so strong. I actually thought they would give the lead to Clash. However, we got to draw the cards. If nothing changes in the next 3 seconds, both of these two teams can't decide which is going to take it. We're going to be replaying this game again, Woody.
Wow, and you can just see how evenly matched they are, how cautious they are to not move in when they don't feel confident that they can get a kill. You know, they say fortune favors the bold, but it's a lot better to avoid losses than it is to make a risky play for a theoretical win if you're not sure that you can get that up on the board. So it's going to remain a 0-0 draw between INTZ and Clash.
There's a lot to play for, a lot of money, a lot of points, and both these two teams are taking it very seriously. For me, I think it might be time to kind of maybe mix up one of the brawlers, though.
Okay, what's your change? If you're on the pro scene here.
Something daring, you know, something that's going to be able to counter the Rosa hard, or...
You just want to see sparks fly. You just want to see the fireworks go off. Something daring, he says. Get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, INTZ've got range, and that's really important, but what they don't have is the ability to counter that spawn trap with any kind of pushback force, and I think that's going against them. It's the second time. They are going to make a change, however. We're going to see B. I like that change. I think that the...
is that daring enough for you?
Yeah, that is kind of daring for me enough, because it's going to allow the slow effect. And there you go, straight off the bat, already working out better for INTZ.
Wow, yeah, already grabbing that first kill. Nicely done to them. Great shots from Guido. Got to hand it to him. And also, we've got GoZero now pushed into the side corner. I expected to see a kill there, but it looks like he's going to manage to escape after all. Clash did get that center star, though, so they're only down by 1. And it's going to be a really aggressive play now from Alchemical, trying to push this blue team back. They're going to be down into their spawn area now, and it looks like the defense will hold an advantage still for INTZ, but not having center control of the map. They're not in a very strong position.
Yeah, and the thing now that they've got, though, again, is that ability to be able to push back hard when it comes to spawn traps. If Guido stays alive and is able to consistently hit those shots, he is going to be able to even counter the Rosa very easily. That poker goes down there as well. 4 stars already to INTZ, and despite the spawn trap, I feel like they're in a comfortable position here with that new Brawler switch-up.
INTZ is playing like a snapping turtle right now. They can move back into their spawn and dish out so much damage in a really short amount of time to anyone who comes close to them. It's just, you've got to find a way to crack into that shell. Clash found an inroad last game when they were able to finally push them back down to that corner and smack them on the head, but it seems like they're having trouble doing it this game. So many supers coming out from INTZ. Another shot from that tick is going to finish off that Rosa, and a big lead for INTZ is going to be really hard to shut down. GoZero's doing his best, though. Sends in the shots. Marcel is down.
Look at this, though. Look at this.
Another kill. Another one. The shell has been shattered, but INTZ's counterattack is good enough to get the tied game once again. 10-10. It looks like 3 drawn games in a row, Ark.
My goodness me, 3 games in, and we are still no closer to deciding who is going to take this first set. For me, Aloncisa there did exactly what was needed of him. Jackie's a very, very tanky brawler. Do not underestimate her. And getting that spawn trap in the way that he did when he did there was very, very crucial to allow Clash to equalize and level up. There was no way he was going to get out of that situation, but just getting those kills was the most important play there for me.
Yeah, it's a bit of a downside about Jackie that in order to get her damage in, she has to get really up close and personal. So when your opponents are in their own spawn area, you kill them, and before you can escape, they're already back and firing straight back in your face. So, nice job there getting those shots off, but couldn't keep the star advantage. It's once again going to be another tie. We'll see if one of these teams can pull ahead in our, what is this, game number 4 now?
Yeah, game number 4, and no points on the cards. One thing to mention about Jackie going into spawn trap, though, is that you can use the gadgets to get that additional speed boost to be able to sort of get out faster. We are going to see, however, Mr. P making an appearance for Clash, and that is going to be a stronger hold in terms of spawn trapping for them as well. And they're actually going to go with the Gene pick over the Rosa pick. Interesting switch-ups here, Woody.
We see an incendiary star power now from the Brock up top. Go0 is getting lots of shots off and has managed to get the first kill here in this match. Also grabbing the Cinder Star in the middle of the range. It's going to give Clash the lead for one of the first times in this set. That's going to be a big advantage for them as they've been playing mostly aggressively, trying to catch back up against INTZ, but not this game. A 5-0 lead now in the first minute is going to give Clash the upper hand and a dominant one at that.
Yeah, I think the tides might be changing a bit now, and now Clash have the high ground, Woody, and this is the thing. They've been waiting a lot to get those final spawn trap kills, but now holding them in control has given them a massive advantage. 7 stars on the cards now, and INTZ in trouble.
Really nice use of that gadget by Marcel, able to hop out right when it looked like he was about to go down. He's going to be moving back in to cover it now and fires off a super. Doesn't land any hits, but he will clear out those bushes and give himself a little bit more of an opportunity to move in against this Mr. P, who has just been oppressive. That handle with care star power is going to allow that attack to bounce even when it misses. So that has really given him a lot more range and made it a lot easier to be able to contend with the likes of a Brock.
Yeah, Clash just needs to be a little bit cautious now, but they're doing a great job of pushing back INTZ with only 10 seconds now. I think that Clash might have this one in the bag. They've just got to be calm and collected and not get pinched too quickly. They are going down, though. There's only 3 stars separating it. Hell, no, they can't quite do it. It was close. INTZ tried. It wasn't quite enough. And Clash then will take the first game of this set.
A laudable attempt coming back from the depths of 0 to, what was that, 0 to 10 stars, 0 to 9 stars. They managed to put 6 up on the board, but couldn't follow through. Marcel getting hooked by Alonso and then being eliminated soon thereafter, left the Clash team far ahead, and INTZ, unable to catch back up, is finally going to get the first win on the board for our red team here in our LATAM South region.
Yeah, seems to be these two teams are very closely matched. I actually felt like Clash, just they were able to get back at the right time. I think that if INTZ pushed them back into their spawns, maybe just like a little bit sooner, they might have been able to get that Brock kill at the end to kind of even up that score. And, but I think we've seen enough evening up our scores now, and I think that the next game might even tie this up, wrap up this this set if Clash can continue this this streak.
Agree with you there. I do want to harken back and remember INTZ's performance in months past. They actually were able to pick up a win over Space Station Gaming, but it was a really contentious, really tight one. So even though they are in first place in this region right now, it's not a decisive lead by any means. We actually saw them go to a 3-2 result in Bounty the last time that they played. So this might not be their best game mode, but if they want to have a chance against Clash, they're going to have to bring the fire once again and try to get this thing tied up.
I love this. INTZ just and first I'm showing the double tank kill combo, which we've seen. Clash showing more so. Good pull. Actually thought that maybe could have got some kills there as Poker, but quick take. Holding their ground here, and INTZ a bit on the back foot early on, but I like the kind of the brawler change up. I think that will keep Clash on their toes for sure.
Alonso can really only use that hook on Marcel, though. If he manages to hook either Matthias or Guido, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, and you're seeing right now that up close and personal damage from these two big brawlers on the INTZ side is nothing to sneeze at. A big lead now has been converted into just a small one. INTZ up 7 stars to 6, while the counterattack from Clash is coming back in full force into the center of the arena.
What an amazing pinch, and that is why Rosa is such a... Oh my goodness, Queen is staying alive on 2 HP there. Oh my goodness. I felt like the Gene shot was going to finish him off, but he stayed alive. So INTZ then still in the lead, but that would have been a big turning point if Clash were just able to secure that kill, but not quite close enough.
Wow, Guido popping that super right when he needed it most, only able to escape with 2 hit points. But hey, Whether it's 2 or 2,000, you're still alive, and that's what matters. Clash picking up another kill as Matthias gets caught out of position. No one on the INTZ team to help him out while they were distracted with that Mr. P Robo Porter. They're in dire straits now, trying their best to push back up into this Clash team, but having no hit points to do so. Guido lost his teammate now, and Jackie's down, charging into the enemy, but no one to help him. It's going to be a Pyrrhic victory, even if he does manage to get a kill, because the Clash team have done it. A 12-7 result, and Matthias is burying underground now in shame. Victory for Team Clash in set number 1.
Oh, INTZ must be shaking their heads. So they had it under control. They had the lead, and it was just that kill towards the end, which just changed the tide. And given the fact that the time was getting towards the end of the game, they were able just to kind of go quickly back into spawn, and they're going to take that first set now then. And Bounty is very much with Clash then.
I don't know if you were watching kind of in that mid-game position when Matthias was really low on hit points and wound up going down. I wonder if Guido could have provided a bit more blocking support out in front to prevent Matthias from dying. That would have kept the lead on INTZ's side of the arena and let them play defense rather than having to push back into Clash. Was that the crucial exchange there in that kind of 45-second remaining moment?
Yeah, definitely. That was the moment which swung the game. And as soon as then Clash had that lead, INTZ were always going to be struggling to bring it back, because they have to go on the aggressive. And you want that. You want to be in the lead in those final moments, so you can just kind of let people push you and try to use your range in that respect to kind of like counter. So next up then, Stone Fort. And yeah, I'm really curious to see what comps the teams will be bringing to this map.
I am too. But you know, INTZ, I gotta say, Gym Grab might be their worst map overall. When they played up against Space Station Gaming, they lost on an 0-3 sweep. So unless they've taken that lesson back to the drawing board, we're gonna potentially see Clash pushing their lead even further ahead now. INTZ, the top-ranked team in LATAM South, is facing a monster challenge from these newcomers in Clash LATAM, facing off for the first time in the monthly finals here. And yeah, as it seems right now, Clash holding on to the center, relatively uncontested. Matthias and Guido trying to pressure from the edges, but getting pushed back, not able to grab any gems yet so far.
Yeah, Guido using that gadget. I've got to say, my least favorite gadget, I think, of all the brawlers is Bees. Just using it, however, defensively to tank a shot there. Gets the lane. That's going to be really important for INTZ to keep holding this mid control with Marcel collecting these gems. But worth pointing out, however, that Clash do have a Gene Pull to hand, a M Super to hand, and they're going to be looking to push in the center pretty soon to try to retake these gems.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see Alonso get so many gems and then just back right off. Once he hit that 4 mark, he stopped contesting the center of the arena, instead relying upon his teammates to kind of reclaim that area before he moved back in. Didn't want to give up any gems, and as a result, you see Marcel now moving far, far ahead, almost double the number of gems as on Clash's side, and it looks like the blue team have really come back swinging hard.
Yeah, Alonso so ideally wants to get the pull on Marcel, but he's just delaying that, holding that off, and I think they might even change things up and try to get one of the lane sides taken down, and that might give them a bit more options when it comes to controlling this mid. But INTZ have lost control, and it is definitely now Clash who have the advantage as we approach this potential countdown.
Well, with that Robo Porter set up in the center, it's been Clash all along. They've been able to hold on to the center long enough to get those 10 gems, and the countdown is going strong. The push now from Marcel and Matthias into the center. A shot off from Guido, taken down Alonso, so the countdown has been restarted. But all the gems are up for grabs right there in the center of the arena. It's going to be a countdown once again for Clash, as they've been able to hold on, and a full pushback. INTZ are now in the last moments of this game. Can they get that countdown stopped again?
That M Super there for me was the turning point. A pull here could be good, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough here, as I try, but it's going to be Clash who take the first game.
A massive amount of damage being dished out by Matthias, but a little bit too little, and unfortunately too late for our INTZ team. Clash will push their advantage with that set 1 win. They'll pick up the first game in Gym Grab. You don't often see draws in Gym Grab. In fact, I don't even think it's possible. So glad to see a decisive victory now for Clash as we move into the second of our best of 3 set.
There is a little funny thing about Gem Grab that if you are able to, I think, take the timer beyond 8 minutes, it is possible to have a weird glitch that we did by just kind of delaying. It's a very hard thing to do to not collect gems whilst in ladder, but yeah, I did a video on it once. But yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing any drills today, and Clash are in a great spot. I mean, you know, INTZ came in a really good place today, and definitely now need to consider what they're going to do to try to turn things around quickly.
All right. Well, the terror of ladder and of many of the competitors yesterday, Ems is back in the arena and dishing out a ton of damage here for Clash. She's going to be moving in along with Mr. P and Gene on the top side to try to cement the win in the second set, but not able to get control of the middle. Clash is kind of struggling to get their super set up and find that positioning that they need. So far, it's INTZ with all 4 gems in their hands.
Yeah, this is what we saw last time, though, wasn't it? With INTZ just getting that early control and Clash just being patient to turn it around later on. And I think if Marcel and they can get the pinch, to get the takedown there, this could make a big difference in regaining this mid control here. The Pam turret going down as well for INTZ will be able to provide a nice amount of healing to push back on this center control.
Yeah, that is really, really helpful for Marcel there. He was taking a few unlucky shots from Alon60 and Alchemical, both able to get some cornering hits or launch their attacks over walls. So it's difficult to get that health back up. With that healing turret, though, they might finally have the shot that they need. A big gem advantage already 5-2 and looking to push it even further with those 2 gems spawned in the middle. No team able to claim them yet. It looks like Clash is just pushed up into a corner right now. They painted themselves into this edge and they haven't been able to get out. Finally, though, breaking through and taking down Guido is going to give them an opportunity to push back. Holding out of the center now with that Mr. P super. They've almost taken down Marcel. He's going to barely escape by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, Guffair did a great job there of just making sure to push back INTZ. I do feel like INTZ do need to take out Ems here. It worked out well for them before. If they can just get that takedown, they might be able to get him. Also very low here as well. And Clash about to take countdown. A terrible spot for INTZ to find themselves in.
Not yet killing Marcel, but Gazira has done it finally with that super and stacked right on top. That's going to be enough to get that countdown going. Alon60 with plenty of support from all of his teammates. There is no hope for INTZ. Clash have taken the second set and are on their way to a match sweep.
My goodness me, 1 set away are Clash then from being victorious against INTZ, and I don't think that we maybe saw this as being as one-sided as it's looking. I mean, they're close games, but I do feel like INTZ is starting to show signs of weakness and need to collect themselves if they're going to be able to fight back. They need to sweep now, Woody.
Bounty and Gem Grab are not the game modes for INTZ. I said it as those matches were starting, and I think that we might finally start to see this match evening up. I gotta say, Brawl Ball has been really good for INTZ in the past, as has Siege, a bit more iffy on that count, but nevertheless, INTZ is ready to come back swinging. I know this is a team that doesn't give up. They have got that #1 spot in the region for a really good reason, and I think that you're about to see it now, Ark.
I would love to see the sweep, Woody. We haven't really, I don't think, seen a proper sweep yet so far. So I think if any team can do it, then INTZ are the team to do it. And, you know, in Heist especially, it does bring a little bit more, I don't want to say randomness, but you can get some faster games in Heist. I think it can turn very quickly dependent upon your decision-making process to whether to defend or go on the full-on aggressive.
All right, well, we're about to find out. The change up in the metagame has certainly shaken these teams, but it looks like Clash is starting to rise to the top as a result. But can INTZ leverage that long-term experience that they've had, that gameplay knowledge that they've been building up for many, many months? You know, Consti, as a content creator, is someone who is immersed deep within the competitive scene, knows everyone worth knowing, has been playing this game for so long, and is not willing to give up without a fight. I think that Heist is going to be, as you mentioned, a much more fast-paced game mode, and will leverage that opportunity for the quick calls that you see from a leader like him to finally get that win.
Yep. Constantly is no stranger to the competitive scene. I think, arguably the first kind of instance of a Brawl Stars competitive tournament was the ESL Red Bull MEO in Dortmund, and as we know, Constantly won that event with Wiley and I think it was Skyrex back in that time. So he'll be looking to just to try to bring his team back to life here. The comp they're going to be running in order to do that is going to be Nita, Brock, and Barley. Good for me, but they've got to be aware of the Daryl role. I think really needs to be very cautious to keep that Daryl at bay, or that might be 3 versus 2 very quickly.
All right, well, Cinder Control is held by INTZ. It's going to be up to Clash now to try to bust through and get that damage in on the backside. It's going to be Alchemical and Matthias playing the Nita role here. That Hyper Bear can dish out a ton of damage in a very short amount of time. Advantage, though, to start off for Clash, as they've been able to crack into that safe and get a few more shots. Not able to leverage the fact that they were able to get those brawler kills. INTZ is now finally pushing back into the enemy safe and will pull ahead now. Big shots from Marcel, and the Hyper Bear is going wild. Hit points down to 50% now as Clash have finally taken a big hit on the chin. INTZ looking to grab the first win in this set.
I feel like we need some kind of siren to slam on the desk when there's a Hyperion bound, because it makes all the difference. And now look at this amount of damage that INTZ have been able to put. I think the Barley pick is working out really well for them as well. And look at this. I think we're about to see, surely, yes, they will take their first game today, and surely that will give them a bit of a boost.
Yeah, you can't push back when you're that low in hit points, down to like the teens and percentiles. It's pretty much already over at that point. You'd have to get multiple team wipes off of your enemies in order to make a comeback at that point. When you've got that Hyper Bear just wailing away on the safe like that, look, it peeled off maybe 20% of its total health. That's too much to take that early in the game, Mark.
It's just such an interesting thing that when we saw those second star powers come into the meta, I don't think we would ever have played Nita in Heist. I think it would have been laughable, in fact, to play Nita in Heist. And that's what I love about Brawl Stars so much, is that things can change, new mechanics can come into the game, as we've just seen with gadgets as well. Nita's gadget is very, very strong, and it can completely change how a brawler can be played to great effect. And I love it. Hyper Bear all day long.
And yet, no Nita up on the side for Team Clash. They're relying upon that Buster ability now from BB and Rosa to just force their way past this seemingly impregnable line of defense from INTZ. So much damage being dished out by Guido and Marcel right up and personal, but it looks like it's been working so far. Marcel getting really far down and now trying to bait Clash into making an attack in here. It looks like they have finally managed to push them back, but at what cost? They're safe going down 27%. Not a good start for INTZ.
It's going to be a tricky comp now to counter. Clash have gone with the more kind of speed, agility, tankiness approach, and then with the range behind it from Lanciso. And I think that's a really, really good strategy. We saw it being used in Bounty earlier, and INTZ have really got to land those shots, be consistent. If they can do that, then they can still come out on top.
It just takes so many hits to take down BB and Rosa. Combined, their hit point pool, it just takes so much time. I don't know if INTZ can power through and get the damage off that they need to in order to justify these more long-range picks in Brock and Barley.
Absolutely, and there you see Matthias using Hyper Bear. I felt like he could have probably used it a bit sooner, but he's getting good value cycling it, Woody, and the gadget might go down as well. But in the meantime, we are seeing Clash get damage at the same time. It's Matthias on its own. He needs to get another Hyper Bear quickly, Woody, if we're going to be able to see this damage go down on the Clash safe.
It just doesn't seem to be coming in fast enough. That Hyper Bear can work wonders, but you got to be able to get the damage off on Brawlers to charge it up first. Matthias gets the safe down to 65%, but his own is at 10% now, and it looks like this is just going to be a walk away from Clash. As soon as they can break through this line, it's going to be all over, Ark.
They've got to break through that line first, though. Long Caesar's trying for it, and I think this could be the moment there. The super going down. That is going to be it. Clash will take the second game, and we're tied up now.
Tied up, and that Brawler swap from Clash was the crucial change to make it happen. INTZ seemed to have a really good edge in game number 1, but game number 2 seemed to be over before it barely even started. What do you think INTZ could do in terms of brawler changes in order to counter this massive amount of damage coming in from Clash.
Yeah, we saw the B pick coming in, and I think that worked out really, really well in order to tank down, a lot of these tanky brawlers, BB, Rosa. Like you said, it's the time it takes to get the takedown, and B can drastically cut that down. So I think that it might even bring B within a good win ratio for B as a brawler. It's a bit of a risky one to pick for Heist, but that's what I would be considering, or something like a Shelly, something a bit like up close and personal in that respect. But I think we do need to see a bit of a change because Clash, they're on match point now.
A tank buster like Shelly could come in really handy. I'm also thinking maybe potentially someone like Bull could have a shot at being able to push him off, but not seeing either of those. It's going to be this the Rosa coming in from Matthias to try to push back these heavy hitters and fight fire with fire.
We are going to see double Rosa then, and yeah, just trying to kind of match the same idea, I guess, but Clash do seem to be more comfortable with this comp as they did make the first move, and there we see Alchemical going on that save, getting in some early damage for Clash, and yeah, I think INTZ now struggling to defend this.
You can't justify that much damage this early in the game. Are Clash able to get INTZ now down below half hit points? And it seems like, once again, it's all over before it's even started. That much of a hit this early is super hard to come back from. And so I got to say, INTZ, I don't want to count them out yet, but this is going to be a really tough game for them now.
Yeah, it was like a 50-50 call whether to match the comp or to counter the comp, and to counter is always more of a risk than just copying. And now, look at the damage raining down from Comp.
Wow.
This could be it. This could all be over. INC desperately trying to tank those shots there, and it is the defense, but surely this cannot go on for much longer, Woody.
It is not a good sign when you're purposefully letting yourself get hit in order to protect your safe. Guido and Matthias doing their best on a heroic charge into the enemy zone, but Clash have once again recouped their losses and pushed back even further in. Alchemical making his play for the final hit here. The coup de grace about to be delivered by BB. Clash have done it, a 3-0 sweep of the top-ranked team in LATAM South. Clash LATAM ascendant in this region.
Wow, Clash so dominant today, and INTZ were only able to obtain one round, one game, and that's got to put them into place now, moving on in this group to kind of like to reflect upon that and see whether they can come out today at least a little bit more on top than they currently are. But wow, what a display from Clash LATAM.
Congratulations to them, and taking a look at the damage dealt, it's so obvious that INTZ were heavily focused on getting brawler kills. 24 kills, over double what Clash did, and the same story on the damage totals, but Clash focusing that firepower on the saves was able to get them the win in the end. Well played to them. We'll see them moving on, I'm sure, in future months, but we're also going to get to see them play again next up against Zero Zone.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing those games and then seeing how Zero Zone and what they bring to the table today. But we saw that again yesterday with those stats as well. Like a lot of teams that go for more kills over safe damage don't tend to do very well. It just goes to show that the other team are being more aggressive, and they're not able to sort of break through that defensive line.
Right. Well, Ark, you're never able to rest on your laurels in the Brawl Stars Championship. Regardless of the lead you may hold, there's always going to be another team nipping at your heels and trying to overtake you. Clash LATAM are the team to have done that today, defeating these monsters in the LATAM region. They're going to be playing next up against Zero Zone. But hey, the story from yesterday was that Zero Zone was the team that came out of absolutely nowhere. We'll see if they get a chance to do that again. But first, we're going to toss it over to Falcone.
Thank you, Ark and Woody. Wow, a very dominant start from Clash LATAM, who, very much like their EU cousins, are doing an amazing job at the start of the bracket. But of course, it is that time, as I'm sure you have grown to love. It's time to announce the MVP of the last match. And it's Alchemical. Are you surprised? I'm guessing probably not. What an amazing player here, rocking the Rosa, the Mr. P, and a little bit of Nita in that last match. Alchemical has not even quite been playing Brawl Stars for 2 years, and his main strategy, he said, going into the qualifiers, was to look for combos that deal with stronger combos. And we saw him doing a lot of work here. Just look at that Rosa bashing away at the safe. over and over again, not giving the other team any time to recoup. And finishing blows were done. So huge congratulations to Alchemical and to Clash Latam for taking that first one down. We have a bracket which we are going to look at to give us some idea of how today is going. Obviously, we've had one match so far. INTZ sadly sitting on the bottom with a 0-1 match score and 0-3 set score, but Clash Latam looking strong. Woody was saying just a moment though, yesterday was sort of the story, at least in EU, of Zero Zone EU and how they almost toppled the Goliath that was Clash EU. We're going to have a very similar rivalry coming up a little bit later, but this next match is going to be Zero Zone Latam versus Clash Latam. It's going to be the Clash of the Titans. You thought I was finished using that one, but as we're going to see more Clash today, we are going to see more horrible lines from me. Let's get to know these players just a little bit more. Starting with the first team, which is going to be Zero Zone Latam. Eptic is the captain of this team, and his favorite brawler is Mortis. I am sure that Trid might have a thing or two to say about that one, as Trid not the biggest fan of Mortis. I think that's fair to say. Moving on though, it's going to be Clash Latam coming up next. Again, not to be confused with Clash EU, who won the EU bracket yesterday. We did ask the players what their strategy was in the online qualifier, and Gazera said the strategy is mine. And I won't say it because I don't want other people to know. Now, frankly, I think that that is very mean, but I'm hoping that we are going to see this strategy firsthand. Let's get over to match number 2.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I've swapped in for Ark, but I'm going to be joined by Woody yet again. That's our second match of the day, and hopefully we don't have as many draws as we had last time, because map number 1, well, it was exciting, but Woody, 3 draws is a little bit ridiculous, is it not?
It was ridiculous, but it was some ridiculous fun, Trid. I gotta tell you what, we came real close 3 games in a row to having one team pull ahead until finally a breakout lead for our Clash team. Now, we're going to be hopping back into Bounty once again. Clash is going to be facing off against Zero Zone. I think that the story here is that these are both teams that have been kind of on the periphery of taking that top spot from INTZ. Finally, Clash has broken through, but Zero Zone is just about in the same position. You might have known them as Rysix in past competitions. They've actually gotten to that 3rd position in LATAM South, so they are no strangers to competitive Brawl Stars. We're going to see if they've taken some of the lessons from their teammates in Europe and might have a chance to break up the party that Clash LATAM has started.
Well, same as the first match, we've got no Sprout being shown here today as it's both been banned out by both teams. We're jumping into the action on Triple Dribble. So our Brawl Ball map to kick things off, but already Imam up ahead and leaving some pressure with the Frank. Going to drop down the super to clear out the terrain. Goes for a shot on target. Won't find anything as the counterattack now comes in from Clash.
Yeah, unfortunate that he wasn't able to get any hits with that super, but he does clear out some of those obstacles, as you mentioned. It looks like Zero Zone are having a bit of difficulty finishing off enemy brawlers with just too many great pets coming out, so much damage being dished out. Finally,
oh no, that's
able to get a kill.
He pulled Frank into the back line, didn't get the kill, and now Imam's coming back in to try and help out this team. Eptic's going to press forward, pass over to the center, but the respawn, the super on shot, and Imam gets that first goal.
Very well done to Imam there. So many hit points on that spongy Frank. Able to drill it past those lines of defenses, even taking shots all the while, and the super landing true. Another big hit on Gazera, and wow, it looks like Clash is finally finding some difficulty here up against this Zero Zone team, which is just oppressive in their attacks.
All standing on the goal line. Great stun there by Alchemical to delay Kurto's super. He will still get out. And Eptic, max range on the Poco Tunes, manages to get it. Here's the super. Great cancel by the gadget from Alonziso. As they're going to try and get Gozera to get out of this spawn room and play further downfield. Imam stunned up by the gadget. We'll try and turn.
Will Imam ever die? He's taken so many hits and stalled this entire team out. It seems like finally when they manage to get the kill, it's gonna be Imam coming back right out of the spawn to shut him down again.
The big mass of energy that is Emon blocking this goal, not allowing anyone from Clash Latam to even attempt to get a shot. And it's okay. The Zero Zone have got the lead. They can hold on to this ball. They don't have to score that second goal. They just have to stop Clash from scoring their first.
I've been waiting for the past minute and a half for you to make some sort of absolute unit reference about this Frank, because it seems like he just is the biggest, heaviest guy on the stage right now. He got the first goal and has been blocking Clash's attempts ever since.
Yeah, dishonest attacks from M seem to be the only way to take this man down. Eptic also feeling that hurt, but here's the super being popped by Go0 to slow everything down. Alonziso bounces off the barrels, trying to get an angle on the goal.
Oh my goodness! 1 second left!
The
They make it into overtime!
The wind-up time from the super of Emon wasn't enough. It took too long to shut him down. In the last second, they forced out the overtime. You're right, Woody. There's no terrain and 45 seconds on the clock for one of these teams to score.
What seemed like a walk-away win from Zero Zone has gotten a lot more interesting. Alchemical going in, he dribbles it straight past the goal line. Clash have done it. The comeback reverse sweep from an 0-1 deficit to start off. They have taken the first game.
That beautiful gene pool at the end there just to open up the goal for the easiest of shots. Clash Latam was showing some true grit in this first game of Brawl Ball.
Wow, hot off their win in the first set against INTZ. They were not going to take that first goal without a fight, drilling it back past, not even tearing down those obstacles for their first goal, just dribbling it past the line. They said, you know what, you might have more hit points, but we have got the damage to dish out and the juke and moves to move around you and finally get it past the line. Wow, that was really impressive to watch, Trid.
Absolutely. I think the Frank worked out massively for Zero Zone, though. They really made that pick work against this particular comp. It's just at the end they caught out by a magic hand coming in from Gene, and 1 second in it, Woody. You rarely see it. We like to use it as an expression, but you rarely actually see the 1 second difference come into a game like that.
Well, it was all that mattered in that last game. Zero Zone about to pick up the win, but not if Clash had anything to say about it. And hey, it comes down to the wire quite often in these really high stakes games. Clash proving once again that persistence pays off.
Let's jump into the next game then. And it's going to be bringing Eptic on the Gene this time around to try and match the composition. So it is a mirror altogether in this second game.
Yeah, it seems like they have found a comp that works and they're not going to be deviating from it. Clash and Zero Zone both taking this Nita Gene M setup, but wow, Clash are really getting pushed back up into the corner there. Zero Zone doing their best to finish off, and in the beginning, wow, they were able to get the pull and finish off all three barrels blocking the goal. A big advantage now for Zero Zone, and another pull! This Eptic cannot be stopped!
2 birds, 1 stone, and he decides to throw the second stone anyway to get an extra kill out of it. This man, actually insane on the Gene right now. They're getting some good clearance outside the goal, but the ball is not in line of sight just yet, as Bruce is going on the hunt for Kurto, pushing him downfield. Eptic will take possession as he tries to help his team from the bear. They're all going to press up to the center, but it's Zero Zone who have control of the ball until they just decide to pass it away. Like they are. Eptic again with the pull, bullying in another member of Clash Latam, making this a 3v2 again! He just doesn't miss, Woody!
Clash playing defense this entire time, though, and it seems like an echo from game number 1. Zero Zone trying to push in and get that goal finally, but haven't been able to find it yet. Lots of shots in the center field now as both teams are vying for control of the mid. Ball is sitting there right by the Zero Zone line of defense, but it seems like both teams are going to kind of regroup and try to recoup their losses, heal back up for the next push.
Bruce removed just as quickly as he came into this life, unfortunately. Woody Eptic has the ball, passes it out before it's in line of sight. A lot of conflict in the middle. They're being forced into their goal. This is not looking good for Zero Zone. The walk-in is there, and Go0 will score the first goal of this game.
Well played to Clash. The team wipe of Zero Zone was exactly what they needed there. Great positioning by that Clash team, spreading out all along the left and mid to finally get that last shot that they needed. But can Zero Zone do what they just saw from Clash last game and hold on even in the hardest of times? They've got the 1 kill, the second's down, they finished off Gene, that's gonna be it! Dribble it in and tie it up, Trid!
8 seconds remaining as well. We're definitely going to overtime in this one. Woody, no terrain, and a magic hand blown already from us on Ziso. It's going to be Emom to walk in with his ultimate. There is the stun onto Alchemical. He'll be able to get the bear out just in time. Open goal for Kurdo, knocked back and denied possession by Go0's gadget. He's not going to be able to do that too many more times, but the Bruce is making sure it's a 2v2, keeping it alive for Clash LATAM.
That gadget might have made all the difference right there, denying the shot from Kurto and sending them back. The ball sitting up in the top left corner as we see Clash now making one more move toward the goal. They fired the ball off, though, and not going to get a chance to take a shot until they wipe that enemy team out. Kurto is moving back up with Eptic. Imam goes down, though, and this is going to be more midfield play as one team finally needs to get ahead if they want to take a shot on goal. It's defense now for Clash as the last moves are being played. Zero zone. Can they make this shot happen, Trid?
Eptic has the super. They're trying to hold on to that one so we can go for a super pass. They're going to cross it along the line. No, they've given it straight to the enemy of Clash LATAM. No one's on the ball right now. 4 seconds remaining. They're trying to deny them. Ems can't get there. The shot will be denied. And it's a tied game between Clash and Zero Zone.
No penalty kicks in Brawl Ball. We're just going to have to run it back again, but really well played to both of these teams. Coming out fighting in game number 2, Zero Zone and Clash have both shown that they are deserving this top spot in LATAM South. We're going to get right back into the next game. It's already underway.
No hesitations here from either of these teams as they're back into the field. And they're going to be shooting out the M's, dust damaging each other, the clouds being stronger. Zero going to force away Eptic into line of sight! And that's going to be an easy pickup there for Clash LATAM, bouncing it off the backboard as they're trying to clear them more out. Alonso has an open shot on goal! Eptic, great denial with his gadget, and they're going to stabilize for Zero Zone.
Not a careful play there from Clash, but very good use of that gadget to push them back out. Zero Zone in dire straits, but finally managed to get the defense that they needed there to pull off a victory. Eptic now getting a hook, but Alonzito gets a hook as well, pulling Kurdo back up into the top zone. That's going to be a goal for Zero Zone. No way to stop this much firepower from coming on in. Come on.
Great pull as well to seal the deal. They're holding
Wow.
onto it. Eptic unable to get in target. They weren't able to get a good line of sight on the goal, Woody, and now the respawns have come in. It shut it down, but the clearance is good from Zero Zone. They're still getting the kills, removing people on the board, and they should be able to walk this one in. Imam to be the recipient of that goal.
I gotta say, it was a bit of a sloppy follow-up from Zero Zone, but hey, a goal is a goal, and they put it up on the board. Mark it down, 1-0 lead for Zero Zone now as they're hoping to tie this set up against the Clash team that doesn't back down.
And then the mid control is given over to Clash LATAM in this attempt with 1 minute left. Eptic sitting on a magic hand, pulls out Chemical in to make it a 3v2. They have to give away possession. Gozira using his own super to slow everything down and try and get control of the ball and the territory. But it bought enough time for the first respawn to come in, but now it's a 3v1 as they charge it upfield. They may not be able to get in line in time to get this goal as the respawns are in, but they're still going to make sure a full-strength Clash LATAM isn't coming at them.
Imam is free rolling on this attack, sending the ball straight into the enemy zone, not even trying to get a goal at this point, just trying to stall Clash and keep them away from their own goal. 26 seconds left in this game, and that's all the time that's left for Clash to make another goal happen and put this into overtime again. They've done it before. Can they pull off another impressive victory? It doesn't look likely. Zero Zone's defenses are holding up strong, Trid.
Well, they got Eptic. They're trying to clear some space now. 10 seconds remaining. They got a 3v2. Imam still has possession of the ball, and he can keep this away from Clash LATAM to run down the clock. It's essentially like taking a knee, Woody. It means that Zero Zone are going to force out another game as they tie up the map.
Very well played to Zero Zone there, pushing super hard into Clash. It seems like Zero Zone's advantage is in their defense, though. They were able to keep Alonzizo from getting that goal early on in the game, and from that point on, it never seemed like Clash had an opportunity to take the shot. Kurto pushing in and able to grab that goal for Zero Zone, even if it was a bit sloppy. It still counts, and we're going to finally get a game number 3 tiebreaker to come up very soon.
A lot of Gene play coming in here. I think that actually the strength, the reason why we're seeing a lot of Gene and a lot of M's is their ability to have that clearance with their gadget, and particularly with Brawl. We've seen how impactful it can be over the past couple of maps, able to just knock back enemies and deny them possession, because it's not just a displacement, it's a guaranteed drop of the ball for you to be able to pass out quickly and get some clearance on, which comes in clutch in these Zero Zone defenses.
You're exactly right about that, Trid. They've got really great consistent damage output. Gene also able to bust down boxes if he gets a clever pull onto an enemy. But that knockback ability from their gadgets has been very, very handy in the most, trying circumstances. Wow, we might see an opportunity for Imam to just dribble it in. No, instead takes the shot, and it's deflected by Alchemical. That's going to be a defense now for Clash up top.
Able to stabilize for the time being. Kurto and Eptic sitting on supers. They're going to hold on to those until they can make it work, unless they're forced to by Clash LATAM. Imam now back on the field. The ball's in their half of the field, but they're unable to move much further out right now because of the angles being taken by Clash LATAM to keep them in this center field.
Ducking for position at the center, trying to grab hold of the ball. It's going to be an advantage for Clash as they get another pull, and Kurto is taking a ton of hits. Alonso is moving in. Take the shot, Gozira. No, he fires it off into the barrels, and that's not going to be a goal this time. Imam doing his best to keep it off. It looks like the defenses will hold, and the game is still at a 0-0 tie.
Get that ball out of your half, away from the goal, and release some of the pressure that Clash LATAM have been placing onto you for most of this one.
Oh, wow.
Great pull by Eptic. Gozira will lose his life. 3v2. They've now got a power play scenario, Woody. They need to move forward as Kurto looking to get the ball even closer to that goal. Another pull by Eptic. The Bears on the field, though. A great stun comes in to keep them, but they immediately know where their reflexes have to go. The ball, I can't see it because of the dust, Woody, but Gozira's got possession again.
As the dust settles, Clash's goalie has done miracles before, and Gozira will play that defensive clutch spot again. Clash are finally making another play into the enemy field, but it looks like it's going to be all up to overtime to decide the victory here. We need these boxes to come down in order to get a clear shot on goal. Kurto is going to be moving back in, but with Gozira's gadget use, unexpectedly they're pushing both of those brawlers back. It's going to be a restabilization at midfield now. 25 seconds remain, Trid.
Wanted to clear some space to make sure he stayed alive, potentially escape from that drastic pull that came in. Alchemical, he's not going to be able to do anything like that, as well as he will drop. Kurto and Gozira trading their own supers. Just keep everyone at bay. Overtime is all but certain at this point. Woody Alonso pulled into the midfield by Eptic.
Oh.
It's a 3v1. The pass to Kurto. He's got the angle. Take it. Take it, you madman. But he's stunned up by the bear. And overtime will go into effect.
If that overhead time had come just seconds sooner, you would have guaranteed seen a shot from Kurto. Instead, he held on to it and tried to dribble it in, but pushed back by that Clash team. It looks like they're going to barely hold on to defense here. Zero Zone grabs the ball and fires it away, just trying to buy some time for Eptic to push back up. It's going to be a midfield match, and both teams are coming in hot. All three have spawned back up, and they're moving in to make their last chance shot.
30 seconds remaining. Alonso toying with the idea of using the magic hat. Eptic's going to blow and miss his, so that means we got one in possession for Clash LATAM to open up this goal, or even go for the super shot. They pass it into the field. 15 seconds remaining as they push themselves into the half of Zero Zone. Kurto trying to slow it down with his super and compact them into the corner. The bear is there. 2 deaths. They got Kurto on the run. The super pass over Eptic. He shoots on goal, and Eptic will get that goal, and it means Zero Zone will walk away with map number 1.
Congratulations to Zero Zone. They were looking really strong in game number 1, but dropped it against a Clash team that could not quit. Zero Zone coming back with the reverse sweep in this first set now. They seem to be far ahead in every game, but finally have put the last nail in the coffin for this Brawl Ball competition. Congratulations to them picking up the victory over a Clash team that seemed to be ascended and the number 1 spot in this LATAM South. We're going to have to rewrite that book right now, Trid.
Lots of consequences, shall we say, from this monthly final being drawn up of where these teams are going to be standing in their respective power levels. But the stats there, a lot more kills coming in for Zero Zone than they were for Clash. But the damage, fairly equal. Only 30,000 in it in favor of Clash, and that's not a significant amount, Woody. It's just that Zero Zone were able to execute more of those kills.
Yeah, almost 1.5 times as many kills for Zero Zone. A really interesting stat, and I think it is very explanatory as to why they got the win. They were able to take down enemies rather than just dish out the damage. They were playing fantastic defense and, you know, took a lot of hits, but weren't having to be pushed back into their spawn, and that's why they got the win there ultimately.
Well, we're moving extremely fast as we're on to Siege again. And now Chemical's bringing out the Frank this time, and the Primo seems to be the tank option for Kurto as he's pulled into range of the Ike. He won't be getting away from that one as Kurzera comes in with the BB to finish up.
We haven't seen Siege yet today, so as a reminder to all y'all watching at home, it's whoever busts down that Ike turret that is right around your spawn area that will get the victory. It's going to be Siege bots spawning in the center based upon which team has more bolts. So the first one is going to Zero Zone, charging on in, but don't expect to see too much damage off of this first Siege bot. It always comes in heavier later in the game.
It's just all about getting that early pressure in mid. If you're defending, you can't be collecting these bolts. And while Clash Ladam, they've got 3 in the pocket already. Alchemical's going to try and make sure they don't get any more. Daryl being pulled into range of the Ike that's going to deal a hefty amount of damage and shut him down. And Clash Ladam have given themselves a substantial bolt lead moving in for the next Siege.
Yeah, an aggressive play there by Kurto is hard punished. Nice use of the gadget by Alchemical X there. I don't know if you noticed that, but Eptic got a Gene pull and he hit Frank, but because Frank's gadget was up, it didn't move him back into that Zero Zone spawn area. A big bot now coming on in from Clash, level 8, and that's just about as much as you would expect from the second bot of the game. Kurto pushing back up as best as he can, but that bot is now on the Ike and punching away. That's going to be a walloping amount of damage, True.
Yeah, it's a dry robot though, Woody. There's no members of Clash Ladam able to hit the Ike as well, so it's going to only be its raw damage, which is still impactful if left unattended, but not as disastrous as it could be if you comboed it. Daryl actually cancelling out the super from Alchemical, finishes off with a kill, but loses his life as he's pulled into Ike range. It is still Clash Ladam with the Bolt lead as all this action is unfolding. They're still capitalizing. That is until Zero Zone start to level the playing field. Eptic will go down, not recovering that Bolt at the end, so it's neck and neck. Who's going to get it? Clash Ladam get that final bot of the game.
It's going to be Clash moving in for the coup de grace. Zero Zone have got no chance of coming back at this point. They're way too far down on hit points, and this is going to be the killing blow from Clash Ladam. Victory in this first game of Siege. Well done to them.
They have it. They walk away with the first game, but we saw that happen in our last map, so I don't know if that's going to be the pattern that we continue seeing. I'm going to say, these players are extremely efficient at getting into game fast. And I don't want to jinx that right now. I'm touching wood right now, Woody. Because they were just rolling through the Brawl Ball. They jumped into Siege before we even had time to gather our thoughts about what was coming next.
Look, everyone knows that it's the alpha play to just be sitting there waiting in chat for your opponents to accept the game. When all of your team is ready and the other team is, over here whispering, trying to strategize, huddled up and trying to decide what to do, you know that you're already at the psychological point of advantage.
Yeah, because you're calm and collected, and we hope to see more of that as we jump into our second game of this map. And this time, they're keeping with the BB, the Gene, and the El Primo, identical compositions to what we saw in Game 1, so it's execution they weren't happy with this time.
Yeah, cheeky early grab there from Imam. That's going to be an advantage once again for Zero Zone, but I don't know if this bot is going to be decisive this early in the game. We do see that 2-bolt lead for Zero Zone once again, but Clash are right about to catch up. We're going to see the first bot coming out from Zero Zone once again, but only at level 2. It's pretty easy to shut down. So not a decisive lead for either team just yet at this point.
They said it's about getting that mid control with this early bot. You still have to defend it even though it's level 2. See, the attempt at the pull on Alchemical doesn't quite land, just a little bit too far out of range. You won't be affected by that one.
Nice pull. Wow,
but
I think so.
Imam doesn't have the super. Well, Imam doesn't have the capacity to be able to get out of that one, so he's going to die in the eye. Oh, he's going to be over the top of the stun, unaffected by Alchemical. He even goes for the suplex and finishes off the kill. Kurto just working Alchemical in the neutral.
Denying that super from Frank. Kurto jumps in and takes out Frank. That's going to be a big lead for Zero Zone now, pushing into the second siege spot. They've got a 7-bolt advantage over Clash right now, moving in now with that level 7. This is going to be a bit harder to stop. Expect to see Zero Zone going for that steamroller push. They're going to be backing up this bot from a little bit further away, but moving back to the mid now. As they see, it's taking quite a bit of damage. It's all about that final siege bot that's going to determine who picks up the win, Trid.
And 5% of damage can be dealt without the use of a siege bot, Woody. So even if it goes to the last siege and you don't have the bot, as long as you can defend, there is still a chance that you can actually draw this one out. Zero gonna not keep hold of that bolt though. It's going to be on on Ziso to pick up 3 bolts and cycle them through, giving Clash the lead for the last siege. And he can deal with Kurto, and provided he just aims up a little bit and he stays alive, this is surely going to be Clash LATAM in the last siege.
Looks like they're getting the last siege, and that's going to be the game for them. Fantastic defenses against those first 2 siege bots, and they've managed to bank up a ton of bolts. That bolt economy working well in their favor as they've pushed 4 into this game now and already have the lead over Zero Zone. Those additional punches are just going to be the icing on the cake, Trid.
Yeah, Clash LATAM gonna go ahead and walk away with map number 2. So they're already bouncing back from the extremely close Brawl Ball to tie out the series, meaning we're definitely gonna be seeing another 2 maps. Isn't that great, Woody?
You'll love to see it, Trid. 2 really tightly contested teams fighting for their lives now. Clash pulling it back to a match draw point 1-1 against Zero Zone. And you're right, well, we're going to see at least 2 more maps, but I have a feeling this is going to go down to the final set.
It seems to be the trend. This is, this is very jarring for my head to get around, Woody, because yesterday we watched Asia and Europe, and for the most part, it was very one-sided. Very fast games, 3-0s across the board. We just saw Clash LATAM go up against INTZ, and now they're going up against Zero Zone, and these games are, even with the results, they're very split down the middle, right? They're not games you could definitively look at and go, oh, that was a domination, that was a wash, right? They're just not. And I love to see it because that's all we got yesterday.
Yeah, I'd say for the most part that is the story from yesterday. Certainly the matches with PSG Esports, I think got pretty close with Jupiter, but overall, I'd agree with you on that point. Very close so far in this first match and now second match between Zero Zone and Clash, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out in set number 3.
We're going over to Deeper Danger as our third map, moving over to Bounty. As you'd expect, we're going through the set. And if you were here at the beginning of the broadcast and you saw how close these games have been, Bounty may provide a few draws. And I'll be curious to see if that's still the case, if that's just a Clash LATAM thing, or maybe it's just a regional thing that comes through. The word you were looking for earlier, Woody, with the composition with 2 beefy brawlers and a healer, I started calling it the Slambulance.
Ah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, it comes in hot and fast, driving straight into the action, and plenty of heals in the back end, I guess. Yeah. I like that. Slambulance, yeah.
Yeah. Let's go with that, shall we?
All right. Sounds good to me. Set number 3 is now underway. It's going to be a bounty game mode, and hey, you liked calling it the Slambulance. It's back in action again. Zero Zone, however, moving in with 2 heavy brawlers, BB and Rosa, and a sneaky play from Imam moving up into the top right side of the map now, forcing Clash back. They were really not expecting that aggressive of a play this early on in the match, but that's going to give center control to Zero Zone, despite the fact that Clash grabbed that first star.
Yeah, that's what I was going to highlight, Woody, is that they had the pressure, but somehow gave over the first star to Clash LATAM, so actually Clash have all the pressure when you think about it because they have the score advantage, and in Bounty, whoever has the lead controls where the game is played. And if you're a range composition like Clash LATAM, you play further back, create as much space as possible, and just try and chip away at the HP pools of these beefy brawlers.
Well, it's not going to be any aggressive plays yet from either team. Clash happy to kind of sit on their laurels now, that 1-star advantage. Oh, wow, an aggressive play from Gazero, actually, moving over into the right side bush and trying to bait out Imam. He knows that he can pull back and maybe get some support from Alana Pixo if he needs it. But it's all up to Zero Zone, really, to make this play happen. What they might be doing is waiting until the last minute ticks down. As we get closer to overtime, they might make that play charging on in hot to try to get a kill or 2, and then as Clash are respawning, they'll just try to retreat and hold on to that star advantage. It seems like that's going to be the move here, Trid. Oh, a big super coming in from Clash. I couldn't agree with
your assessment more, Woody. It's just clearing out territory, making it harder for them to get up, right? Because like you said, they got time. Oh, no, Kono! Oh, great use of the gadget there by Gero0 to get away, but they're going to take more territory with that bush. There's no sight. Kono trying it. It's actually failed. They're not going to be able to do this one. 20 seconds remaining. I don't know if they've got the respawns to try and go for it. It's all on Imam to close this gap. He's been pulled into the middle and absolutely deleted. Clash LATAM surely going to be walking away with this first game.
Wow, what a dominant play. And you got to respect it, too. These heavy handed brawlers that Zero Zone brought have a ton of hit points and are hard to knock down. You basically have to land every single shot if you're a team like Clash LATAM running Brock, Gene, and B. They can deal a lot of damage, but there's very little room for error with this sort of comp. But Clash have managed to get the job done. Clever positioning and a nice use of the gadget there from GoZero, as you just noted, able to jump out of range of Kurto. And yeah, just luring them in, making them think that they could get a kill, and then singling them out. That epic pull from Alexiso at the very end was what put the final nail in the coffin for Zero Zone. Very nice job there to Clash.
I like the thought process from Zero Zone there. We already touched on it a little bit in the actual game, is that let's burn down the clock, let's make it a one-push fight, essentially, not an elongated battle. Let's burst, let's just go in there in a burst. 20 seconds, no retaliation. As long as we get more kills than they do in that brief window of time, then we're going to be winning. And when you do that, you really do decrease the margin for success. Because if you mess up even in the slightest point of view, like there, we saw them fall into the trap that GoZero was setting, there's no coming back from it because you haven't left yourself time to create something to come back into the game. You're trapped with the outcome of whatever that one fight is. So they have to be very mindful of that when they attempt to do this again.
Well, Zero Zone will abandon that Slambulance comp. Instead, they're going to go for that long-range damage as well, and using Tick this time to try to get that additional coverage into the center of the arena. But it's going to be a one-star advantage once again for Clash, as they're going to pull off the advantage going into this second game. We're going to see a continued fight for the mid-control of this arena, though, as both teams are vying for their spot. But it doesn't look like either team is really pulling ahead just yet, Truth.
I also think Kurto is missing a trick here. He's opted to go for the 4th rocket instead of having the incendiary on his star power for Brock, which is very atypical. We usually see Brock players religiously go for incendiary because it has that extra area of denial. So I'm wondering whether Kurto's actually going to find value from that in this game.
Yeah, you know, you say it's religious, but it's a bit unorthodox, but it has worked out quite well. In match number 1, we actually saw rocket number 4 coming in handy in the bounty map. And once again, Kurto is going to be coming back again with rocket number 4. I think that the reason that they're doing that is because Tick's attack already provides some area denial to access the parts of the map that Clash are really trying to get into. And so maybe that additional bit of burst damage that Kurto has from that rocket number 4 is what he's really looking for to get that finishing blow.
Still only 1 star in favor of GoZero, despite not playing as beefy a composition. They're still running down the clock, essentially, trying to find the correct fight. Eptic has the super online, so he could get a pull that will change the tide of battle if he gets it at the last couple of seconds. I think Clash LATAM are going to be mindful of that, because I think Alonziso is looking to use his as well, should anyone aggress. They've got 15 seconds. It's going to come down to one fight again, buddy.
Yep, they're all banking on this last 10 seconds. The turtle move here by Clash has pushed them all the way up into their spawn. We need a kill here from either team. We definitely need a move from Zero Zone if they would pull ahead. The bomb goes off. That's it, a 2-1 win for Zero Zone. That epic shot from Imam at the last second, the super going off and getting the only kill of the entire game.
You were looking at the left, Woody. I was looking at the mid. Eptic missed the shot between GoZero and Alonziso, and I thought that was the game. But you called it. The bomb's coming in on the left-hand side. Cat caught them off in the back left corner and just gave them the star advantage they needed. The other two members of the team too focused on dodging the magic hand that was about to come out, and you saw the retaliation attempt, but they didn't have enough time to capitalize on the kill that Alonziso was able to pick up with his own magic hand.
Look, a turtle can snap back real hard, but if you've got so much damage coming in straight at you from a guy like Tick, there's just no way to stop it. B did a really great job dropping that totem to try to distract the incoming super, but it just wasn't enough in the end. Retreated away from the corner, and as Tick's super made its way in, it made a beeline for B, in fact, and got the only kill of that game. Zero Zone playing very carefully there and did exactly what they needed and nothing more to get the win. You actually even saw a hook at the very last second there from Alonziso pulling in one of the Zero Zone players, but not able to get the kill quickly enough. That was just a masterclass of performance from Zero Zone.
B's going to return to the hive, but now Mr. P has come out of his igloo, so we're going to see him on the field instead, helping out the rest of the boys as they go on to this deciding game of the map. Mr. P is going to launch out those briefcases and get his porter on the field as soon as he can, I imagine.
This is a big advantage for Clash. it seems like every game starts off with an advantage for Clash, and it's up to Zero Zone to try to push back into it. But not just the center star this time, but an additional kill thanks to a really nice play from Alan Zixo early on in the game. Kurto is doing his best to try to send those rockets in, but he's really relying on Imam to get that area denial, and they have just not been able to push Clash out of the center of this map. Clash playing eternal, strategy for the first couple of games, but really not.
Oh, that's another kill, though. Kurto removed off the field by the rocket rain, so this has all gone wrong for Zero Zone. They're so used to being able to hold this mid-ground and wait for time, but now the onus has been put onto them to act more aggressively because they're going to have to claim it all. This lead keeps increasing for Clash LATAM.
It was Sun Tzu in The Art of War who said that when your opponent expects you to attack, that's when you should defend. I think that Clash expected that Zero Zone was going to push straight into them, thinking that Clash would defend as they had in the past, but instead Clash went straight up into their face, shoving all the damage that they had with this Mr. P, Gene, and Brock comp right back at them, and it worked really, really well. Zero Zone has been reeling ever since that first exchange and haven't been able to come back. It looks like this set number 2 is going to Clash, and they will pull ahead in this match, Trid.
Zero Zone have to do something aggressive. They got the opportunity to do so. Ebtic has the magic hand, but you're right, Woody, with 3 seconds on the clock, they're not going to find the 2 kills they need minimum. And that's going to be Clash LATAM going 2-1 in the series, heading into our 4th map.
Very well done to Clash. It was a complete rewrite of the script from games 1 and 2, which seemed to be really slow and contemplative even, with both teams playing really defensively oriented strategies. But finally, Clash decided, you know what, this has been a bit too slow. We're happy to play the fast game. We have got the quick reaction time necessary to pull off a win. And as you can see, it bore out really obviously in the damage dealt and kills in the stat lineup. That game number 2 was really close between Zero Zone and Clash. That's the only kill that Zero Zone was ever able to put up on the board in this set, though.
Yeah, and I think that's a consequence of the game 1 patient style. Game 2, just losing control early and burning down the clock, and in game 3, just having the fight taken to their doorstep when they weren't expecting it. So Clash LATAM, I think they had them read every step of the way in that map.
Well, we're going to be moving on next into set number 4 in just 30 short seconds. Troy, do you have any last thoughts from that bounty map before we move into Sandy Gems?
I think that we've seen a lot of the Slambulance, the 2 tanky brawlers. So in most instances, we're seeing Rosa and BB comboed with a Poco. I think we're seeing more of that this month, and I think some teams can do it well, and others are really struggling with it. I think that Zero Zone, from the limited sample size we've seen, couldn't deal with Clash's response to it. So I'll be curious to see in Zero Zone's next match against INTZ whether they try something similar and find different levels of success.
Well said. Well, I think that moving into this 4th set, the lesson that I've got from watching Clash so far this month is that they are a really highly adaptive team. They are not the sort of team that you can get a predictive sort of strategy on them and just play it out in the game. You really have to be able to think on your feet and make that call in the heat of the moment. Not an easy thing to do, as we've seen Zero Zone now struggling behind in this match score 1-2 against a Clash team that's looking to close it out. They've got a really strong comp, especially for a game mode like Heist, which, as we've seen before, can end really quickly. They've got great communication on their side. I think Clash have got the advantage here and might be able to pull it out with the 3-1.
They pull it out with a 3-1, Woody. That also means that they would walk away with first place because they've won both of their games. No one could possibly catch up to them with the 2-0 scoreline. So it does mean, you win this and you win you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about the next match. It's inconsequential to you as you look down at it from your ivory tower.
Well, that's one way of putting it. They've only got 20 points on the leaderboard right now, so Clash are trying to catch up to INTZ in the global ranking. So the fact that they are able to get that first win and are pushing now for their second bodes really well for them in global finals qualification overall.
An unironic Colt pick.
Yeah, we very rarely see Colt, but I guess they figure that they might be able to get a good angled shot in on it. We're going to see a base race now as teams are going to be pushing into each other. It's going to be Rosa punching away at the safe on the bottom. Finally going to see a respawn here from Kurto to try to push her back off.
Oh my God.
A big advantage
That max value bubble from BB on the Clash LATAM safe was unreal there because it's so the proximity between the cover and the backboard is so large, and no one's bothered to stop Alchemical. He's just been sat in this base the entire time dealing damage, and it's becoming a race against time as Clash LATAM are committing resources to the offense, but they're unable to match the damage output of one lone Rosa.
Clash. Obvious win for Clash. Zero made a really risky play there, ignoring Alchemical and instead trying to push in for the final blow on a 3-2 power play, but not able to get the job done. Nice defense to Clash up there to keep their save at that 20% mark, and at that point, it was all over, Trid.
You talked it could be a dominant heist map. It looking like it could be, Woody. If they're going to be that fast, then Clash may as well go ahead and take first place right now, because that was the fastest map and the most dominant map we've seen this entire series.
Clash has really highlighted their preparation in this match, and it's really showing off very well, both in that match number 1 and now in number 2 against Zero Zone. The ability to be able to play on the fly and make those quick adaptive changes is really crucial. And not just to be able to have someone make that call for the team, but for everyone on the team to know what their role is and to be able to play it out in real time is extremely difficult. It's what makes Brawl Stars so interesting to watch at this really high level. You know, the decision there from Alchemical to not play defense and instead to just continue wailing away at that safe, I think is what really gave Clash the advantage there. We'll see if they can pull it off again in this second game.
Yeah, the confidence to commit to a game plan and change it when it doesn't working. Well, their plan certainly worked this time, Woody, and I think the Colt was great at bursting through targets, providing that consistent damage at range, when considering that, for the most part, despite Clash LATAM winning, the people playing more aggressively were actually Zero Zone in this instance. They were trying to use Max to get BB in range of the safe and get that bounce off with the bubble. The Colt's able to just stay out the range of it and go, okay, I'll just shoot you from here. It's fine. It's safe. We're going to jump into game number 2 on Heist right now. And this is do or die for Zero Zone. They could be slipping away from victory with this next map.
Match point now, and we're very soon going to see how it plays out. Alchemical taking a few shots over the right side from Eptic. It looks like he's going to be going down first, and Eptic is going to get the chance to charge up into the Clash safe. We'll see if he tries to play out the same story that we saw in that last game. He's moving in, but he's not actually going to go for the safe shots just off the bat. It's going to be a defense now for Clash up top as they push Eptic off. Instead, Zero Zone is going to be playing a bit more cautiously than Clash did last time, and I don't think that's going to work out for them. It looks like Clash is really moving far ahead, Trid.
Already drops it down to 58%. The more defensive style for Zero Zone still isn't working. They've got Kurto on the ends this time to try and help them with that. As Alchemical moves in with the shield, he's just pummeling the safe, able to milk every last bit of damage. A 60% lead, and the pressure doesn't stop. Now the terrain has been broken. Alexinzio can go ahead and get some shots on safe from afar, and the Colt pick really showing its strength right now.
The long-range damage cannot be stopped. Finally, Eptic pushes them off, but down to the teens on their hit points. Health that safe is about to get busted, and this is an easy win for Clash. They're about to walk away unless something really extraordinary happens on the Zero Zone side of the field.
I don't think there's any comeback for this one. Alchemical still going to stick around on the left-hand side. Kurto chasing him down with the super to try and slow him. He turns it back around to try and deal some damage, but they haven't removed that cheeky little tick from the corner. He's going to keep on drawing pressure over and stopping them from going on the offense and closing this gap, because Zero trying to get in range. He's got the first kill. He's toggling his super. He wants to go in a range on this one, but he's waiting for some HP to come back to maximize the value from it.
Alchemical was a thorn in their side, and now it's Go-Zero drilling in hard for the final blow. Alchemical gets the last punch, and it's victory for Clash, defeating Zero Zone, and they are now on a 2-0 win streak in this LATAM South region. They are the team to watch going in for this region this month.
2-0 win streak, Woody. Well, you know what that means in our single round robin competition. They walk away with first place at this monthly final for LATAM South. And they've got to be loving that and trying to etch away at that difference in standing that stands between them and INTZ. It was a fantastic month for them, and they should be proud. But INTZ and Zero Zone, they've got one more match to play. That's going to be coming up shortly after this. There's the stats from this game. The damage being dealt from Zero Zone, just unable to keep up with Clash LATAM, who just really show their domination in the final map.
Congratulations to Clash LATAM. The team from Chile have done it. They are victorious in this region for our May monthly final. That's going to earn them a lot of points and a big prize to boot on top of that. They are now in contention with INTZ for that spot. Remember, there's only one team from LATAM South that will advance to the World Finals at the end of the year. So I think it's going to be a really interesting fight between Clash and INTZ going forward. Congratulations to both of these teams. But remember, if you want to compete too, there is still time to make it up and get the points on the board. You got to find two great friends to play with in the game, though. But we've got monthly finals coming up all the time, straight through to November. So best of luck to you. I'm going to be hopping away from the desk as Trid's going to be joined with Ark for this match number 3. But it's been a pleasure casting so far, and we'll see you again soon. Let's send it over to Falcone.
Well, there you go. Clash do it again. Although there's something to be said between the rivalry of Clash and Zero Zone based on the last 2 days. But Clash took it down both times. They've won both series, and it's MVP time. Our most valuable player for that match was Alon Zixo. Alon Zixo has picked Gene 9 times and Colt twice. I'm going to just tell you, behind the scenes, there was a little bit of a debate between the various players. A lot of the casters wanted to go with Alchemical again, but Alon Zixo gets our MVP this time, and we're going to take a look at some of the very best performances this time around. You're going to see a very nice walk-in dribble followed by just amazing Siege gameplay there. Alon Zixo getting those pulls, dealing that damage, being a huge part of the team's success. But I think it's worth saying one more time that the entirety of Clash LATAM have been playing brilliantly. I want to agree with what the casters have been saying. These have been today some really close matches, and I cannot wait to see if it continues with this next match, which is going to be the final match of this group. After we take a look at the score, Clash LATAM clearly sitting on top, but the final match is going to be between those bottom 2 teams, and that means it's an important one. One of these teams is going to be fighting for second place. The other team is going to be going home. Bottom of the group. Let's take a look at what this match is and who the players are. It is going to be Zero Zone LATAM once more, with Kurto, Eptic, and Imams up against INTZ with Matthias Consti, Guido, and Marcel. And honestly, I am looking forward to this match. Again, it's been such close matches today. I cannot wait to see if this one is just as close. But taking a look at the players one last time in this group, it is Zero Zone LATAM. All of these guys are really keen on training. They love to train. They train together. And Kurto and Eptic described their teammates as great players and friends, but Imam described their teammate as family. Isn't that nice? Family on the team. Their superpowers are study, so I'm expecting the very best meticals from them as we take a look at the next team. It's INTZ. Each member of this team, when asked who they think the strongest team in Brawl Stars is, they said Clash. And they all agreed that it's due to Clash's amazing synergy, Clash EU that is. Consti's role on this team is just to give Poco heals to everyone. Oh, way to give the game away. I hope that doesn't include the opponents. Let's send it back to the casters for the next match.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I've swapped out Woody for Ark, and we're going to bring you this final game of Latin America South. Like we said, it's going to be Clash LATAM walking away with the first place finish, but there's still all to play for because second and third come with their own rewards. Isn't that right, Ark?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's still to play for. I mean, Zero Zone haven't had the best of days, as have INTZ. So I think that now, it's about kind of which of these two teams is going to shine. Again, bans, both are going to be Sprouts. I would say that's probably a wise thing. Sprout is still relatively new to Brawl. We're still kind of like trying to feel him out a little bit as to how and where he fits in the competitive scene. So to eradicate him, I think is a good brawler to get out of the way. First up is going to be Siege, some assembly required. And what do you think we can expect to see here, Tred, in terms of brawlers?
We've been seeing a lot of... I mean, I was surprised to see Frank last series. I don't know if we'll see that again, but it could be another pick that comes on crawling through. A lot of Gene we've been seeing on the Siege map so far as well, so could be a combination of that. you put it down to the fact that the Brawler's new. I'm actually just going to blame it on cowardice from these two teams. The fact that they're not letting Sprout through. The fact that everyone has found Sprout in LATAM. Disappointing to say the least. You're better than this, guys.
Going off that left-hand side lane with the Primo gadget early on, getting Guido out the picture, but I do feel like that could be back to hurt. But at the same time, no, the amount of aggression from that Primo pick, I'm really enjoying. And now look at this, a tie for the first round. However, Zero Zone greatly in control right now.
They're going to be holding possession for the time being, but they were the ones who were going to get the Bolt lead on the side of Zero Zone as they just keep flooding into their own little bank account there for the Bolts. Going to throw out the head first, but it's nothing for a Primo at point-blank range. You can go ahead and pummel that down. Marcel over-committing into the fight and being removed yet again as INTZ are now forced to retreat. It's a 10-2 Bolt lead so far, and we still got 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Eptic missed a little pull there. It's not often that you see him missing pulls. He's been very accurate all day long, but look at this. 14 bolts already in the pocket of Zero Zone. And this could be a one push right now here, Trid. This is going to be a big, fast, powerful robot coming in now that INTC are going to have to defend.
Yeah, it's going to go storming down. Marcel's pulled into the middle. Can't even get the super off. Already been deleted. He'll come back with an invulnerability shield. They're buying so much time right now. Consti can't exactly tank this, so Marcel has to come in. The super pulls them together. They delete another version of him. Very mitigated damage for INTZ. All in all, great defense.
Gotta say, an amazing defense. 30% damage on a level 15 bot is honestly a godsend for INTZ now, who are probably going to get a level 10 if they can keep up this control here, but Eptic says no with a great pull, and it's going to stop INTZ in their tracks, but I still think they will get this round, and a bit of defending on the cards for Zero Zone, but not quite as much as if they had given up that control.
Absolutely. Well, the 7 bolts don't mean anything right now because this is the final siege, but Kurto going in to deal as much damage as he can. He gets it down to 55%, but he will respawn in time for the defense. That could have been the game changer in this fight if this initial defense goes south. Going to use the invulnerability shield to tank up the damage. Eptic clearing some space as Guido goes in for the attack, but he dropped it below 55%. INTZ will claim game number 1.
Wow, I thought they might have been able to defend that, but it didn't seem to be the case. I liked Kurtu jumping in to try and get some additional damage prior to that push, and I did feel like the gene pool could have been used on the bot. I didn't quite see what happened there, but nevertheless, a great push by INTZ, a great defense, most importantly, by INTZ, and they will take this first game.
Okay, so no Frank, a little bit of Gene, but the Jackie, the Tick, and the BB coming in. And we saw a couple of times BB's value coming in with the bubble because he's being bounced off the backboard in the terrain to try and go through the Ike for some safe damage. Maybe a few more opportunities to use that could chip away more at the Ikes and give you that early edge. But all in all, impressive use of the Brawlers so far. Not many changes coming through as we jump into game number 2.
Yeah, BB's bubble can be really quite devastating if you're able to cycle here. If you're able to get actually down that little 3-tile piece of wall at the front, you're able to be able to keep doing that quite effectively. And Kurto, if he breaks that could open up the opportunity for Zero Zone to be able to continuously get even more damage. But there's a ball out there by Imam there as well, getting damage already for Zero Zone as this first bot comes in, which will have to be defended by INTZ.
Well, Guido going to move forward to try and get rid of that bot, but he's gone down. He'll come back with a shield. Jackie's all the same as well. So they got a 3-bolt lead and the first bot coming in. Kurto from the top rope will connect and already drop the Ike down to 52%. What a devastating first push for ZZL.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta add it to Zero Zone. I mean, and it just goes to show how a good defense can go such a long way, because we had a level 15 bot last game and that did 30% damage. Now look what a great spot Zero Zone are in. If they can keep up that strategy of just jumping in with the Primo and getting as much done without really a care in the world, it's gonna go a long way here for Zero Zone as another bot is coming in now at level 7.
Yeah, suplexing Marcel out of the way, getting him further away from this, so his death comes later in the day. He won't be able to use the invulnerability shield. Forced back by the bot, and a great connection coming in. Here comes Kurto from the far. Beautiful play will give Zero Zone the equalizer on this map.
It's working out really well. That just jumping in with Primo is going such a long way for Zero Zone. And yeah, I don't think they're going to be changing that brawler pick anytime soon, as we've seen it just doing wonders on Zero Zone's offense.
Yeah, the knockback as well. I love what Emom did there, just to clear some space between the Siege bot and the Jackie, getting that maximum swing just to create some space between the Siege bot, allowing them to connect with the Ike and start dealing damage earlier. I don't think duration really mattered that much with the way things played out, because they just destroyed the Ike to begin with. But if there was a better defense, that time difference could have made all the difference, shall we say, when it came down to a percentage battle, assuming they didn't finish off the Ike.
INTZ are doing a great job when it comes to the pushes. They're just not able to establish the control in order to get the bolts, to get those pushes in the first place. And that's what Zero Zone are showing to great effect. So are we going to see any change up there? We are going to see a change up here. Constance can go with Rosa, and I think that that's important. The Primo pick, the tankiness of Kurto is actually going quite a long way, and INTZ have picked up on that and made changes accordingly.
Greedy got isolated there by Emom in the back right corner. It's going to be taken up for the bolt control. Certainly going over to INTZ right now. Emom trying to create more of that space, sending the bubble in to get those bounces, and also dealing a little bit of damage to the Siege bot early. Great pull by Eptic. Going to clear off one of the offenders from INTZ as the bot is now entering into Ike territory.
This is better from INTZ for sure, and now they need to hold the mid control. Maybe get some kills. So BB Ball does go in and get some damage. Constantly going to go in with Super as well to try and get some damage and delay the push from Zero Zone. A pull from Marcel is good, and this is a much more confident INTZ, as Marcel somehow almost survived that pull as well. But a much better start, some confidence, and that could go a long way here.
Kurto not fast enough to get the cancellation on that bolt being banked. 55% health for them. Great pull there. Will kill Eptic and donate a bolt over to Marcel for free, as Emom going to clear them off of this one on the left-hand side. Kurto's happy to go aggressive. They get the Siege bot on this next push, but Kurto going to be dropping down before he can get and assist that damage on the Ike. Eptic looking for a pull. He's going to save onto it because he knows the bot will clear them. Now he wants to hit one of these newly respawned targets.
I like the delay of spawning in there by INTZ, and just to try to kill each other off at the right times, and that was a pretty good defense. But now they've got to retake this mid control, as Epic gets a good pull, and they take the reverse pull as well. The counter pull by Marcel, and Zero Zone do look to be in control. INTZ need to take this mid and take it fast if they're going to be able to come back in this round of Siege.
That's great by Guido, trying to buy some more time by knocking Emom away from the bolt to give them the early lead. They're going to bank it 7. It might be a draw in the last Siege. No, it's not going to. Kurto's going to get the edge here with the 7th bolt, with the 8th bolt. So they will storm it in, and Marcel will drop down. So they can still deal this. If they have perfect defense, deal a little bit of damage, they might get away with it. 47%, but it's already equalized before the bots even got into territory. 1% in it. That's all that Zero Zone will have to do, and they will walk away with Siege.
Zero Zone showing already early on in this matchup that they like the game modes that evolve around being territorial and holding the ground, and that is definitely something which could definitely come back around to help them out in the next game modes as well. But a great start for them, and INTZ now will need to respond and kind of think things through as to how best to go about taking things to a more level page.
Kings of LATAM starting to be dethroned, Dark. They've been kicked out of their throne, but will they be kicked off the court by Zero Zone afterwards, relegated to the role of jesters? A lot of INTZ fans will probably not be helping for that one. Not a lot of in the scoreline if you look at the damage, but when it comes down to kills and bolt collection, there is no doubt that Zero Zone had the edge that game.
Yeah, getting those kills means that you're able to bank more bolts, and you ideally want your opponents to be spawning in as frequently as possible, because all the time they're doing that, you're collecting bolts, getting those all-important pushes, and you're much more likely to be able to get the round in your team's favor. Pit stop up next, then going to Heist. I'm going to put it out there. I think BB, as we saw, being such a prominent factor in the outcomes of those Siege games, I reckon she would be a good pick for me here as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Like, again, you can just bounce the bubble off the backboard easy, but you're just an all-round great brawler right now as well. So why not maximize the value? Let's take a look, though. Looks like we got the M's, Barley, and the Rosa for Zero Zone. They're going to go with Nita, Ems, and BB on the side of INTZ. So Zero Zone not opted to go with the BB this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to kind of see what INTZ do first and kind of go with that accordingly. I do like the Rosa pick, but for me, I do feel like INTZ have the better comp. Nita, especially with Hyper Bear, as we've seen time and time again, can get some insane damage. And constantly going in here, getting some good early damage in.
Yeah, uncontested as they get enough kills. He's got Bruce in his pocket, needs to get in closer, he wants to get the instant connection, but will die before he gets that one off. They've still not dealt with Consti, who just drive-bys the safe and comes out the other side okay.
Yeah, now forced back to actually come back and defend with his teammates. But I've still got my eye on Guido here. He does have super. We haven't seen the use of Gadget yet. And I think getting that Rosa down now will be a good chance to be able to push this right-hand side lane with Consti and get some additional damage. I think that Marcel can cope that 1v1 if they're able to get the right-hand side lane under control.
Well, Bruce has been thrown out onto the field. Now he's going to be dragged back to deal with Kurto, who's pushing up the right-hand side. Get some early healing in from his star power, but he's going to handily deal with Bruce. Oh, no, he won't. He'll get absolutely demolished. And now Consti and the rest of INTZ pressing up the field. Eptic, the person standing in their way, as Consti now has the bubble ready to go. He's using it for the kill potential instead to get rid of any hope of a comeback on the left-hand side. Now sets his sights on the safe, waiting for the right time to go in. He has to dance around Eptic and Imam, who just respawned. But Guido, he's got the potential to get the bear. And there is the Hyper Bear connection. It deals a little bit of damage, but Eptic clears him off fast enough.
I was hoping that was going to be the round there, and then it's always so exciting to see it when it does connect. But got to hand it to Zero Zone, a quick early takedown, which is exactly what you need to do as soon as that bear goes onto the safe to get it shut down quickly. But a pretty close game, it's got to be said. You know, at the moment, it can go either way, I feel.
Well, Guido's about to get a connection with Hyper Bear again, but he didn't throw it in. It's there, slapping away at the safe, dropping it 46% HP. And Eptic seems to be the last hope to get any kind of damage on the safe, but he's being fought back by Marcel, trying to go around. He's healing through it all. 5 seconds remaining. Barley coming in. Imam trying to equalize it, but the safe's been left unattended. The all-out offensive by Zero Zone wasn't enough. Then INTZ will take map number 1.
Got to admit, a pretty close game there. Both teams pretty evenly matched despite slight differences in their brawler choices. I did like the Barley pick. I think that was doing a good thing for Zero Zone in terms of getting damage, but I do like the BB pick as well there by INTZ. Both teams going head-to-head. It's great to see a close matchup for Heist.
Yeah, and hopefully more of the same to move forward on this map. So getting ready to jump into game number 2. I think that there needs to be some adaptation on the side of Zero Zone. Barley, yeah, great for the damage, but there's very rare instances where he could get Barley in range to deal damage and maximize the usage. As you can see, they're changing over. They're putting him onto the Nita instead.
Yeah, Nita for me is definitely by far the better pick. Barley can be good with the star power choices of which you have to choose from, whether you want to go for medical use to get some healing or additional damage. It does make quite a big difference for sort of like area control and that kind of thing. But for me, Nita by far the better at dealing damage, and it's good to see Zero Zone adapting and switching things up accordingly, as that does go a long way, as we've seen time and time again in competitive, to be versatile in that respect.
And Consti now going to hurt Kurto on the right-hand side as he's going to go on his first offensive. 10% HP already missing INTZ's safe. Zeptic is now trying to deflect the aggression from Consti on the right-hand side. Kurto coming in to assist him with that.
Both M's popping supers then and just getting a little bit of a stalemate situation, but some good damage applied by Kurto onto Guido, and now Wyman might be in a position here if he can just get super from Marcel, but Hyper Bear didn't quite connect. That would have been a great opportunity for Zero Zone if they were able to do that, but now a bit on the defense, Consti popping his super as well to get a few ticks and to even up the score just a little bit there.
Oh my god, there's the connection from Guido, the Hyper Bear left-handed. It's all been disastrous for Imam right there, purely because the Nita offense, you need the Hyper Bear to make this work, and he didn't have super when he was in enemy territory, so he had to come back and defend rather than deploy the bear and then do it. Missed opportunity by just not having the super online.
Yeah. Absolutely in one, but now Wyman is in a position. Now he does connect potentially here. No, the knockback from BB is good, and that is going to delay things. The Gadget super
Oh
as well.
my god, the connection.
Doing the damage. This is great plays here.
Dropping it down to 26%, and he's got another bear in the pocket, waiting for the right time to pop it. You can see he's teetering on the edge of deploying, and he throws it over the top. The connection is there. They immediately destroy him, but now they've used all their ammo. They have an advantage to press in with. The safe's at 2%. Eptic can walk in, but the last shot came in, and Zero Zone are still alive on this map.
Yeah, we pointed out at the very beginning that change between Barley and Nita, just showing how much of a role it played in the outcome of that game. And now Zero Zone responding really, really well, equaling the score. We're 1 apiece now in Heist.
Okay, so this is definitely... LATAM appears to be the close region then, where everyone's kind of equally matched. I love to see it personally. A lot of competition here. So that one spot from the Latin American region that will go through to the World Finals is surely going to be one of the hotly contested spots globally, just based on how these teams are chalking up against each other.
Yeah, it's all to play for. There's a lot of competitiveness in the LATAM region, and we're seeing that happening today. And this is getting really, really quite heated. I mean, Zero Zone have got the slight advantage, arguably so. But I think this next game of Heist is going to be quite a few fireworks. So I wonder whether we'll see the same comp or whether someone will be daring enough to try to mix it up and go for some form of counter here, because they are running the mirror at the moment. It would be an ideal time to kind of be bold and to make some changes if you really want to do that and put it on the line.
What would be the counter though, Ark? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. What could you think of? Just cursory. Obviously, we're not the pro players. We try and break down the game as much as we can. But what could be some potential solutions to this?
I mean, I still think Tick is quite viable as a thrower. I mean, Nita is definitely the go-to. I think that, for me, Ems can be countered. I think that you got to pick a brawler that's going to focus on getting Ems down. So something that can get into her range, close range, like a Daryl would be, for me, an ideal pick to kind of be able to roll in and get the Ems out of the picture. We are not going to see any changes. We are going to see, again, the mirror comp. Both teams feeling that they have an adequate chance of coming out on top with Nita, Ems, and BB.
Well, there, Curso's already got control of the mid. He's going to be pressing forward. That first frag's going to decide the ebb and flow of this map. They're trying to find a way to get into each other's territories. Eptic and Consti not running the risk. Consti going to go forward first. He's going to have Eptic come on the counter-attack. Immediately gets the first knockback. So he's got territorial control right now. He's going to be able to push them into the corner. And there's Eptic, got onto the safe already, and he's got the bubble, and no one's dealing with him right now. And he's going to be able to deal as much damage as he likes to that one. 35% dropped, and it's been unanswered by INTZ.
A great start for Zero Zone, and Eptic just had all the time in the world to line up that super, and yeah, showing why BB is such a great pick here on a brawler comp meta with little wall breakers to be seen, and yeah, a great start for Zero Zone, but now the return from INTZ, it's not strong enough, and this is a great chance for Zero Zone to go on the offensive and to try to get this one wrapped up quickly.
Eptic has guaranteed damage built in with the bubble right now. Imam not quite getting the Nita Bear online, so he's got it. He can throw this over the wall and get a Hyper Bear connection. INTZ need to be conscious of that and react fast to it, otherwise they will start hemorrhaging even more health.
Now, look at this. Zero Zone going with Hyper Bear, but also on the return is INTZ going with Hyper Bear. This is a bit of a rush here, and if Zero Zone cannot do this now, there's a Hyper Bear sitting on their safe right now. This could be devastating.
All the stun denies Eptic. Getting every bit of HP they can outside of that safe, but Consti's now in range to drop his own one, and if he's going to be able to get that ball onto the safe and start damaging it further, it's INTZ looking for the closeout, and finally, someone has to put an end to this range. They can't deal the damage to the safe, and that's going to be INTZ taking away the map.
Well, this just got interesting. It is now 1 set each, and what an exciting end. Again, we've seen in Heist being particularly close today between these two teams, but it was eventually INTZ that were just able to capitalize in that moment, uncontested on the Zero Zone safe, and they will take it.
Well, they're going to equal out this map for now. Oh, they didn't equal out the map. Sorry, what am I talking about? They were able to win the map. But look at how close it was, Ark. The damage line, the kill line, and the damage to safe was the only outlier there for Zero Zone, as you'd expect from the winning team on this map. But the scoreline is still saying on a knife's edge for all these Latin American teams.
Yeah, super close round of Heist, and both of these two teams very evenly matched, very much on the same page as well when it comes to the meta. We're seeing similar brawler choices, not anything too radically different in that respect. So well prepared. Obviously, have been scrimming a lot and practicing hard. Speaking of practicing hard, Hard Rock Mine, Trid, up next for Jam
Great
Grab.
segue, friend. This is why you get the big bucks.
A great map, one of my personal favorites in Gem Grab, one of the viewer favorites, I'm sure as well. This will be fireworks I'm expecting to see here, and definitely some Rosa plays, and you know that I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, massive fan of the Rosa, and with the gadget as well, we're seeing a lot of value, makes up a good component of the Slambulance composition that we're seeing coming in, so that might be an option for these teams to run. We've also seen potential range options on Hard Right Mine, because despite all the little bits of cover, there are these long channel sightlines that you can get the damage off, so a lot of compositions that these teams can roll out with when we move on to this next map.
Yeah, we've seen B doing a lot of great things here as well. So I'm expecting to see some B making an appearance, some Rosa. I would love to see some Rika, but we haven't really seen too much of him since the good old days, okay, Boomer, of Hard Rock Mine. But yeah, some Nita potentially as well. Some broader choices that are going to be kind of on the aggressive. You really want to get inside your opponent's spawn and just cause some havoc, some BB potentially as well. That's what you want to do on Hard Rock Mine. Is just be really aggressive and try to get inside your opponent's spawn.
Yeah, we're hoping to see that as we jump into the next match. Teams getting ready into the lobby. It's a 1-1 scoreline between these two teams. I'm not sure how finicky it's going to be to try and work out who actually ends up. Oh, no, it's quite simple. What am I talking about? I always think the group stage is more complicated than it actually is, but it's not. Whoever wins this match ends up in second, because they both got dumpstered by Clash Latam. I'm thinking it's like a 5-man group. It's like, oh, they have to win by a certain amount of maps, but it's not the case.
I mean, you know, you got to ask yourself, what is going to be the gem carry? I mean, Gene, as we've seen, has a very high win rate, a very high play rate in competitive, would probably be my go-to choice, but we have seen Poco making a bit of a return into the meta with those double tank heal compositions. So I'll be keen to see which of the choices these two teams will go for there.
Well, Pam, Rico, and Nita for the side of INTZ, but it's the classic Gene and Mr. P and Rosa for the side of Zero Zone, and Eptic has got those first two gems.
We're going to see Constantly picking out the Pam choice for gem carry. Didn't see that one coming. I was expecting maybe a bow potentially, but yeah, Constantly playing a daring choice, and I wonder how that is going to pay off for INTZ as Eptic gets a good gene pull, and we might see a bit more of that. We've seen Eptic hitting those pulls consistently today, and if I was INTZ, I would be very aware of that choice.
Yeah, and you can see that it doesn't look like he's actually like one-tapping them. The amount of time you see the super being highlighted is telling me that potentially putting a lot of thought into the aim with this one and not relying on auto as we've seen some others, maybe meaningly, but also seriously used for those quick reactions. So that's what I like to see from Eptic.
I'm looking at both of these two teams just in all, they're both doing the same strategy here. They're both going to try to get behind each team, and at the moment now we're back into a more traditional fashion, and a good pull there as well from Eptic will give a good opportunity here for Zero Zone to push up on the scent. Consti goes down as well, giving Zero Zone the countdown, and this could be all over if Greedy's unable to do anything. He does get a kill, but I think Eptic has it under control.
So he puts the stop clock on. He says, no, we're going to stop it right now. Guidu's still alive in the back line, and Consti's gone ahead. He's been dropped out. He's going to be dropped out very quickly anyway. Won't find the kill onto Emon with 7 seconds remaining. No one's in range. Zero Zone take game number 1.
Great start for them, and looked very comfortable. They didn't seem to really falter too much. Pretty good in terms of their consistency and approach there. And yeah, I didn't feel like the Pam pick was doing really too much. I never really saw INTZ getting much control over the mid, which is obviously where those gems do spawn. And we might see Gene being swapped out, I feel, in the next game for that.
Yeah, we might need to make some changes into this one because it was very one-sided in favor of Zero Zone that time. It didn't seem like they ever lost control. We highlighted that the teams were trying to go for the flank and pinch, but the flankers were always getting picked off because they were turned on, and there was no wave of aggression coming in to kind of split the focus of the team and really capitalize on it. So there's a little bit to do with comp. I also think the play was a little bit off. The timings, more accurately, were a little bit off here and how they executed the comp.
Yeah, definitely have to do some rethinking. They obviously do not want to lose this set. You know, INTZ will be looking to turn this around quickly, because if they are to lose this set and this next game, then Zero Zone get a 2-1 lead, and that could be really devastating as far as their kind of their mentality goes and their team morale in that respect. They need to turn this around quickly, is my point.
Yeah, certainly if you don't want to start going down the mental abyss of tilt, we never want to see that. But there's going to be similar composition coming out now. But here's the Slambulance for INTZ. So constantly on the Poco, trying to keep Marcel and Guido alive on the two tanky Rosa and BB as they look to take territory and feed these gems over. But Consti's been picked off by Eptic, so your healer's down. It's just a van at this point. There's no medicinal value in this. Kurto has to find a way to stay alive in his half of the spawn to make sure these gems don't go over. But Guido will get out with them, giving INTZ the edge.
I like this change up from INTZ. It's daring, it's at the right time, and you know, double take heal is very, very strong on this particular map at pushing the team back into their spawn. I do question though, Guido carrying 3 gems. Ideally, he'd prefer them to be in Consti's pocket, but already a much stronger performance that we are seeing from INTZ when it matters most.
Yeah, it's far from ideal for Guido to be holding on to these gems, but under the circumstances, he had to get them out of the base. So hopefully there's a safe opportunity. But here's Zero Zone coming back in. Great pull to shut down Conti. So I bet they're glad Guido has those gems right now. Otherwise, they would have been staring down the barrel of a 9-4 difference. But they're back into this one as Guido goes forward. He's ignoring the Porto, who's just going to chip away at him. Big mistake, because Consti is now going to have to deal with that. But the gems keep going over the Zero Zone, and there's nothing INTZ can do about it.
That turned around so quickly, Trid, and I think I've got to hand it to Eptic there, because it was all down to those pulls. But now a pinch here from Marcel could be good, but surely now the whole of Zero Zone can focus, and it gets shredded to oblivion. My goodness me, Zero Zone now in a fantastic spot moving forwards.
Taking 2-1 on the scoreline against INTZ. One more map will give them the second place finish and solidify the pantsing of INTZ this month from the April final to be removed from their top spot. Still, we've got plenty more maps coming up on the assumption that INTZ can fight back, but we touched on it a little bit earlier in this particular matchup arc that, well, once you start to lose and you start going to a negative headspace, that can spiral out of control fast.
Yeah, absolutely true. The best teams in competitive are those that are able to kind of leave those mistakes or slip-ups in the past to focus primarily in the present and to just keep that focus on the game and to come out on top. Nothing is ever too late to turn around until that final second drop. So the best teams will be those that are able to remember that always and not lose hope, as hope is such an important part of Brawl Stars. Layer Cake then up next for Bounty. One of my personal favorites for Bounty maps as far as they go. So keen to see what these two teams will bring in to this game mode.
Yeah, so Layer Cake, typically the classic comp, but we've seen very deviations from that. Classic comp would be to have Brock, Piper, and Tick. But as we've seen recently with this month, teams opted to go for a Slambulance, even on Bounty, which is bizarre, but it has seen some value. I can imagine, though, we're probably going to see a lot of Tick on this one, unless you've got something insight here, Ark, that I just cannot fathom.
We've seen Bo recently making an appearance in Lair Cake.
Yes.
So, I mean, you know, I'm not sure that we will. The metas do vary from region to region, but we have seen Bo making an appearance in Layer Cake and Bounty in general, I would say. So, yeah, I mean, anything really can come up and make an appearance here, but I think that the double tank heal could be a viable option here as well.
Well, we've got Bo, Tick, and Brock for the side of Zero Zone. And I think that's a Piper, Tick, and Mr. P for INTZ.
And the Bo, yeah, like I said, it's a very that viable option, really, to be able to put down that totem, to give your teammates super, and to be able to change the map very quickly. That's what we're seeing with that gadget, really, is to give Brock, for example, his super faster, to change the terrain to your advantage. And yeah, it's just an interesting choice. But it is going to be Zero's in that have that early lead. They got the middle star, and now so INTZ need to push forwards here to gain that lead.
Yeah, the trade-off, though, is that they have to give up a lot of pressure. If Brock wants to go and make use of that super tome, he has to leave the right channel, which allows the rest of INTZ to push up. So if they were to be more capitalistic or more opportunistic, INTZ could have really punished Zero Zone for that, but they were able to hold their own and start breaking away this terrain as they originally planned.
Heptic there got a kill to give another 2 stars to Zero Zone by the skin of his teeth on that right-hand side there. The ticket coming in, but Imam and Kurto able to take it down, but pushed back quite heavily into spawn here, and this could be a bad place for Zero Zone to find themselves. Imam is holding on here. I think INTZ could be able to capitalize on this situation here if they're careful about it.
Heptic needs to get away from the edge of the wall. He can't tuck in like that when a Mr. P is going to throw briefcases over the top. He has to play a little bit further away from this terrain to not be basically get a briefcase knocked over his head. There's 23 seconds remaining. They got a return kill onto Kurto, so there's only 1 star in it. But INTZ has so much map control right now.
Yeah, they really do. And Imam looking very weary here, and INTZ is rapidly losing time to get this kill. They do get the kill. It is INTZ in the lead, but Heptic going in 28 HP. They do get the kill on a return.
Oh my god! Heptic just grabbed that map and just carried his team to victory because he said, right, enough of this. I'm tired of getting rained on. I'm going to use my gadget, go over the top, and deal so much damage to INTZ to get his team that first game win. One more game will give them this set.
That just changed hands so incredibly quickly. I mean, blink and you missed it, but it is going to be INTZ that pick up that particular game. Whew, what an explosive ending. And yeah, we're going to be heading in now to the second game and seeing whether INTZ can do that again. It was a great spawn pinch.
Yeah, so that's what you need to do against the team. If they give you an inch, you need to take a mile on something like layer cake. I think the compositions are fine for the most part. I think the only reason actually that we saw Zero Zone pull that off was exceptional play by Heptic at the end there. I think, however, INTZ had great control of the map for the rest of the game, and I expect more of that to come through if we're running with similar compositions. We're jumping into potentially the last game now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Zero Zone do mix up the bow pick. I feel like the Piper pick for me is good to have in those situations where you're able to push your opponents deep into the spawn. You know, you can keep your distance and get some good damage. And they are going to do that. Heptic is going to swap out and go on the Piper side of things. I think that's a wise choice for me.
Yeah, going to mirror the compositions now, but no one's grabbed that center star, so no one has that early control. You do not want to be trading 2 for 1 here. Marcel's in a great position to do it. He'll be the one to take the first napkin and decide which direction the table shall follow.
Yeah, and it's going to be INTZ to pick up the stars, so they do have that lead, but it will take only 1 kill for Zero Zone to be able to turn that around, and they'll be looking to sort of cycle supers here. Heptic will have to give some support here to YMM because he can't defend that ticket. It does take some damage, but INTZ not in a position to capitalize.
Also running it straight down the middle so it doesn't destroy the terrain they can play around. Don't know if that was a conscious decision, but it still works out beneficial for them. Kurto getting that first kill on Guidu. They're going to be answered back immediately by Imam. They're still going to maintain that 1-star lead over Zero Zone.
Oh, but a return here from Heptic on Consti, and able to just defend that with a tick head return, and but a bit of a shaky position for Consti to find himself in. Nonetheless, it is still going to be INTZ in the lead and seemingly to be more in control at this stage of the game.
Yeah, the Porter's going to move forward. Greedy taking a little bit of damage. He's going to empower that with his gadget to really send that one home. Zero Zone need to press forward right now. They're looking to find Marcel and get someone on the board right now. It's only 1 star in it. 25 seconds remaining. INTZ can walk away with this game and take the map as well. They're not too careful. They're now trying to press them back into the spawn.
For me, Consti's been doing a fantastic job on this left-hand sideline. Should be able to get a kill here. If Wyman doesn't escape, he doesn't escape. Just to put the nail in the coffin is going to be another round then for INTZ.
Yeah, great by them. That means they're going to go ahead and pull away with the map victory and force out map number 5 on this one. It's a great play there on Layer Cake to make that happen. And now we're going to go to game number 5. So INTZ definitely do not want to be deterred. They want to salvage some pride from this group stage and not come in last place at the monthly final this time around.
We're going the whole hog trade, going to map number 5, and you got to shout out Consti there on that left-hand side lane. There was many times when Imam was just only able to survive on a sliver of HP, and I did feel like that was making a big impact in the way that game went. And now, really, we don't know what way this is going to go. These two teams so closely matched, and I just can't wait to see what happens next.
Well, we'll find out. Let's pull up the map set and see what we're going to next. Penalty kick on Brawl Ball. So no Sprout, which we see very impactful on this map in particular. But we've seen the Nita being quite strong here, as well as the Gene from earlier series. So I imagine more of the same as we move into map number 5.
Yeah, expect some Nita for sure. I definitely see Nita as being a very strong, popular pick on this map. But like you say, Sprout here can just devastate and change the way this particular map is played. But as that ban is in place, we will not be seeing Sprout from either team. For me, yeah, I would say that Nita would be the golden brawler pick for me for both of these two teams really to capitalize.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen Nita being played earlier, obviously, on our heist match. So I can't imagine anything else. I can't imagine that these teams are adverse to playing it more accurately. So we should be seeing that one as we jump into our 5th game. Just waiting for the players to get ready because probably want to talk this one over a little bit before they commit to a comp.
Yeah, it's a tough decision, especially at the stage where it's 2 sets apiece. You don't want to be rushing your choices, and any map that has a lot of choke points will open its doors to a variety of options. The more tankier choices like Rosa, for example, or like the Slambulance, as you like to say. I couldn't help myself but put that one in there.
Yeah.
Poco and Rosa could be on the card, so we've seen INTZ using that already today to great effect. And yeah, it's going to be explosive. It's going to be exciting. I can't wait to see what these teams do.
Poco, Frank, and Jackie for Zero Zone, but there's the BB, the Nita, and the M's for the side of INTZ, and already INTZ have suffered their first casualty as Kurto is now on the assault. Pass it back, great super to lock them all up. The ball's right outside the goal. Marcel needs to get this one out as far as he can to buy some time, and he will do just that as Kurto and Eptic look to go on a counter assault, but they are now outnumbered.
INTZ just surviving and holding on for dear life there, and definitely early on discovering that this is a very strong comp to go up against the Frank double tank heal comp. Almost gave them a very early on lead there, but now look at this, INTZ with the push, and it's Zero Zone on the defense.
Yeah, nice little bit of micro there. Guido unfortunately ended up missing the opportunity to get the stun onto Imam with his own super. That may have been a gadget use. Just need to be mindful of that. They're trying to cancel out the Frank. Kurto going aggressive, wants to get in range to use this super, but he's going to be knocked back by BB. Ball in the center of the field. The Hyper Bear demolishing Frank after a stun came through, and they're going to counter it by taking out some of the aggression from INTZ, but it's a 2v1 right now. 2.5 if you include Bruce, and they're on the assault.
Kato is shot on goal there, stopped nicely by Consti, and now Wymam needs to get this bear down quickly with Kurto, or they could be in a bit of a pickle here with Hyperbear going in, but the help from Eptic is good, and that should give a little bit of breathing space, but I do not like this position that Zero Zone are finding themselves in now. INTZ have the range and the shutdown, and Wymam misses the super. That's going to be devastating for Zero Zone.
Oh my god, Eptic's going to fall as well here. Kurto's on the edge. The ball has to be rushed into the goal. They got an opportunity. Marcel has it. The pass is good. And INTZ will get the first goal with 35 on the clock.
A great time to score at 30 seconds is not long for Zero Zone, but Kurto popping the gadget to give him that speed boost. It's pushing up the sun. All 3 of INTZ wiped out. What a return, exactly when it was needed. 10 seconds in after that goal was conceded, and that was a response trip.
That was the set piece they were looking for, Ark. That's the bread and butter of this composition, and it was executed to perfection. But now they're falling behind as Emo's taken down, and Marcel is going to walk this one in to get him a 2-1 scoreline, taking game number 1.
happened at the end of that game? It was just back and forth so quickly in those final 30 seconds, and I didn't quite see that one coming, but INTZ turning it around quickly. Now we are on match point, and they've got to feel good about that.
Oh, I completely agree. This is the bounce back they needed, taking the early lead in Brawl Ball. Just look at that play by Kurto in the replay. Perfect execution of what that comp is designed to do.
I've got to say, though, Zero Zone didn't seem to be massively behind in any way. There was a lot of instances of being on defense, probably largely due to that Frank pick. It was very difficult for them to be able to get out of spawn without that kind of range. The tankiness is great, but you can also end up feeding a lot of supers to your opposition if you're just going to be absorbing all that damage. So, you know, I think that would be the brawler that I personally would go to change, and you know, they're going to have to change something, otherwise, you know, INTZ are going to take second place here.
Well, let's find out if there's any changes as we jump into map number 2 right now, and they're going to be moving with the Nita, the Ems, and the BB. So mirror comps on what could be the final map. It is series point for INTZ.
Yeah, I think it's a good change. When in doubt, go with the mirror comp. It seems to be the case so far. But INTZ pushing up, and I do like the home run star power used there by Marcel. Giving a good spot. I would have picked up the ball there and passed it to the right. That could have ended up in a goal. That might cost, actually, INTZ here on this push, as now Zero Zone spawning back in.
The Eptic, 700 HP, so he has to play hide and seek for now, getting some reinforcements. Great stun finds free from Guido! And there's the execution with the Hyper Bear. INTZ can just walk this one in despite the missed goal from Consti.
INTZ 1 goal away now from taking second place in this group today, and what a great start. This is exactly what they needed. Zero Zone need to do something. They need to do something now.
That bounce was brilliant from INTZ. It hit all 3 members, even though they're spread across the map by bouncing it between the barrels. Great stun onto Emon, but Bruce is going to finish the job. Marcel walks forward, catches Kurdo on the end, and the ball's in the middle. Pass work can come in great here, but the respawns are coming for Emon. Throws out Bruce. The stun is not going to connect, and Emon gets some clearance to save his team.
1 minute left. It's not over yet. Zero Zone can come back, as we saw in that previous game, with a great effect. If they get a good push here, we might even out the scoreboard and maybe even get into overtime here. This is the chance right here. This is a good position for them to find themselves in. Guido has super, but it's the left-hand side that I'm looking at the most here, and they need to make the most of this opportunity. There's 40 seconds left to do it. It's got to happen now.
They're locked into their base. They're going to go for the stun, get the range onto Emon, but no one can follow up. They're relying on Bruce's Hyper Bear to get it done. It is going to force Eptic and Kurto to think twice, and especially when Consti pops the super, it gives them some space clearance with 20 seconds remaining, but now they've got no supers in the tank. Kurto goes forward. The open goal is there. It should be the other way around, and Eptic will get the equalizer with 20 seconds remaining.
My goodness me, I think we're going into overtime, and that is going to shape things up tremendously. If I was Zero Zone, I'd be trying to get that ball just to push it up. Just one little pass up will give them a great advantage here. This could be a very good place for Zero Zone if they can get down Consti here. They're not able to do it, though.
They're going to pop the bear. Bruce is going to go for Emon. Consti and the boys are alive. And Eptic's going to try and clear some space. You said the bubble go in. It will get some clear. Great stun. Stops the shot from coming in. It goes straight into the hands of Kurto. It's not on target as Emon and the rest of Zero Zone break forward looking for the goal.
What a clutch Nita gadget play, and that is why it's so important to bear in mind overtime in Brawl. So often we see players just using gadget and forgetting about the overtime period. And look at this, INTZ now holding on. They've got 23 seconds to do it, but it is Zero Zone for me. They're in a great spot with that ball being so high up the field there.
Yeah, Greedy was also pinched. It's surprising he was able to get out of that one. Locked up by Ems's super on the way in. Consti going to return some damage. Marcel goes in, gets pushed back by the gadget use again. Consti finding 2, but he hasn't got a kill yet. Marcel is even going to go down to Eptic. They've got the kills equalized. Kurto goes on the offensive. Guido might not be enough with 1 second remaining. It's a draw, and we will get a replay of that map.
I don't know whether my heart can take this, Trid. That was so many moments in that game where it was just... could have gone either way, but it ended in a draw. We're going to be replaying it. But so, you know, back to the scoreboard is INTZ still now 1 game ahead. and they need one more to win this set, to win this match, and take second place.
Jumping straight back into it then, same comps because it is a replay they do not get to change. They got 2 minutes 30 to make those 2 goals happen. Maybe a little bit extra in overtime, but still going down to the wire. But great comeback by Zero Zone to make sure it got to this stage.
Yeah, Zero Zone definitely were playing much better in this new lineup, this new Brawler lineup. And I think that they can still do this. They've just got to, they just got to get this first round and get the momentum back as INTZ pushing up here. And this might be a bad spot with Consti having Super there as well.
There's Kurto. Look at the life support right now. As Eptic's going to press forward, trying to lock Consti in the corner. He's pushed back and the kill will come in. Marcel has an opportunity. Kurto's the last remaining member and he can't pass it out. It's an open goal for Guido as Marcel tries to run it in and he gets the goal. Taking in the lead in this final map.
A great start for INTZ there. It was a really nicely thought through push, very patient push, and before you knew it, it was 3-on-1 and we're able to secure it. Now look at this. Marcel on the left-hand side here should be able to walk this if Eptic
Oh my god,
return.
Eptic, no, he may have pressed up a little bit too far. He has to stand in the way. He can knock him back. He's going for the walk-in! And Marcel will seal the deal. INTZ takes second place at this monthly final.
Well, congratulations to INTZ. They do take second place and will be delighted with that result. It was a hard-fought battle, though, at the end of the day to do it. But do it, they did, and they will be over the moon right now for sure.
Yeah, after a crushing defeat at the hands of Clash Latam, to be able to walk away with at least a win is definitely something you need for the pride. Take a look at those highlights. It so nearly didn't work out there for Marcel. You could see the ammo was being stocked up for Zero Zone to try and remove possession with a knockback and stop the walk-in altogether, but it wasn't enough. Taking a look at the stats, so clear that INTZ had the advantage in that matchup. The damage, the kills, and the goals, of course, means they walked out with the victory on Brawl.
Yeah, plenty more kills, almost double the amount of kills as well, and they just definitely felt more in control, more opportunities created, were positioning themselves much more to open up those chances to score, and yeah, they deserved it at the end of the day and walk away with the victory here. We can see some more stats now as well. The overall kill death ratio then for INTZ, just actually slightly more deaths than kills, but it does depend on the game mode in that respect, and often sometimes going into that precarious position to die can actually open up another advantage or opportunity for one of your teammates to make some damage.
They didn't even come out with a positive KD in that match, Ark. They were 11 kills shy of equalizing, so the kills they did get, they managed to make count, and we're going to recap the series and move on to the next one, where we're going to our friend, Falcone.
Oh man, that is what Brawl Stars is all about. I know that this was only the fight for second place in this series, but in this group rather, but this was amazing, and a huge congratulations to INTZ and our pick for MVP, which is going to be Consti on this occasion. Now, I did tell you earlier that Consti's general game plan or his role in the team is to just give Poco heals to everyone. I think that was a little bit of a joke on his part there, as he didn't play Poco at all. We got Tick, BB, and Ems, but what a performance we did get. Now, Consti has also said about his teammates that they all think that they are better than him, but the truth is, they're all trash. Consti's words, not mine. But I think in this match, he and they proved that not to be the case, as we just saw some amazing performances there. Consti, particularly there with Ems in that final series, eventually getting that job done, securing the match point and securing second place in this amazing group of Brawl Stars. I sure hope you enjoyed watching this as much as I did. Let's take a look at the final scores on the doors with the bracket for this group. Clash Latam, obviously having won both of their matches, do sit just like their EU cousins in first place of their own group, having won 6 sets and only dropping 1, and INTZ stole the second place spot from Zero Zone. Although it was looking like it may have been Zero Zone's, INTZ did take that one down. So let's take a look at what they've won. Clash LATAM are going home with $9,000 and a very well-deserved $9,000 that is, taking down these two amazing teams. INTZ and Zero Zone both take home a respectable $2,000 and $1,250 respectively. And that is such an amazing
low-key lagging. This map's about to get real quiet. They won't see me coming, but they'll feel it. Hope they say goodbye to their trophies. Careful, don't mess up my fur. Hope they say goodbye to their trophies.
Now you see me. Now you see me even more.
I felt that! Respect!
Mirror, mirror, who's the drum?
Not enough to drop me! Hope they say goodbye to their trophies!
Now you see me. Now you see me even more.
Hope they say goodbye to their trophies!
Mirror, mirror, who's the drum?
Noted. Flawless but not flawless!
Rare.
an amazing, such an amazing win again for Clash. I know I don't want to spend too much time on that now, but just bringing it back for a second. They did win those first two matches of the day. They deserve all of the winnings they can get. INTZ, though, currently on top of the leaderboard for LATAM South. Still miles ahead of Clash LATAM and Zero Zone LATAM and Red Canids. So the other teams have got a lot of work to do to catch up to that really quite dominating win so far. And that is the situation for LATAM South. We're going to move on to the next group in a bit, but first I just want to remind you all, Brawl Talk was announced right here yesterday. It's going to be taking place on the 9th of May, and I cannot wait to see what they are going to announce in this month's Brawl Talk. I've really been enjoying the new brawlers, the gadgets, everything new that's been added to the game recently. I can't wait to see what's next. I honestly wonder what it could be. Now, have you ever wondered what your favorite Brawl Stars players would be doing if they weren't playing Brawl Stars? I sat down with them earlier on this week to have a little chat and find out. Who is the best player in the world?
Bobby.
Probably second best.
Guille from Clash.
Supongo que para mi parecer es Guille VGX.
Para mim, atualmente, é o Guile, BGX, da Clash Espanha.
Essa é difícil. Eu diria que o Firecrow.
What is your favorite food?
Hot dogs.
Pasta.
Bacon.
Canelones.
Lasanha, com certeza.
Meu prato favorito hoje em dia eu diria que é a banoffee, que na verdade é uma sobremesa que a minha madrasta faz, que é excelente.
Which brawler should you first master as a beginner?
Gene.
I don't know. It's Brock.
Colt.
Creo que uno de los brawlers más complicados puede ser Brock.
Um Brawler pra você aprender no começo do jogo, pra mim é Tara, porque é um Brawler muito forte que você consegue definir uma partida.
Eu acho que o primeiro que todo mundo deveria dominar é a Shelly, porque ela é o primeiro brawler que você desbloqueia, então é o primeiro que você tem que aprender a jogar, né?
What is your favorite game mode and map?
Kaboom Canyon Heist.
Right now it's Heist and Pit Stop.
Backyard Bowl. Brawl Ball.
Mi modo favorito es Siege. Más serio, mi mapa favorito es Factory Rush.
My favorite body is Siege, and my map is Factory Rush.
Meu modo de jogo favorito é o Footbrawl, como a maioria das pessoas, mas o meu mapa favorito, na verdade, é um de pique gema que se chama Deep Miner, e esse mapa aí voltou recentemente ao jogo, então eu tô muito feliz.
Do you think that you can become the world champion?
Yes, I do.
We have a chance.
Of course.
Sim, eu confio muito no meu time.
Eu acho que se a gente conseguir resolver todos os nossos pequenos problemas, eu acho que a gente consegue sim ser campeão mundial.
What does your communication with your team sound like?
A lot of yelling.
A lot of callouts.
A bunch of yelling.
Es comunicación constante. Es un momento en el que nos avisamos de todo en todo momento, así sabemos cómo actuar.
Temos uma comunicação muito boa e é isso que eu gosto, um time que consegue ter respostas rápidas em um momento difícil.
É algo que a gente precisa trabalhar, o Marcel é um que sabe disso.
When did you start playing Brawl Stars?
June 2017.
About a week after it came out in beta.
Since a couple months after first beta release.
Desde su salida global.
Comecei a jogar Brawl Stars em dezembro de 2018.
Eu comecei a jogar em julho de 2017 no beta.
Describe Brawl Stars in one short sentence.
Fun, fast-paced game.
Hit all your shots and don't let your opponents hit you.
Action-packed 3v3 gameplay.
Es un juego frenético y divertido.
Um jogo muito divertido.
Quando você piscar, a partida já acaba.
If you weren't a professional Brawl Stars player, what would you be doing instead?
Casually playing Brawl Stars.
Playing a lot of baseball and working.
Probably trying to be a professional in another game.
Actualmente creo que buscaría algún otro pasatiempo.
Antes do Brawl Stars, eu era jogador profissional de Clash Royale, que também é da Supercell. E eu fui campeão do Brasil, eu fui campeão mundial com a seleção do Brasil 2 vezes. Então, provavelmente, continuaria na carreira de pro player de Clash Royale.
Eu provavelmente estaria fazendo agora a faculdade de Ciência da Computação, que foi o que eu larguei para me tornar um jogador profissional.
Well, there you go. I'm going to tell you my favorite one out of that is, if you weren't playing Brawl Stars professionally, what would you be doing? Playing Brawl Stars casually. Yeah, I agree with you there. We're going to move on to the next group. We are only halfway through the day, so get comfortable. We've got 3 more matches coming up. It's going to be NA and LATAM North. And the very first match is IX Circles versus IX Gaming. So a little bit of a complicated one here. Both teams at IX, it's Circles versus Gaming. I guess we're going to just find out which of the IX teams is on top. And the first team of these two that we're going to talk about, as usual, got some Falcone facts coming up. First team is going to be IX Circles. It's going to be Lukey Bear / Toonie and Sheppo. IX Circles and IX Gaming, a little fact about both of them, share a head coach. And it's actually Ash YT, who I'm sure a lot of us watch all the time. I know I do. Sheppo usually competes for IX Gaming, not IX Circles. But since Kangamaru needed to take a break, he stepped in to help out the rest of IX Circles. Good guy, Sheppo. It's a little bit complicated, I just warn you that. Let's move on to IX Gaming. OG second best, Bobby and Crying Man. Again, another fact about both of the IX teams. IX was originally created as a way to bring awareness to mental health and online bullying to Brawl Stars. Ah, what a great MO. I don't really want either team to lose now. Crying Man has 28 brawlers ranked 35 and several world records, but his combined best for the recent 5 brawlers is less than 1,250. Wow, you could really get some easy wins with those, I'm sure. Anyways, enough from me. The Battle of IX is about to start with the casters.
Thank you very much, Falcone, and I'm joined by Woody. Trid's gonna hit the bench and call off. Are you ready for some NA vibes, Woody?
Oh yeah, brother, I'm ready for this fight. It has been gearing up for weeks now, and finally we're gonna find out which IX team is gonna come out on top. Now, IX Gaming was formerly known as Space Station Gaming, so it's some familiar faces from that team, but they're fighting under a new flag now. They'll be going up against the Circles, and we now have the 2 bans for this match. It's going to be Max and Sprout kicked out of action.
Is that the first time today we've seen 2 brawlers as opposed to just double Sprout? I think it might be, but Max not going to be seen and Sprout not going to be seen, and that's going to shape things up as we go into Minecart Madness for our first map. And if you listen closely, Woody, in the distance, you can hear the sounds of pro players crying.
I think I can hear them, Ark. I think you're right. Yeah, this is going to be a tricky match to play. Starting off on Minecart Madness, the train can be the worst opponent that you have to face off against in this map. So be really careful with your positioning or else you might find yourself flattened by a locomotive.
Yeah, it's a challenging map, and it's one of those which is a rarity in Brawl, which has some added sort of RNG and challenges to consider. So yeah, it's definitely, I would say, not the most favorited map as far as the players go, but I personally love to watch it. I think that many things can occur in Minecart Madness. We can just flip the game.
All right, well, let's get underway with game number 1 of IX Circles versus IX Gaming. We've got a start with this minecart going toward the top. That's going to be a bit tricky to dodge. Daddy second and OG are going to have to move forward, in fact, to pressure in and help out I'm So Strong. We actually have him playing Mortis, one of the rare Mortis picks.
Love it. I love it. Mortis, gotta point out, by the way, has got 100% success rate right now. So, you gotta sort of ask yourself the question: is that statistic about to get tarnished, or is it going to be maintained?
I think it's going to stick. Look, I'm So Strong knows exactly what he's doing. He's getting kills left and right, takes down Tick, and will get 3 gems as a reward for it. Tick is really vulnerable to Mortis, especially when he's willing to dash in that close to the action. In fact, he's got 3 gems, but he's still willing to play relatively aggressively. He's going to let his other teammates be the primary gem carriers. Or actually, maybe I have to take that back. He picked up a 4th one now, and it looks like there's 9 for the IX Gaming team. They just need 1 more to seal the deal.
Mortis Gem Carrier, what year is this? Who is the president? But, I mean, you can't deny it's working, and, the countdown is almost inbound here for IX Gaming, and 1 more gem, there's 1 right there, and they're going to wait it out and be patient and time their approach and try to get this one in the bag as quickly as possible, I think.
Well, it's coming up awfully soon. We see really aggressive plays here from IX Circles trying to catch back up and get a kill. It doesn't seem like they'd be able to grab any of those gems, even if they do get a kill, though. IX Gaming playing very defensively, cautiously, and pulling back up into their spawn. The danger now, though, is that IX Circles is able to hold on to the center long enough to get that gem count up to contest. IX Gaming now only having a 2 gem advantage and finding it difficult to push into an enemy who's leveraging this train. But look, a sneaky play there from Mortis is able to get that countdown started. IX Gaming on the path to victory. Can they hold on for 10 more seconds?
A great play from I'm So Strong, aka Cryman against
Oh my!
Almost a disastrous turn of events there, but I think IX Gaming have this one in the bag, and I almost ate my words there, but IX Gaming do get the first game in the bag.
I'm So Strong holding on to those gems and dashing out just in the nick of time. You saw that pull coming in from Toonie, looking like it was going to be enough to grab those 5, but Mortis is one of the most mobile brawlers in the entire game, able to dash real quick, and you saw him get out of there lickety-split. Nice job there, and a real heads-up play to keep that 100% win rate for Mortis.
Yeah, it was a great snatch for that gem, and it had to happen then any longer. And I think IX Circles been able to gain gems from the center despite a countdown in motion. So I like to see the daringness, I've got to say, of Cryman going for that Mortis pick. And I do wonder now what IX Circles are going to be able to do in response. I would say that they might be scared now, maybe change that tick pick, and maybe then Mortis will be changed out for maybe like a Rose or something else in sort of prediction of that. Be very curious to see what brawler comp we do see in the next game.
It's a really good point, Ark, and we know that you love to see the fireworks fly, but it all comes down to the mind games. Mortis is basically a really subpar pick if your opponents aren't running throwers like Tick. It looks like IX Circles will indeed go back with Tick once again, but IX Gaming had swapped out of Mortis, so unfortunately for them, they're going to miss out on the opportunity to get that dashing fellow back into action.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was a daring decision by Lukey Bear to continue playing Tick there. And as we know, Lukey's a very accomplished thrower, one of the best, if not the best, dynamite player in the world, I would go as far to say. So I do feel like Tick is definitely worth keeping. As Circles now, though, a bit pushed back into their spawn, and OG putting the Barley Super to great effect there.
Nice play by Slash here, making a comeback and trying to finish off this Jackie at the left side. Really threatening play, but not enough to take down that Ems. On the other side, though, Daddy Second is doing his best to try to push back Toonie. Even made a few pull attempts there to try to grab those gems, but each time Toonie was able to get just out of range. Got to be careful for that train coming right through the center of the map, and it looks like the blue team will hold on to the edge now. 6 gems to 4 as IX Gaming has been struggling to catch up without that Mortis counter pick.
Gonna hand it to Circles there. Good takedown of the Jackie, despite the use of Gadget for that speed boost. It's gonna be important to see Circles continue on. Jackie very important when that back in a great for Circles game here. Super and get some damage there on Crossman to you. Position. I think it's good.
Wow. Circles done. They need to and both retreat back to their spawn. And they will hold those gems on strong. A tied up set for between next.
Exciting stuff, and how about just a little bit on that rate the part in. I think it would have been okay. Toonie down the best was able to survive as Scotty. This is going to be the final game. Manic and crazy, to be special.
It's all whether or not that pick the most of him. I think that IX expecting Circles out since they were so hard countered by that, but coming back at him with another tick. There was no way for the Gene on the IX Gaming side of the field close for a pull keep that count down. So I think IX Circles may actually all of these whether they're going to recommit to the choices, try to mix it up once again. I think you are.
The tick pick is definitely something which I would go for myself. Definitely a different brawler to deal with. It's one of the menacing and annoying brawlers that kind of very similar to me in that respect. But for me, I think it's working, and as long as Man doesn't put out the Mortis, then I okay to continue that say, Luki, throwers don't come better than him in the pro scene. So anyone would take that to him.
My prediction is that game is going to come with Mortis, but the IX Circles is going to swap. See what these two teams decide to do. It's going to be all up to color picks, which have been really impactful, especially on a map where it all comes down to playing around that big train chugging through the center of the arena. And indeed, here it goes. Waiting to spectate it, and we'll hop in.
It'll be interesting. Brawler, we are going to see Brawler changes as Luki of the play go Rose and the throw it tanky time to do it. Pipe rushes.
Yeah, from both of these teams, aren't seeing Tick or on either side. Like the most important interaction of these two spots have come out in favor of the Slambulance. Too big. It was a back away at Ice game, denying it to center field. Was doing a wonderful job for Circles to slash all needs to get that up.
So, and look at the of control. Oh my goodness me, Tooney violated Crying Man against the mic, and that was a great display area comfortably onto count.
Yeah, clever there is not going to be in gaming though. It looks like I'm so strong and the Piper to back up have just always been shut down in from Circles. All this moves out of range. They're relying on those to bash them back into Circle, pulling off the reverse sweep in set number 1.
A great start now. Out the competition.
The best of the set there from walking as a running in, and then finish that bubblegum super. Really beautiful play by Circle. Even though they got more gems to the set, that for the Circles really playing off well enough here through the stats.
Yeah, an absolutely disgusting play from Tooney, and definitely a highlight for me in that first set. Just it's the mechanics of Minecart Madness and BB, which just make those things so satisfying to watch. Like a good gene pulling Minecart. I really hope actually we do more map into Brawl with those dynamic environments as to Brawl next. This long range, a lot of these teams.
If a team chooses damage comp.
Yeah, Brock is definitely a go-to. Able to great effect jump cover. We could see that to avoid also like and various other things like. We're going to see though Jackie, Ems, and BB. Any
interesting how we long range coming. They get the right, should win for them. Not going to be able to pull it off yet. Circles Tooney is not to do with this. Shoves it through and gets the first Circles off start here. Not letting.
Yeah, really great start for Circles, and you know, it's well. Luke does good. This could be. Whoa. Break the surely it is going to be a returning goal by Gaming and win piece.
As damage stack up and those are going to knock down the opps. Expect to see IX Gaming gain momentum in this matchup. G set up that more there side cannon, firing but down really slash. Instead, this time it's going to be set behind those boxes and a defense. A lot of trouble though, as the can't get it past the line, and that's going to be a success for Gaming.
Really close moment there for Luke. Opportunity able to get the goal, but we're going to have to now cycle some supers like the Beast instance here could come to great effect. Goal takes it off.
In India, I'm so strong and ball make it really difficult for Circle's team to position themselves around so much fire and so many zones to avoid. It really seems like they are able to get their up to where they want it to be. Tudi's going to throw the window and smack times that they get the kill. Moving for his off the B and allow this game to second. I'm so strong. Side look
and a great have super OG down that turret to cycle in the next 10 seconds. Tuni though got a tap well. He's up. Have a look at this. Great chance. Ooh, to be a goal for Ajax, who would take first game of the ball. In well, Ajax Gaming positioning to overtime. Super an open goal. No way to stop it. Well done. So strong, busting down those boxes. Another time to allow first sweep to have taken in a row of a really great. So you actually saw shot in again goal, but defense can generally keep it from becoming. As worth points out as well, Chepo, who's on the Ajax, was actually very by far, in my opinion, one of the best in the game, and just kind of if they're able to get the Brock action, it could be right now. I would say both teams pretty leveled though. Definitely has opportunities, and they still come back in this set.
Trading here in the team, much of an advantage. More and getting reward for it. What's in there first? Here. Strongest now tearing right of the arena. Shoves straight.
Ajax Gaming and Circle is going to be definitely taking one goal down as well. Now being pushed this quickly. Go for the middle box, but that was strategic. Is here as Daddy and Chris it's saved by Slash.
It's Gaming shoving the circles that corner. They are really so many boards just directly right next to their goal line. Doing their best to push them off. Looks like they finally have the 3-2 now as they're doing this to finish off another in Brawl. Oh gee, it's a shot. Can't get it in though. Two catches right before it.
That was honestly a great on goal, and I could have gone in, but Tuni just get it to clear. That's super prime. Just the land, sorry, the hand side of that defensive line box. Next game, a great pinch over Circles and displaying for me.
Both a lot out. Penny can be absolutely stating if stacked up. It's still down 1-0 with only 27 seconds left to get this thing equalized. They are not in a good spot at all. Ajax defense has been on point every time. From I'm So Strong has been a bit too aggressive, though. Barely gets a trade with Slash, but barely is enough when you're ahead. One goal lead for Gaming. Can they hold on for the next 10 seconds? Look.
I mean, this happened now. It's going to have to happen. But now, be enough time as two down, and then I'm going to equal things. Ball. Wow. Close.
Back to an even out as team would win this match of 5 sets. Remember, we've got a lot of left to go in this match. The ice between Gaming and Circles is off to a great start. Gaming is ahead in the original point score, over 110, followed up by Circles 40. Ajax Gaming leading in the Brawl Stars Championship rankings for finals World Finals, in fact, qualification at the end of the year. Take a look at the damage dealt, though, by IX Gaming in that last match. You can really see how they were able to keep that score total higher overall by just walloping on Circles, who were playing a really admirable defense, but not able to push Gaming off of them anytime.
Yeah, it's definitely very couple in Brawl and different favorite as far as that goes, game modes and that kind of thing. But prayer, we expect to see definitely some bow, definitely some and that gadget.
There's a ton of bushes on the map, so bows, Eagle, Star Power, plus into very handy. See all on the entire map, very, very careful when you're trying to get shot aimed perfectly where your opponent stations. It's going to play for. That's a super. So strong, hits the kill and will claim a lead. Riot coming out 2-1 star advantage.
Yeah, start being sneaky. I think gonna a few sneak is like the left side of this map is completely it's I think pretty much the is so and Ash looking to get an opportunity Tara's
but not ahead, but that's all when the bushes have already gone down. You're at a equal playing for both teams, but it's all of Circles now to get a kill, pull back ahead. All the time matches we can wait until the last seconds to try to get a heroic charge into the enemy area, try to get that kill. It's like the game plan for both teams, just kind of cautious firing away, not really willing to give up ground, willing to take any.
25, not biggest of games, but we do see the best for last when it comes to being circle. Oh, just to escape that perilous there of a great Brock. Something has got up and now.
That's fire into the. You never know what's luck you're. It turns out IX first hit are able to and keep ahead. Congratulations, picking up a 6-4 victory in this first game.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. I thought it might have been time. Definitely a good start for them, and still it can be challenging because it looks from a to be clear cut, and of course we see everyone position on the map, but there are pushes they cannot see team, so it makes it look easier to accept. It actually is the
break there. Let's hop into gaming. And are going to be squaring off for that center. Sneaky flash on the left side is able to put back over. He needs to get the first star. Take for Circles this time.
Yeah,
IX Gaming able to get that counter kill, and that's going to be a circle into the match.
Interesting beginning. Just like where the teams just on the aggressive. Oh man, that's 100 good shots. Him treat, but able to survive nonetheless. Yeah, it's the beginning of each of these games. It's always a question: do you that bow, or do you both and but obviously see break up the map very quickly, allowing you to get information on your opponents.
No kill in the game, and we busted down those bushes, setting up those mines over the right side. Luki Bear is best to try to catch one of the players. Whereas remember that star advantage Circles is going to play deep, trying to avoid up any space. Really just charging, playing it cool. Pretty confident we're going to be able to hold on to this victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's got one star more than I think definitely to one in the, but Circles have the upper ground, Woody.
We know how powerful that can be. You can't estimate the ground and learn the hard. I make a in though. Oh, they gotta get no back and be a slap that's gonna finally keep, but no, an epic Daddy second will keep him alive. The tally is gonna be scored up at 4 after another great kill from I'm So Strong. Wow, really excellent from IX Gaming. It looked like they were gonna take this, but just to win.
I mean, they were cutting it fine, but I think that's one thing you've got to mention about IX Gaming. They are able to remain calm and remain composed. Face down there, very, very quick final turnaround that had to be executed to perfection in order to pull off.
A mirror match between these two teams. We're really seeing that IX Gaming has the definitive lead with that 2-0 pickup over Circles. They've only got one more set to put on the board before they can claim victory for the Americans. IX Circles, the Canadian team, also on that regional leaderboard. 40 points. Now, if they their teammate IX organization.
The map that is going to factory rush then. Long-range brawlers and maybe some Sandy picks, perhaps. I mean, Sandy Super can be really, really quiet. And you just hunker down and become invisible. Be a threat by not in actually.
You there? Hand. Even arena, you have that be out the enemy space.
So much of her coming into Gina's absolutely to be able to just pause that to your eye and or pull in to your eye, get a quicker, faster kill to make it a first in that control.
Gene is important as a dollar that really shaped he gets easy try to your brawlers poke far away from him at all times. I'd be really interested to see it for a Gene ban and then try to build an entire comp around the fact that you don't have to worry about that sort of count.
Yeah, I mean, this is by far strong brawlers competitive. We haven't seen bans much now with GB and Sprout. More newer brawlers until the balance change is taken to but I do like the pick Penny by already a lot of big control being there.
Really different second gaming single back spawn here to the aggressive pushing that going to get for it. Tooney is back push back, but with that border set up right behind that, it's going to be super difficult for Souls to get a good position. Laiv out there on the left side, rewarded with any bolts. He does time back and finally going to get a chance to take control.
Yeah, take control and get as many bots as can. This bot really count because they are capped to note they're going to have to now. They need the can. They're going to be this first.
Okay, pretty good there for in the those bolts. They have not the defend against the bot at all. Look at gaming, not even going to commit that it despite having a kill against Circles. They're going to surround now and try to force an awkward. They're pushed back own Ike radius. It's a bolted Circles this round, but can they leverage that in the bot? They need to get going.
They're doing these bolts banked by Ike's Gaming faster now. 5 piece already, and looking for so needs to be pushing more at going to be yet deep, and now this will be a game to IX Gaming.
Factor circle been deactivated. I with the third and final boss, the final. It's all over now. Congratulations to them taking game number 1 and putting up a match point.
Very kindly done. The pressure now very much. I called, slow mark at the beginning. Getting that first gem grab, but now definitely finding their pass and showing us how it's. To be IX right now, they definitely dig deep to receive this.
It's going to be real tricky, and especially given how dominant IX Gaming was that game. Any single shot come in circles, a pretty surround. I don't know, unlucky bolt spawns. Was it really position? What circles better to do?
I think the argument of bolt spawns and orange. I think that really necessarily matters too much if you're able to play gamers the way it's always been. You want those kills. You gotta working as a team and pushing, making sure you're getting those takedowns. If that you carry out the objective, they're just not really pushing me as a team, and IX just dominating because they are doing that. They are working as a team.
I'm so strong, just sitting in that little corner to not access to basically half range for circles. They don't have any throwers or any way to take down, and with that, really relatively just siege bot as they get that Ike down to 3%. That really punishing hit to justify the circle. They have Bolt at what cost? Flash and Tooney their own, and they're having a lot of difficulty control. This would be a one my game.
Second best is popping on in and whole time pushing them, and here's pretty you ask yourself, it's all over here right now.
Butterfly being like Daddy's gotta be MVP for that siege bot is got like single day, and it's basically a hopeless march defeat for IX doing their best to hang on pride, but can't even seem to get more than one bolt on side in game number 2. This has been really dominant by IX Gaming back in this matchup, justifying their place position on its North American leaderboard.
It's second even accurate he is with every single one of them going in. With that 1%, I think it's much inevitable. I hate to say on him, I mean, to them.
Are you meet the sniper? Because Daddy second his name. Congratulations to our player, and Mike maybe the best player overall we've seen today. Congratulations to IX Gaming. They'll have to once again prove themselves as they'll be playing an elite up in the second match, but they are the team in this region that are the squad to beat.
Yeah, wow, this is he's pretty quick, and for me, definitely aiming on to now looking very confident, very consistent. Despite being a slow start in Mike, there's a lot of RNG in that particular map. So now well within the stroke, 38 bolts to 8, absolute dominance today.
Well said, Ark. I think we're going to be stepping away from match number 4 as it's now in the history books. An opportunity for IX Gaming to cheer on their A team. We're going to see this against some outside organization. Woman Elite was the second of 3 teams to qualify from this region, and they've got something to say. They're the best team in this region, and got to be a match to stab up. Those game boys might be coming up hot off. Woman Elite has been practicing hard for weeks now to unseat the.
You mentioned is going to be in these next games. He's being held back. He's 2-0 for our first game. We're going to head over to Falcone for a bit.
Well, you know, I'm not here. He made it clear what his thoughts were on MVP and back on right. And he said, known as and Bear is our judge for MVP in this game. And you know, that was you is being so accurate that nobody could get over him. He's been playing since day 4 of soft launch of Brawl Stars, and he claims his role on the team is the main. You know, he did that he said his plan was to best member of the team and not listen to teammates. So I don't. If it works, it works. And for that second, your show games was really working for this incredible next game. He believed this best play that we've seen today from Ajax, certainly proven with their win 3-1 set score up against Circle. Finally, the team that is not Ajax in this group may have something to say about that, as we are going to see them next up against the reigning group champions, Ajax. So it is going to be with Corey, Super Sai, Tyrant Star, Zulan against OG, and Man. You know what time it is, folks. It's time for some Falcone facts about Omen Elite. Strategy is to work together and in caps, never give up. Also intent to have a good time. The OP as the strongest teams to play against, Super Sai qualified team is day. Saying that is there, but become the team against is AX. OG and crying. You just saw them dominate in the last game. Man and second best. They've nothing away from each other in New York. Never come together. You know, he's quite late at picking up Bobby from the airport, apparently. He's going to want to step in category for now. Back to the Masters for the match.
Much going by Woody Heyman.
We've got to add a beat. This to it is we're going to be this heist game, definitely the #1 go-to. An amazing super that can even against clan picked up a victory and are looking to do so. 2 teams in the region. Another can gets the unseat from that position.
On to our first round, and look at the team comps. There's Barley Daryl for the next game. Rock.
Yeah, gonna get a shot against the end. Charge a couple of minutes. Safe down 7. Be up on the save that didn't get a that high output from second, getting deeply safe Omen Elite.
The poke
On that poke look. And that could be the Omen want to have more damage off on down deck. Now in the as even more shot off and a super G could be the last.
and get one more in there. Impact. Skate round.
Very well played. Not running Nita, but still able to get the damage that they need on the safe away with opportunity. That Barley really back safe behind the time. So well done. Push to get the damage in. Playing very carefully on this way, making sure that BB doesn't have too many chances to walk away. There.
Yeah, it didn't feel only out for the rest of them were on offense. BB appeared to be a where the gaming's competition enabled that it was losing battle for Omen Elite to try and match them in this.
They've really on the third wisdom that Nita is very pick for this highest game mode. If you and continue to harass long range. Looks like I've lost my camera feed.
Glorious. We're going to jump into and our faces for the time. Jump into Brawl game number 2. No comp changes from Omen Elite. IX Gaming, they're running with so they're strong and orange the mirror position down the beat.
He's already on the safe side. Get more she's back, but find in there. We're seeing that top down and that Elite carrying after that flood.
I think 5% damage. And actually, range to Tyra, but there's a pinch coming out. G with a man advantage attack. I say now. He said, "How done it? Zoolands now wanting to deal with him. BB really on this entire.
It sure is, and that's gonna be it. A base race coming down to the second. Elite with 3% left on their sacred watch.
Out in a close fashion there, 3% being the because there are 4-5 rounds between the performance of Elite after they did a few things with Corey able to damage lots from afar with Charlie pick that are relying on deal the damage with the bear.
Well, apologies for the fact that the camera doesn't seem to be working right now, but I can still hear you just fine. And, I'm happy to be on the cast and still be able to keep up with the gameplay. A really close match so far between IX Gaming and Omen Elite. I'm kind of wondering if Omen Elite kind of figured out what IX Gaming's gameplay was, their strategy not running Nita, instead just going for that heavy damage. They've now switched it up and aren't running Nita of their own, so it's not quite a mirror match, but pretty close to it. Daryl and B, the match.
Constantly so confident. Rock Zoom can't step to the but the dealing the down able to see the down the down the Bob. Boys, Bobby beating up a little bit and now trying to get on the safe. Good clear from Daddy. Failing safe 7% with the right and Axe Gaming up number 1. A great performance and able to stay in the competition. 9 fight back Omen Elite, but they couldn't do it 3 maps in a row. Bobby really should have gone down here. Point blank range when you're having to deal out. Easy for him to step. Delayed damage. It's not instantaneous. So all for the bar at that range. He would have died. Bobby because on to killing. However, Laiv's right there, and you can fight of that.
All right, well played to IX Gaming, picking up the set win in that third tiebreaker game. We expected to see them perform well based on their game number 1 showing, but game number 2 was really close. Omen Elite finally kind of opening back up and giving themselves the shot that they had been looking for a while. Not able to seal the deal, though. That comeback from IX Gaming might be the prelude to their performance. We'll see as we move to set number 2 how that plays out between these two stellar teams.
Between IX Gaming and Elite, so the advantage is surely there, and as expected, the safe will follow suit. There's the kills that are relatively in line there, only 2. Looking to do what Clash LATAM did and secure the first place before all of our games have been played, and they can do that if they just keep pouncing through Omen Elite. We're going to be jumping into our second game shortly. We want to pull the map set up just for us to take a quick look at where we're going. When we can get that information to you, we absolutely will. Look at the camera, that's what I love to see. We'll face back on.
But IX Game should be keeping your focus. That performance in Tato really but there's no time to rest on your laurels. Nuts and bolts is the name of the game, as this Siege map will be starting up very shortly. I've seen some really fast-paced gameplay Siege in the past few minutes, so see if that is in the next. We have BB on both sides, but some brawlers support for there's a choice. I
got B with is said a kid with a trying to G to damage will be first time in for Omen Elite.
For Omen Elite, to IX Gaming, but did 3 bones one and reach the mid the upper hand. It's really hard, but it looks like they're able to off hits on their Brawl, so they'll have time. Meanwhile, long range hitters Zulon that trying to deny access to the middle of the field. There's a lot of obstacles on this. It's really that in your edge around and not getting at the same time range Brawl, having some difficulty doing able to get shots on choreograph. Can't hold on to it though, and that's going to be for Elite as the second Siege bot coming in.
It's been a great bolt using the they got Siege the level 6 bot move in. Great to not ball force the rest of the away. So just mitigated 2 only impactful defense by this game.
Right, holding on strong. It's going to be a little lead for Omen, but to be able to fit off just yet. Gaming doing their best to reclaim the center with no way that's happening. White Omen, and this is going to be a blue team victory. No way you can get the score.
No, a check. There we go. With spot coming and slash up field. They've just wiped the of IX and getting into the arena. It's just being pulled, but not touched. You see way on the side of gaming. They're gonna like game is the way.
An ad there from like a few off of that enemy system. A little in there that I need some damage if there was going to be, but I bot, and of course Omen Elite support bot. So well then pull back and tie match up against this game that very strong there as well. Omen Elite.
Performance there, so one map games map potentially 2 to play before we move on to map number 3. We're going to see more siege action coming up in the next 5 or so seconds. Any changes you expect to see here at Woody from the college? Do you feel they're putting out?
The right idea overall. 2 be 1 long range, maybe just 1 kind of big in your face brawler back to 2 damage. Bit better about bring around these that we seeing a response to my X Gaming choosing now a little bit around that will give ability to bust up obstacles. Like Mr. them a more of an opportunity to pull that.
Second, very trying to cost of life. There was a time that first tanky it becomes really difficult for us to maintain control of the seconds back. And a breeze coming at his face. Do brings him in terror. Survive with the OG as they take boldly and great pull onto Corey. Give the fur even more bank.
A beautiful player off ice game being able to get ice range to that pull. Winning odds they've been playing ball or something. That is doing a great job keeping. Too far pushed
That's
back.
the level 10 siege ball coming in here, Woody. Now the great pull there from Bobby to start this early. Going to be the dispenser that draws his attention first. Try to defense obstacles. There's side down, put them on as well. For the down, they got in the bank.
It's going to come in lead. Have a war the last and final exchange to so it's going to be a matter of whether or not you can get that on its wall. Coming in on the last season spot, definitely going to elite and as much as they need to trip.
They're just enter into Ike territory now. Seconds remaining. 50% PG elite. They have to just losing the pull. Great from gonna make 30 seconds. It's going into the wire. Three take number 2.
Walking away with a monster siege bot. Very, very well done. Congratulations to Omen Elite able to pull off a win that second game. Positive 3 and 1. Seem to really have siege bots cut out for them. Nice done there, knocked down the first place, tying up this match overall.
A lot of sweeps to be found here today. Would one go for the young 3-0? Doesn't look like so. Gonna see minutes. The Omen Elite were just so proud they couldn't match against them, and that's ultimately what led to now on Siege and Omen Elite time series.
Yeah, that tells the entire story right there. That kill ratio for Omen over IX Gaming, more than 3 to 1, shows how they were such a dominant control of the midfield and keep more high. It's almost always the team that gets more bold wins. It's really need those spots shot out there to Omen Elite. But we're going to be going into triple dribble next. Set 3 is going to be starting off without a hitch very shortly. Expect to see some much more fast-paced gameplay as you don't have to rely on those bots built up. It's all about busting the obstacles in front of your and trying to push far the shot at goal.
We see probably the combination we've seen today, and he seemed to be comp we roll, and I expect to see more today. Composition different from these teams. They've been unafraid of going against the grain, so to speak.
Yeah, not really too about picking unorthodox brawlers. However, it seems like more often those kind of weird counter picks tend to play out in game number 1 than as individual sets in game that the other team kind of starts on and say, I see what you're doing there. Your strategy is able to adapt. We'll see if that continues to play out in this third set between IX Gaming and Omen Elite, whether they'll go for that weird pick or whether... You know what? I'd say this isn't the most standard pick. In fact, a whole lot of overlap. But they're all what you will have. Right. To dish a lot of letting it be too close.
As go is map curious, they start in the middle. Easy for that early in the game. Did fast for the reinforcement.
Very nice for all times. Robo order being so far can really be hard to down. This is you know we're going to get game truth.
Pulled in the back right corner. Zulan to go and grab that immediate lost possession. Bobby and the good enough. Put the goal.
That ball can be thrown back in maybe time or two, but a throw-in is going to be enough goal that Elite need to get back into it. It's just so much that Dulon has to take just to get the ball out of the corner, setting up Can right next to it. Defense has been really, but hold on, this might be an opportunity for a walk-in attempt. Dulon, it's a tie.
Bruce was the MVP there, tanking so much damage for Zul to walk that one and turn damage. Great! And then it's Corey. Immediately, IX go on the offensive. Not to be the Tyrant. He's going to end up going down. He's looking for the right angle. He goes for the run in. He won't find Corey's on just in time to save the day.
Excellent cross there from Body. Dribble as quickly as Boss for the ball. Is down. The Tyrant. As we go into remember possession at the start of overtime, a big, especially when you're so far on this map. If you can have a super in charge shot right here, it'll go quarter the shot.
Gaming gonna take the first game of Brawl, and let's see if they ever Woody, because we talked about how stuff. Well, when the elements are gone, do they merge fight game?
Yes, the an equilibrium whenever each team figures out the strategy of the other, finally skill pick as you know what strategy they're going to be. The lead actually able to in their dribbling. Denied on the Brawl ball, and they did really well, even in their previous match. Congratulations to them. They're going to be one head in this match.
I on the first game to make changes. Dynamite and Spike now, and they've brought Zulan to go to
the Dynamite has been as brawler stars. See is off. Mortis hadn't been for a very long time.
Oh.
Sneaky, not going to get past the line. But yeah, we'll see if from Daddy is going to be with so many and the ability to fall down. Daddy off, but not worded ultra.
Great story, but I don't can chew as he will this and deal so much damage. Repositioning not to be caught off guard, but by himself. Remember, Dynamite terrible. Oh, Bobby the dead, but free get on the rebound.
Bobby almost off a V3 defensive win, not really to get the victory. It's Omen second round. Nice attempts there for the second round. Playing Dynamite, you have to keep that fire up, throwing the bomb as often as you can. So you don't really have a chance to heal yourself back. Why you saw the team on top.
Feeling that power. Second is a miss. Free ball is in the half. Need to find a way to get it. Advantage in the ball. Sit here for is one's present. Coming and will do have to get the kill. A good leave it in and win. That's the
out there. Daddy's so playing and Dynamite shots. Expect to play himself in. You know what? Be juking and fires it straight in. No way to catch it. Really well. Corey applying consistent pressure on goal. You could find the Cooper.
Oh no! Daddy's doing with Cooper territory and cleared up the soft M's. He had Super to try and some of the pressure. When he broke, it was his undoing. He fell into a trap of his eye.
I know exactly what you're talking about. You want to relieve that pressure, but you can't get all the way there in one piece. Nice job to Daddy Second to try to keep that goal out, but he can't do it all. I'm expecting too much from him. It's always just this one letter on the top right. There's Bonner, Daddy Second that time. All like that and expect you to be able to get the win. Need more output next gaming, and that's what it looks like this time. Going 15 M's of a comp to stay this Omen assault.
Is the bar or the spike the from afar bar the defense really
pulling at in the match score. It's like this game has been playing so.
And react fast enough to that goal to come lead and goal deciding rounds.
I am aiming to come strong, but a team goal offensively, giving it for an aggressive team, make it back in. Us gaming that is going to be a shot. The ball left side. The defenses will be built.
Them away, even coming Bobby at the second take of the ball. Kill attached to the ball. Great ball for Zulan. And has to respond super and the catch is tough. Still the hurt. Spread can the job done. The ball is so far away from Ems and he's all alone. And that's for the map.
A minute. This and down out of the left. That bar on the right. He's going to really to take a long walk around this map. Back a chance to shoot. The story, but and he has been down as Zula. The tie goes to the with the advantage, and right now that's the only game to get a decisive. They are count in this fourth.
So that's a good start to get a pick. OG for the spike behind Corey cut down. But Ty has the exact same thing. His own last call. Daddy find the angle he wants here, and then he touch the ball in time. Corey keeping him all with and then that's Woody. Oh, have sealed the deal, and you can see the celebration for Zulan. They go Brawl ball and go to set point.
An ominous turnaround from Omen, grabbing that one now in the IX Gaming, the team that seemed strong in match 4 facing against their seas and not perform to Andrew. Omen Elite just needs now one set win and take this match, and the that it's a place to when you're the prize total and when you're factoring in the World Finals point for qualification. This is not a match IX really.
But what support behind the organization? If IX Gaming were to lose this next set, then they have to rely on IX Circles to beat Omen Elite to potentially allow Gaming to take the #1 spot. So there's all to play for, and you're going to see a very familiar, well, a very sense of community these two teams when they root for the other one their own success.
Trid. Well, we're going to be moving into set number 4 of this match very early. IX Gaming Elite will be in a gym grab setup. Double swoosh. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of this yet today. It's a gym grab map with a lot of bush coverage right around that center spawn point, so might get a chance to see we've seen work really well in gym games in the how much you can put on the field really is feeling a for a team. What are you expecting to see in terms of brawler picks from these two teams?
Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we saw double swoosh yesterday at times being used to provide the totem for the time to have the combo to get the reader. There were particularly Bo and Tara quite a bit in some of the previous matchups we've seen on double specifically, but looks like we're going to see Omen roll with the Gene, the Mr. P, and the M's. But there's the Bo out. And are going to be here.
But yeah, that's really helpful at providing additional vision into the pass. So range pick that handle into bushes. Your opponents are going to be high. As their control
with into more damage. Magic hand. He's been rough. Bobby Deal. The mine. OG getting in the. Oh! The Bobby collect those genes and will them and in favor of the lists.
They're going to be twice about making that the fact that the story now is that they're going to be a bit more of a to play get that gym count. It's a relative now from I-7 for OMD. And a play from Bob is not going to get worded from his teammates. Now 3v2 when Elite favors back down and are going to be just different counts.
All due to now. Go again. An opportunity here. You can value by grabbing a gen of their own. Let's control our disasters for and Bobby tries to kill the Tyrant kept alive. With the will not set. Omen will take first.
Play our star, if even barely breaking him from an awful attack. Bobby was really close to ending that countdown. Nice and great teamwork to Omen Elite, recognizing that and dealing accordingly. Nice job to OG as well. IX Gaming doing to try to get back up to 10, but just ran out of time. A few to get that over 10.
Match point coming up now for Omen Elite. They are one game away, walking away with a victory and pushing themselves into a position where they can contend for that first place of North America and LATAM. Woody, into the next game, are there any adaptations you'd like to see from either of these two teams?
I don't think I see Bo. I prefer that are a bit more speculative, that really well in that last game. You don't necessarily know where your opponents are. You can't see them with your eyes. If you into the bushes, you got to path where you might be. If you play to the odds, I think those brawlers can get a much better value in the. Let's see if it does, or if they just they had. I don't think that good enough though. If Omen Elite get a chance to replay that last game, they're going to get the match win.
Absolutely. Picks working out for Omen Elite and IX Gaming. Need to be thinking about coming back, but not only do you have to win this next map, you then have to go and win one more as well to close it out and make it go back into favor. But we're jumping into the action. Game number 2 of Double Swoosh. No changes for Omen Elite and bringing the this down.
IX choice is going to be if they can get one run able to get a big swing, that's going to and now for IX Game force the back push it. IX Game are going to get back once again and a risk move here from the Piper, but a lot of her own bushes. Trying to take Tyrant Star. Nice hits on Zoo.
Getting very dangerous for Eddie being efficient with these shots. If he has a little bit of support from the mid, he might be able to get a frag here. He's just blowing away territory with Super, making the fights happen on his terms. Range. And the risk to go.
Done there to the sniper. Second is really in great and lost his recovery, but that's been really denying this Tyrant Star, who is so
and that gives the pressure for X. They can now look to try and redeem. Zulan is hitting on 8 right now. That's the clutch. That's the back into this one.
Bora is just pressing that left side so hard, basically winning a 1v2 in happening. Doing really well and able to get the countdown started for the moment. Patty said had a really great hasn't been able to fire runs, sending shots over to the crowd. Be enough to win. The been stopped. This gaming good enough to get count back. Need enough.
They got enough to reset it. This probably has to. He has to Zula. It doesn't matter if you kill. If you're not able to get the gems out. Time to get some.
That's enough gems.
They can play defensive. The will give IXG the lead.
We've got the gym count back up now, and they're going to set that Robo Porter on top of the gym spawn, trying to Nexus. Still, that will be stopped as these stack up at 10 to 10. Once again, Zulan right there in the doing his best to continue to apply pressure in the area to access gems. It's been real difficult back, and Bobby is real hit points. Is left. He's got to get another gem. Oh, goodness, that pull!
For him, he's not going to get the goal, but he can reset the timer with this. G picks gems instead. The third 11 and no hope in these gems. Zulan go for the kill. OG will go down. Over will not on IX game.
That's a 0. Congrats to Omen, a new champion the North American region, pending their victory over number 6. Very well, IX Gaming up leaderboard. It's going to be a really tough call to see how they go in match 6, but match on when Elite are your winners. Congrats to them performing so well grab and back-to-back wins against a team early in the day. Really hats off to them. Elite have exceeded my expectations, and I think they have been well rewarded in the course of the
absolutely, Woody. And I think IX Gaming now, as I alluded to earlier in the series, are going to have to be praying that their sister team, IEX Circles, are going to be able to get the win against Omen Elite to try and make them get themselves pressed into a position where potentially both IX teams could end up going in the first and second spot. But it all relies on the performance that Circles brings to the match. Having a look at the stat there, no Omen Elite able to win. On your screen, you can see it. We're going to have Circles versus Omen Elite. So can the organization kill monthly final? That's what's on the cards for Elite.
Yeah, it's all in the hands of IX Circles now to try to keep their org back up on top. Making a great in this fifth to be ascendant in a line that echoes what we saw yesterday with Zero Zone. Congratulations to them. It looks like they're going to be moving on well. And the guy match number, so I thank the Supercell for airways. My co-cast joining me, as well as everyone at home who's watching the stream. It's been a pleasure being with y'all today, and I'll see you again soon. Sending out Tony.
Thank you much for that, Andrew. Now that last game didn't have the blood pumping, but it was Owen who stood top despite everything we about how amazing this game earlier. About MVP. That match is going to be fun. And again, just based on those last few games with the G, the way every him, it shouldn't be much of a surprise at all. Zulan has been playing beta, and unlike the last MVP that we had here, made what he had team in. He said he's have this opportunity to play a group and that one back, but we move on the group and see where we stand now. I think we're going to get a bit complicated here. That have won. If IX down Elite, then we are going to be going all the way to tiebreakers. So things are much more simple if Omen take down IX Circles. By the way, that is the IX Circles.
IX Circles that it can
the team to beat, and the
caught up position. There's no damage being dealt to get under IX Circle play, the more time they get to their response.
Yeah, absolutely. And respond, they do, whether we'll see some brawlers switch in that respect or keep they are ahead. The first instance of seeing Dynamite in the entire championship was actually not Luki. Actually, only interesting fact, one brawler has played in the championship. Hashtag buff pro. That chat is Crow. I feel like I'd like to see Crow. I'm just putting it out this year.
Yeah. They're one map ahead. They're ahead at the start of the series. Not a reason to fight with their Dynamite. Saw how in the last series.
I feel Dynamite.
My intention was to hurt you.
I mean, if we get a buff to his gadget, I think it's a viable option. I mean, as a brawler, still good. Not best. I mean, it is good to have a pro that can break walls, though, especially on this map. I mean, I'm just putting it out there.
He's thrower by name and thrower by nature. If anyone picks in my game, I'll throw name.
Luki is going to be going with a throw, not the dive that we know and love with him. He's going to be going with, I think, bad choice here. And how that works out for them, get a good start for here. You don't get any more. That came in very clear.
That's time. In the goal.
Bad shit. Works out. Well, it's going to be going further, not the that we know and love with. I mean, it's have a pro that can. And works out a couple of as well. Good solid start for I. Could be here. Don't miss. Why gonna get no? Oh, the Skagic came in very clutch there.
Super starts to go down though. Attack the goal and remain in control of the game and carry forth the momentum from the previous.
As far as Brawl at the moment, Omen definitely plus. I feel like P pick is a difficult one when you got a charge. Tuning is playing right now. Circles and only Omen need to here.
They got control in the middle. Luke there, keep Tyrant at flash up using the range from P to keep the app. Now he's going to call. Misses the first. Happy to go up against again. Ball pass through land. The ball's taken out. That could have been disaster if it wasn't for the frag.
A really good opportunity for Omen then just didn't quite able to hold on there for that. Happened a live definitely equalizer right there.
We're part of the remaining flash and slow it all down. As an empowered Paul running at Slash right now, he will be able to do that quite handily. And Harley putting him away. It's Tooney on the hand side as well. But Meta with circle right now.
Who are definitely up very nicely here. Opportunity. No, there's going to now Omen on the push here. Seconds left. They've got to. Now this could be a level up. But a knockback from Tyrant, and surely now the pocket is inevitable as IX are going to be able to this, but comfortably so.
Returned quite easy. Circles take the second game and the first match of this series.
Well, you know, is I imagine, you know, and judging that gameplay that I am very comfortable in. You got to ask yourself what next game mode is going to be coming for. Maybe Omen Elite to have something more territorial, perhaps for them. Definitely kind of like the past, future, focus how they're going to turn this around now.
Circles set themselves nicely because if Omen suddenly do decide that they will start playing Brawl Stars at the level they may have been playing in the previous matchup, they're now on the track to go 3-1 against IX Circles. I know that's the dreaded scoreline we were talking about for tiebreakers, but if Omen Elite do it, then it's absolutely fine. 2-0 and they end up just going first, guaranteeing that no one organization ends up with that but one spot. Still very going over the deeper danger next. Bounty is our next match.
Deeper Danger, yeah, a great bounty map, one of the newer bounty maps that we've seen, and attracts a nice variety of brawlers. Play quite frequently, but the team's Mr. P here is a very viable option. Brock, for me, is a good pick as well. Some Rosa maybe, but in the late game, if you are down the bushes, Rosa will be more of a hindrance than an aggressor for sure.
before we jump into type, and maybe a little bit actually seem eager there on this one arc as we jump into deeper danger. There's a slam in play, but it's not really a slam because it's decided to play the Brock. But that's only side of the circle.
Yeah, Luki again going with the because it makes that brawler to throw a kick and on back and crash and
first star was going to leave to get away, and a offensive to Luki behind his team. He's throwing out the casual Paul gets that position. The first Iron, the White was in the super. They'll get to the goal. About
what amazing display of energy between Tyron and Zula. Get that trap in now. In the last or going Bulls home in elite time so far.
Great comeback. So start time or what ended up getting neutralizing this super sad by Zula to force them out. Very low. That to equalize. We could be going more super side down. Here right at the end. But Slash goes down. Equalize and escapes with 540 p. Draw kick bound.
Oh my goodness, me that end for me is just absolutely insane. It was back and forth, but we're available to a draw. We're going to be back where and but that really could have got away at that game. Wow.
Absolutely, Ark. It was 500 HP keeping Sai alive. It could have even 9 circles fading at the end there. So they're Omen are banking their lucky stuff. They could at least force out a draw after that happened so quickly, and the game changed hands so many times at the end. It's great to have some confidence in it. We're going to have a reset of that play again because we went to a draw. The composition has to remain the same, my understanding of the rules, because it's not able to bring in new picks in this scenario. So jumping into that really quick.
We are more frequently now bounty that it does come down to that final moment, and it all seems to have the two will end up stuck spawn that so to get right to time that in with your teammates. Always chat how important turning the tides when it is most.
Oh, they changed the picks up. They play the position this one. From circles going by Zula and Zula, who are staying the same. Got the ticks of the party this time instead.
I think Tickers providing you keep your super to stay on top of the thing and get run easily. You are big. The the power might lose that pressure of super side in there. Looky going down, being Omen at 8, bit of a down.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see using. They've got one start. It is 2 walks from that detective barrier to lad and back for Zula. Man has the gadget to do that. And now look there. The bang the map arc where behind, and then when you that you lost your step. It means elite control 40 remaining.
Confident elite now. Time just gonna hold on to that super. I think just time it. Might not be. You might not be able to hit. Pull in. really not there. And
They're going.
oh, goodness me! Oh.
They're going pulled in. The big old beat. The protect shield. They found that one kill. Stars in it. Another kill will draw as they get on the hunt. Can do great. You know how this goes. They just didn't have the time. And circles take number one.
I to sit and breathe. The team are absolutely going off and popping off. And when you happen, something else is and this is all to play for. I can't keep up. I literally
can't. Big mistake was pulling Uni. That was the one person who didn't grab. You're going to use magic hands. You poker die at point blank. Not the unit designed to fight you at close range. You are doing their job. Be very careful with hands.
The BB play for me is a definite highlight there, and Tooney did an excellent job there, gaining moment for himself, just a moment for him and him in that game for sure.
Right, well, that no, they're not going to take over the Roman Elite once the being brought out. Can't find because time body blow, but very low range right now. Certainly be super high. And Roman Elite pace of the game.
Great of that was escape that spot there as well. From that loss in the previous match and going aggressive tire popping gadget. Very much. Let's see this right far.
Band-aid on Troy, drop version target. Rock, something have.
And I then the return and start putting over in of need on the aggressive and again back. You
what's as well, and Tooney gonna get away with it. If they fire on Tooney, can get it back really fast. They're gonna do just that. In the 12, pack the tree. All Pirate did. Again, as he still around in the back, and the will not connect. They're all switching their BB. Rocket forcing him into position. Slash him out. 7 to 13. Super Psychic. He has to hit that length. 21 to 13. IX Circle will take number 3.
A fantastic pick there. B just showing us how it's done. That slowdown had not been the case. We would have seen a very different story. Flash played it to perfection because you do not want to get spawn trapped by an angry IX Circle. Being fantastic at the moment. Bring this one home for IX.
We're dangerously close arc to 3-1 scenario now. But whatever Elite can win, and that one scoreline that puts into a tight scenario.
Dan.
Very ominous, but also very exciting. Things we're not quite sure how it's going to play out.
Yeah, and we've yet to have one so far, I think. So that's going to be a really interesting thing to see if it does go that way. At the moment, I mean, nothing I think would surprise me. The way this is going, we might even see Crow come up next.
Not see Crow. Enough. There's a reason it's not being picked. Sandy Gems, our next map. We're going over the heist. That means Nita. That means BB. These are the two we consistently see on heist maps.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the way that the walls are situated above that safe, it does make for a great opportunity to be down and just that bounce, that additional by doing that. And, just a really strong brawl on the aggressive, able to side lanes as aggressive. So this is going to be pretty fun to see actually, because we've seen a lot of like massive plays. Now we're just super aggressive plays from both teams, I think.
Brock, Ems, and BB for one team, and you need Ems Rico. So they can't let only in their face. Lucky Bear already has two members down. He's returning. He's not him back to safety. He tries to close the gap. Super that guy right to the enemy.
Yeah, look at the rock. Well, gonna say here's their approach. Bit of a safe. Well, I can still even get a few more. Look at the two. It's going on the side back.
Game number 1, 2, late, and they weren't able to clear members of Omen, which makes it all more difficult to stay out of this one. They have. I'm going to put down to the. They couldn't face the aggression that Elite were bringing out because they were just. You needed to keep at distance. He was not here.
Actually, a big in high. It is a very good way to kind of hold tanks on lane and defend very successfully, potentially 2 versus 1. Wasn't working in that instance, and this is the time as well for Omen Elite to make a comeback. I wouldn't leave it any later than this. How and this hope give them a bit of a momentum boost and some team now try it again and be successful. Nice.
Jumping into the next game, coming in the the Brock at the end, down high, frag, but 2 with Zulan, opens it up for him, and safe. Lukey Bear's back on the map, he'll stop the defense. Great, we need to shut him down.
Spike pick is going to go a long way in terms of Zulan, more tanky in there. IX is more confident in the new lineup, and I think that making change with Lukey there, and will actually make a big difference into how Omen push back towards getting that really need now.
Able to get some shots onto the IX circle, stopping just above 72. He trying to take and with Super and a few shots. Oh, he's out on Super. That kill there, will him. 1 member down from IX as the rest of Omen Elite up 4. They have a mate through middle. He escapes to slash you. Tyrant has a free sight on the safe, and there's nothing they're able to do about it for now. It might be too little, too late. They have 1 minute to clap back.
Got a save from Slash and Lukey left hand down, and this is giving them that momentum to push up here. And great for IX circles of working. Super as well, tuning, and it's really now or never. Look at the damage rolling about the same. Tyrant's getting hits as well.
They have him so far. Did you even take them out on the Tyrant? Help them the deal. Omen beats 10 goal of height.
Now, Omen now then, it's a difficult time and a bit in the stop circle momentum. So now it sends Omen, and as we go next game, this could be wide apart here, Tread.
And I've seen a few of the replays. Undoubtedly, but it's different who blow that teammates to the fact he stayed alive and keeping away odds of his own and sorely beating.
Yeah, in high speed, a time that it doesn't really and death. It's about getting that down on the safe, knowing when to push, when to defend, and were able to do successfully. So Park Siege, and this is going to be a very, very different style of game mode that we're going to see coming up next, and very much around how both of these teams can go about controlling the those bolts, the biggest of bots, and that is determine the winner.
Right then let's jump straight in. Teams are ready. We're moving on to Junk Park Siege, the fourth map, and look at MTV and Team Elite. And when it comes to IX Circle, Mackie, back.
Yeah, as well. Jack, nothing to say and saying, look at this. Dominance who don't first.
So next game, love tap on, get a couple. Instead,
yeah, not establishing. Good Zulan. A really important play from Omen now. Try to get this good because I circles and control here.
And from Zulan and Tyrant was even further like guaranteeing the then. Tuni now just going to cap on level 6 bot. A defense enabled last siege to build up a bolt of confidence.
Got to put it like you want amazing super placement there. And then supposed to getting the kill on again. Needs it looked like they're actually pretty well under the circumstances. They got bolts in over IX circles, and if they just pull in this round, they will get a.
This is sustainable for them as long as they can start and lead way too early. Well, but about to go down, dashing that ball. Now he has to keep away from at all, and they need more ball because right now they've lost that ball lead with remaining. Last siege going IX Gaming, and then they're going to kick into the number one going of IX.
Wow, a very strong display than IX. Fantastic in here to take human leads, and you've got to remind yourself IX Gaming that was dominant. This is a big shock if you look at things in the scheme of things, because it did so well against Gaming. What a turnaround here.
Fantastic display. Both of the teams are getting ready for another game in this series. Of course, there's the risk of X circles being one of Women Elite right now, forcing us to a three-way tie from group stage. We're just to see how that pans out. You got to more we jump with Arc, but it's definitely been, reiterate again, the closest day of the Brawl Stars monthly finals I think we've seen. It's since this year, like all of this year.
Yeah, I mean, a three-way tie has just never happened, and it's looking like it's a real possibility here. I mean, are we going to be doing rock, paper, scissors? Who knows?
I'm sure we'll have an explanation for what will go down if it is an absolutely equal scoreline, but let's not discount Omen Elite. They've still got time to come back into this one. Let's jump into the game. Even one map victory here, in fact, will avoid the three-way tiebreaker scenario. So as long as they win this and lose in the next one, I think they still walk away with the first place spot. So they have to win this map. It is all or nothing for them. And the first bolt goes the way of Tuni.
Yeah, I see Luke going with the Barley pick this time around instead of the Mr. P and Zulan and Tuni on this left-hand side. And now Omen Elite do win that lane, and that's going to put a bit of pressure, early on pressure here for Slash and Lukey. And this could be maybe even around here. It's a tie. That could actually be really good for Omen if they can continue this kind of new lease of life that we're seeing.
Absolutely, they're able to hold down the mid here. Ems and BB are a potent combo of doing that. Tuni did get the frag off to the side, but it's all gone wrong for them as IX Circles take control of the mid and the Bolt lead with 30 seconds remaining. Zulan can't not die here. He needs support from his team. Toonie smelled blood, but he was unable to chomp down. And now they're hoping to recover and get some bolts before this goes. But there are 9 bolts. Make that 10 in favor of IX Circles right now. It's going to be impossible for Omen Elite to crawl this one back with 10 seconds remaining. They're going to have to go defense and look for the last siege yet again.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big push, but again, if Omen Elite are able to defend this, you've got to ask yourself what the final siege could look like here. Is they're going to bank another 2, maybe even 3 off the mid here, giving them 9, but they've got to defend a level 13 bot, and that looks nasty to me.
Absolutely terrifying. They've not even got it below 50%. It's going to connect against the safe, and all 2 members, are in range. The super pulling them away. They're wailing down on it. There's 10% remaining. That's going to be it for IX Circles. They complete it. They get revenge for their sister team, and they force us to a freeway tiebreaker.
Oh my goodness me. What is life? A 3-way tie has never happened before. And this is a real turn-up in any of the groups that we've had. We've got, for the first time, a tie.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we proceed with this one, if I'm honest with you, Art. I'm sure we'll get some more information fed to us by our teams at the moment. But there's the story of the stats, if you will. 40,000 damage lead for IX Circles. So not the most outrageous of differences, but it comes down to bulk collection and kills. It's just a completely different story, nearly double in both regards for IX Circles. So you can see why they walked away with the victory here.
Yeah, you know, for my recollection of tiebreaker, it came down to set score difference first and foremost, followed by set win difference, and then, and I love this one, it would come down to a best of 3 Brawl triple dribble, but that was again back into the studio scenario, so maybe things might have changed as we are now doing the online system, but that was my recollection last time round, yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'll get information fed to us soon enough, but of course, we still have to celebrate IX Circle's victory there. They were able to bring it back for their organization, and it means that it does throw things into a little bit of chaos for now. Some great performances there as well. I personally think that Toonie did quite well in that series, but there's the story of the entire series so far. Not as long or not as high damage numbers as we see. Most of the NA games so far have left us with 1 million plus damage numbers, which is quite typical. This one dropping down just below 750. So I think it was a more efficient game, if you will, if you want to read it at the abstract level.
Yeah, I mean, you know, IX Circles, regardless, was just playing so well as a team, and that's the thing for me, is that they were able to really come together and be united in that respect. And you know, for me, it always comes down to that. You can often see when you're pushing as an individual that you know, you are just basically being cannon fodder, and you need to sort of come together. IX Circles, for me, played really well today, especially having taken that first loss today against IX Gaming. You know, I've got to be honest, you know, Omen Elite had the momentum, they had the confidence, so a really well done job by them today for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still waiting for input on how we're going to proceed forward with this one, and like I said, that we have the rules set up, but I think we're going to pass over to Falcone for now and just talk a little bit about that game.
We are indeed, and I am as amazed and confused as you guys are, as I've been communicating with the production team myself, and I believe we are in the process of working things out. But, as you rightly said, we do need to celebrate the win from IX Circles, and what a win it was. Our MVP for the final match of the weekend is Toonie, and you will now see why. Toonie was the player that towards the end there you saw playing as Jackie and just helping to dominate in those final games. He has been playing since the beta released, and of course, like a lot of the players that we've had as MVP, he does consider himself the carry of the team. Though he said if he wins a lot of prize money, he's going to spend it on getting carried? I don't know what that means, but fantastic performances today, winning over Omen Elite. And now I am in the same boat as you. We are waiting for information to see how things will proceed as we see just some of those final moments of bounty, siege, Toonie running around with Jackie, just dominating everyone in this final game. Well, there you have it. That is the score so far. So, little reminder as to what's happened in this group so far. There you go. Look at that. Look how absurd this bracket is. Omen Elite, IX Gaming, and IX Circles all won one match each, and the score was 4-4 on each. So, we are going to still find out what is happening soon, whether it is now going to be more matches today or not. I do not know. All right, I have had it confirmed in my ear. We are going to have 3 tiebreaker matches, all best of 3, all triple dribble, all Brawl Ball. So, okay, that is a real first for this. I don't think we ever expected this exact tiebreaker scenario to come up. And honestly, I don't know what we're doing right now. Do we have the first match lined up? If production could let me know how we're going to proceed from this moment, that would be really great, because we're all in chaos at the moment. The casters, we're all messaging each other like, what's happening? This is insane. But what a day of Brawl Stars it has been. Okay, it's gonna be IX Gaming versus IX Circles first. I'm finding out this information live for you guys. IX Gaming and IX Circles are gonna be up first, which I guess makes sense as they were the first groups to play against each other. So that is gonna be the first match of the day. But what a day it's been. A close day. The first group was close enough as it is, but now you literally do not get closer than this. You would expect when the two teams beat each other, and then after the second match, if the underdog team, or if the team that didn't win the first match then wins the second, you kind of expect that team to dominate in the following match. You don't expect it to be a complete 3-way tie. That is crazy. Where are we going from here? Are we going straight back to the casters? We are going straight back to the casters. Ark, Woody, bring us these amazing games. I cannot wait to see them.
It will be our pleasure, Falcone. And the best way I'd explain what happened here is like rock, paper, scissors. Each team beat one of the other teams, but none of the teams was dominant in their own right. So we have to get more data. We need to face off again. We're going to have all 3 teams play a single best of 3 Brawl Ball set against each of the other teams. And hopefully from that, we'll get a final victor.
Yeah, when in doubt, go to Brawl Ball. That is basically how we roll here. And yeah, I mean, Brawl Ball is a great game mode because it's 24/7 anyway. So, quick games, it puts more pressure on the players, I think, is a really big, important thing to notice that, it can turn very quickly. We've seen that time and time again today. Teams can just literally at any moment find it within themselves and go on a tear. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some exciting results here for us to be able to finalize who is the best today in the NA group.
That's right, Ark. Well, Brawl Ball is a really exciting game mode to see these guys square off against each other. we've got only 3 more sets total. So instead of playing every single game mode, it's just going to be Brawl Ball. Given that Brawl Ball is now the most important game mode, and I'm kind of wondering what you think these teams might have learned from their past few matches that they can bring into this mode now. I assume we're going to be playing on the same map as we had earlier on. So what do you make of it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. It used to be triple dribble was the tiebreaker decision rule for the map. It might be different, however, but nonetheless, these teams have had a chance to feel each other out. And I think that's the thing to take away from this, is that every team has had a chance to see what brawlers they're using, what comps they're going towards and leaning towards. So that is the thing that the teams are now going to be in discussions in their VCs, in their voice chats to talk through, is what they are likely to come up against and what brawlers they can choose to counter those potential options.
All right. Well, I think that they're going to get a chance to initiate a new set of brawler bans as well. I find it really interesting that IX Gaming is actually going to have the mirror match to start with, because, presumably, if they had been facing off against Omen Elite first, we'd have a better idea as to which team would be ahead and kind of jockeying for position. But the fact that it's going to be this intra-organization fight, we basically are resetting everything back to square one, and it's still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great opportunity. An early pull from Slash, but not able to capitalize on his position there. But Lukey's still putting continued pressure, but not if Cryman's got anything to say about Toonie popping catcher. Oh my goodness me. A great defense all round early on from IX Gaming there.
Nicely done. The score will still be tied at 0-0, though, as we reestablish in the middle field here. OG trying to push in with that Robo Porter is going to start to build up an advantage for IX Gaming. An aggressive play from ISO Strong sends the ball really close to the goal line, but not able to get a shot off. Defense from IX Circles is going to hold on to it for now.
Yeah, the question now is to Slash do a pull and break some of his cover. So it's a difficult one to level out here at the moment. He doesn't really want to break the cover, but he might have to here, as the pinch coming inbound from IX Gaming is strong, and definitely IX Circles.
Here we come!
Pressure here. It's a goal then early on from second best, the goal scorer. 1 minute on the clock for IX Circles to make a response to this.
Really aggressive play there from OG, using so many of his gadgets to beef up that Robo Porter and apply as much pressure as necessary to finish things off. I think he's used all 3 of his gadgets now. This last one on defense is going to be awfully tricky, though. That's a lot of hit points coming in from 2D. He might have enough. He scores the equalizer.
IX Circles not taking it lying down then. A nice goal from Toonie. Again, Jackie has got such tankability, and yes, that is a word in the meta right now. And popping that gadget can just be such a great way to rush and get that goal scored. Evening the playing field now then. What a turnaround there for IX Circles.
Oh, this is dangerous. Daddy Second takes a shot, but can't get it in. Nice defense there from Slash. That could have been the end of it all right there. Slash, the OP goalie, will keep IX Circle still in it. A 1-1 tie now, but possession on the side of the Circles team. They're going to be playing for midfield control, trying to get another couple kills as we go into overtime now. All these boxes are about to explode.
I feel like at the moment, OG and second best have got a great comp here for overtime, and they've got the pressure now, 2 versus 3, and they are focusing on Lukey Bear, getting Lukey Bear
nice
down.
Pull.
Yeah, it's a great idea there, but not going to be a shot there on goal. And now look at this, IX Gaming have got the goal wide open here. Great passing to
oh!
It's in! It's in! Cryman then, with a pass from OG, gets the goal, giving IX Gaming the early lead here.
Awesome shot from Crying Man, and sent it in right at the last possible second. You saw that gadget usage by Slash to try to stun and push him back, but couldn't get it there in time. Really beautifully done, following up on that first goal to make sure that they wouldn't be denied, despite a really impressive push from Toonie. You saw it was Toonie all alone who got that goal for the Circles team for the equalizer. But IX Gaming, in this singular set for the tiebreaker, has pulled ahead. We're seeing the bans down on screen. It's Max and Sprout who've been kicked out of the action. Good to know, but potentially IX Gaming pulling ahead, and they'll only need one more win to clinch this set.
Yeah, I mean, the bans there, Max and Sprout, for me, are definitely good bans. We've seen that ban time and time again today. It seems like almost like it's been rehearsed in that respect. You know, the NA scene has a different kind of meta and structure to the EU scene, to the Asian scene, and definitely today, wanting to be getting out Max and Sprout, and I think that's a good ban, especially for Brawl, because Sprout can honestly change it and mix it up so much.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be hopping into game number 2 very soon. No Sprout, as you mentioned, so we're playing just like it's April 2020. I remember the days back in April when there was no lockdown. Arc. Maybe we can get back to those days. Just keep those Sprout bans in, and we'll see if that works. IX Gaming is going to be starting off with Mr. P, Jackie, and M's combo. Pretty similar on the other side. We're just running Barley again instead of Mr. P. I think that this could really give an opportunity for the momentum to build up on IX Gaming's side of the map. So if this goes long, expect to see the red team prevail.
Yeah, it seems like such a long time ago, really, since lockdown began. If I close my eyes and think about it really hard, I can almost visualize us running in a field of corn, holding hands, not too far in the future. But here we go then. Cryman tried to get an early shot on goal. Wasn't able to do it. Slapped it. Oh, he does secure the goal for IX Circles, and now the pressure is on for IX Gaming.
Big hit for the Circles team, and Slash has got to be happy about it, but you need a second goal to finish it all off. We're waiting now as 1:30 is left on the clock. IX Gaming are going to have the pressure all on them to try to get that equalizer goal, but it seems like they're having trouble just getting the ball off of their half of the map.
Yeah, it's a really good position here. Tooney, I'm not sure whether he's still got gadgets here. If he has, he's got to be thinking about using it there, and he's going very far back, though. I kind of felt like he was going to go for a more aggressive stance, but nonetheless, obviously feeling as though the Mr. P Porter was something to be wary of, and needs a bit of support there from his teammates to really be able to do anything about getting this ball out the corner. Doesn't really need to worry too much, but there is 1 minute on the clock. That is going to be noted, and plenty of time for IX Gaming to make a comeback here.
Plenty of time. It's easy to say that when we're watching here, but I know that it's got to be wearing down these IX Gaming guys. They really need to get that shot in soon, and even though they've been able to make it back to that midpoint, they haven't been able to build up the momentum that they've needed. OG has a Robo-Porter in the very, very back of the arena, which is making it a bit difficult to build up that damage, and really nice super from Lukey Bear is able to finish him off. That's going to leave IX Gaming without much time. The shot, though, Daddy Second gets pulled back by Tooney at the last possible moment. IX Gaming are in deep trouble now.
Yeah, definitely. And there you go, Slash pocketing the ball. Such a strong strategy to employ there with 10 seconds. And no, if Cryman's got a gadget here, we'll have to see. He might have an opportunity. His supers are out, but not really able to connect with his teammates there. And IX Circles then not taking it lying down, coming back 1 game apiece now.
This presents an interesting scenario now where both of the IX teams have dropped a game in their mirror match, which means that if we do get a 2-0 victory by Omen Elite, that might wind up being decisive on the game differential. The fact that we are now tied up between IX Gaming and IX Circles means that they're basically all in now. They both have to defeat Omen Elite, or preferably at least get that 2-0 in one of their games. I don't know, the math is kind of hard to figure out, but at this point, Gaming and Circles are back to square one once again, and are going to need to pull out a victory in this final game if they want to have any shot at all at getting first place.
I mean, it just goes to show how close has this been today in this group. It's kind of mind-blowing to me that we're having to get down to the nitty-gritty now to really find out who is going to take that #1 spot, the prize money, the points. Definitely by far the closest we've seen a group since we started this way back prior to lockdown.
Well, as we know, IX Gaming currently has the point lead on the North American and Latin North leaderboard with 110 points. It's a pretty impressive showing, but Omen Elite are only behind by 40. That's certainly within striking distance, and if I were IX Gaming, I would definitely want to cement my lead up at the top. If you're, like David, watching as a leader of the IX organization, you got both teams to cheer for here, but for different reasons. It's all going to come down to who plays better in this next game, though, so let's see what happens. It's going to be Lukey Bear switching it up to play Nita this time for a more in-your-face kind of mid-range comp. Let's see which team pulls ahead in the early stage of this fight.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, I'm going to place my Brawl Stars skins on the line. I'll definitely be putting them on IX right now. All
right.
Lukey getting a lot of good hits from OG there. Does go down. And the ball, though, however, moving up slightly into the favor of IX Gaming. If second best here can do something with this, Lukey will have to get his super to stun him down. He does so and gets the save. Great awareness by Lukey. Great plays by IX Circles.
Right there in between his opponent and the goal at the perfect opportune moment. Catches the ball right as it's passing by him. No nutmeg for this IX Gaming team this time. But hold on, Daddy Sentin's getting awfully close. He puts the ball in, takes the dribble, shoots, scores!
Yeah, I mean, second best didn't need to do anything there except walk it in, and he saw that was the case. Great awareness there. One on the cards then for IX Gaming. Now a lot of pressure on IX because as the Crying Man going in there does get taken down, but I feared then. I could feel it in my chest for Slash, and Lukey must have been on the fence there. And Lukey not able to make much of that opportunity there, however, as well.
Ouch, yeah, desperate play for a desperate time. IX Circles making their best attempt to dribble that one in, but denied by IX Gaming. You just don't know whether it's better to play it really aggressively and take a shot if one presents itself, or if it's better to wait for the rest of your teammates to kind of group up together and try to make it in. The fact that they played so aggressively has now left them really vulnerable, and the goal goes right past Slash. A beautiful super shot leaves IX Gaming in the lead. They take this set and will be facing off against Omen Elite next.
A fantastic start for IX Gaming. This is what they needed, having come from a bit of a back foot place today, taking that loss earlier to Omen Elite, but now with a chance to redeem themselves as they performed so well. Then they will have a bit of an understanding as well as to how Omen Elite are likely to play. And now this has just opened up things. I cannot wait for the next game, Woody.
Redemption won't come easy, and IX Gaming, hot off knocking down their younger brothers in IX Circles, are going to have the fight of their lives back up against an Omen Elite team that would not go down without a swing right in their face. Having defeated IX Gaming in their match, IX Gaming has got to be wondering, what can they do to justify this victory over Circles? Are we going to have the same sort of rock, paper, scissors dynamic that we saw in the regular match time, or can they finally get that victory that they crucially need?
Yeah, this is the question on everyone's minds, but now we're going to head on over back to Falcone to see how this one is going to shape up next.
What is happening today, guys? All right, well, history repeats itself, at least for this first best out of 3, with IX Gaming taking that win against IX Circles, but it was a close one. There really wasn't that much in it. We had that really nice score from second best in the first game, but then things went all the way to game 3 as IX Circles did try and take that one back. For those of you that are just joining us and don't know what's going on, well, we have had a complete tie in this group, with all 3 of the teams ending up with the same match and set score. So this is the ultimate Brawl Stars tiebreaker, the ultimate games of Brawl Ball, as all teams are playing against each other one more time in best out of 3 games of Brawl Ball. So far, the score is 2-1. The game score is 2-1, with IX Gaming taking down IX Circles. And as you can see in the corner, next it's going to be Omen Elite against IX Gaming. Now, earlier on, Omen Elite took this one down. This time, IX Gaming are going to want to play even harder and try and get the 2-0 themselves. Casters, take it away.
Tagging back in, and we're jumping straight into the action. Omen versus IX Gaming, who this time around don't want to fall prey to the same trap they did last time, losing this match and giving fate over to their sister team. If they win against Omen Elite, they will guarantee the first place they should have done all the way back in our original match. And it doesn't matter what IX Circles does, they will walk home champions. Bands on your screen for you. It's Jackie, it's Sprout, and we're getting ready to jump into our second tiebreaker.
Jackie and Sprout out of the action means that we're going to see a game set up pretty similar to what we just had. Omen Elite and IX Gaming, however, duking it out again. Trid, I don't know how else to say this. This is the most important set in Brawl Stars Championship history so far this year. Omen Elite having defeated IX in the match prior, but IX now victorious against the Circles team that they just went up against. It means that there is now the opportunity, if IX Gaming wins this set here and now, for them to finally clinch the victory that they've been fighting for so many hours today to claim. It's not going to be easy, though, with Omen Elite as their opponents. With Jackie out of the competition, I think that uniquely is harmful to IX Gaming. This detrimental ban could make it a bit difficult for them to find the edge that they need. We've seen them leaning on Jackie and Ems in the past. What are you thinking about the brawler picks for this upcoming game? What should we expect, Trish?
But that's exactly what you just said there, Woody. They relied on Ems and Jackie. Jackie's now been removed, so we're going to be seeing a lot more Ems. And in fact, both teams are choosing to adopt that in the first round of Brawl Ball. Barley, Nita, Ems for the side of Omen Elite, and on the opponents of IX Gaming, they're actually bringing a Penny to the field with the Ems and Mr. P.
Well, as we've said before, Mr. P can provide that momentum, energy to build up a big push late in the game, but so can Penny. That mortar is nothing to laugh at, and it can start to deal a lot of damage, especially if you take the Balls of Fire star power. It looks like that's the star power that both teams have taken here. Lots of void zones going to start to be spreading around this map. It's going to be tough to take a step without taking a ton of damage, Trid.
That's exactly what Corey just did, and he finally gets fragged off map as the reinforcements are coming in for IX Gaming. Daddy Second moves forward. He has to step back as he's entering into the territory of Barley. Ball still in the middle of the map. One frag here could start a cascade that results in a goal, and both teams are incredibly mindful of that.
Nice shots from Tyrant Star, able to knock down that Penny mortar on the other side. It's going to be an advantage for Daddy Second over on that left side, firing away with a super, but can't land those regular shots. Corey gets the kill, and it's going to be a defensive win for Omen Elite here. No opportunity for IX Gaming to take that shot. OG is doing his best to make it in there, but can't find the way out. IX Gaming now going to be forced back into their spawn as the defense has been really great from Omen Elite so far this game.
Not batting an eye at this one, Woody. They've been able to stay up there. Corey somehow surviving as well, avoiding the briefcases as the ball is pressed up in a 3v2. There's no turret, there's no dispenser, and they just need to find an avenue of attack to get into this one as Corey passes it over the Daddy Second. Zulan trying to come from behind, and he's left by himself and Mr. P to take out with the help of Daddy Second. Middle of the map still in play here. 40 seconds remaining. They passed it out to Daddy, who can't get behind the team because Tyrant is still there.
Ball is centered back in, but neither team has really been able to get much of an advantage here. Zulan is really looking menacing there at the midfield. Even though there's a 2v1 advantage for IX Gaming, they're not going to try to take this opportunity to push. Instead, waiting back, charging up their supers. There comes the Robo Porters again. Bobby doing his best to keep that damage up and keep high Robo Porter uptime. He's chosen the handle with Care Star power, which gives him a little bit more range, but that Robo Porter station has been going down repeatedly. Really good job by Omen Elite to keep the coverage up, but can they get the goal right here and now? Zulan's looking for the shot.
Oh, he has to pass it away, and it will get blocked out by the turret. Overtime's in effect, and Bruce is going to take a bunch of damage. Corey still sitting on his super.
This is going to be it!
Drop down, and Zulan's rushing in. Slowed by us, but he still finds a way. And Zulan will make sure that Omen Elite take game number 1.
Brought down to 392 hit points, but he takes the shot right in the nick of time, finds his way past the goal line, and Omen Elite are now in a terrifying position. The IX Gaming team are now going to be in a really difficult spot if they want to pull off that reverse sweep to guarantee win for their organization. If Omen Elite gets the set score above here, they could clinch it in the very next game, or at the very least for them get another tiebreaker set.
Yeah, if Omen Elite are able to beat IX Gaming here, and they also then beat IX Circles by a larger margin, for example, let's say if IX Gaming are able to win one of these games, but they don't complete the set, then by virtue of the difference in the score, it would mean that the team which had the worst performance against Omen Elite would end up taking third place. But of course, if we have a repeat of exactly what we saw in the previous matchup, or the previous round of this round robin, we could end up with another set of tiebreakers because the scores are still identical.
This is going to be the most difficult game that IX Gaming has ever played. Their feet are absolutely up to the fire right now. It's really all or nothing for them here and now. Trid, Omen Elite, the menace for this IX organization, has not gone down easily, and they are going to continue fighting hard in this game number 2. Can IX Gaming do the impossible and finally get that upset win that they've needed for so long? They're making their way in. Zula takes the shot, blocked by Bobby.
Bobby in the right time, at the right place. He's in the right place at the right time, able to block it out. Ball in the corner for Corey to keep possession of. OG looking to aggress on him, this Tyrant, who will go down to the power of Daddy as he pushes them into the corner. Now they're having to hold off for the time being, wait for the HP to come back, and then they can make a move as they press forward. The Porters are going to be reinforcing them, as is the volley from the turret. They've got a lot of utility across the field, but they're still clapping back. Corey able to find that first kill and open this back up for Omen Elite.
Tyrant Star and Zulan contending for center control here, but those supers from IX Gaming are really hard to get past. They've been doing a great job on defense for the entire game so far, and we're now past that midpoint. Daddy, yes! Going straight into the enemy area. Gets the first kill on Corey. Takes the shot! It's in, Trid!
That's the goal they needed. IX Gaming now hold the lead in this game. And they need to score one more goal or run down that clock without conceding. But Zulan on the hunt already. They're pushing it back. He runs it back in straight away. It is tied 1 apiece in this second game.
IX Gaming and Omen Elite in the fight of their lives. So close and yet so far from the ultimate win. 1 minute left in this game to try to clinch victory. IX Gaming on defense now as Corey and Zulan are stabbing up into the center. Bobby is down. Corey, Tyrant, and Zulan for the team kill. Can't finish it off. What are we watching, Trid?
Daddy is here to save the day as he knocks them all back. And Zulan will be walking outside of his gate to try and stall for the time. 30 seconds remaining before we go into overtime. What a great defense, but OG has found that kill. Bobby's moving forward. He's unable to get there. Bait out the super from Corey. They have the advantage, but no one's touching the ball. They're going to put the turret on top of it to draw some attention, to draw some of the ammo away. 3v1. They want to save supers for overtime, Woody.
Overtime has reached us. IX Gaming in the advantage right now. Stabbing in, trying to grab that ball. It's going to be all up to Daddy. He takes the shot. Blocked by an Omen Elite team right at the goal line. The refs haven't called it yet. This game is still going.
Keep it in the back corner. Wait for the respawns and then push forward. Bobby throwing the briefcase out preemptively. Will tag Corey only once. Makes him pause for thought. The last call zoning so much of the field away now as Zulan gets a kill with the bubble. No, he doesn't. He damages the objective. But they're going to press him into the other half now. 30 seconds remaining. Zulan's taking possession as he passes up the ball, but Daddy's already dealt with Corey.
A super pass!
The super pass to OG, knocked away by the home run stance. And OG getting ready to pass it across. He can cross it to Daddy.
The pass back! The cross! The shot! Oh my God! IX Gaming for the triple play! Ties up this series 1-1.
What a amazing set piece by IX Gaming there. They will force us to a game number 3 in this tiebreaker match. Beautiful play by the team there, using the supers perfectly and finding the great angle to get that goal.
Daddy carrying this team on his back right now. So many clutch moments from him on defense, keeping that Omen Elite team off. Then on offense, scoring both goals. What a heads-up performance by him. And if you have got anything to say about this last set, it is that Daddy is dominant.
Oh my God, I live for these moments, Woody. This game has been absolutely fantastic. The NA group has delivered so much today, just with how back and forth these games have been. The tiebreaker going down to the wire, and it's going to be IX Gaming Omen Elite one more time, coming on your screens in a couple of seconds to decide whether we're going to have to do this all over again.
Say it isn't so, Trid. Don't make that happen. Don't tease me like that.
I'm touching wood.
I need someone to pull ahead, Trid.
Someone surely shall in this one. IX Gaming has momentum going into this one. They have the potential to carry forward into game number 3. A victory here against Omen Elite will guarantee that we will not have to do this again. They will take first place, and it's all about the performance between Omen Elite and IX Circles to decide who gets second and third.
These players taking their sweet, precious time to make the optimal changes to their brawler setups. Remember, Sprout is banned, as is Jackie. We've seen Ems get played by both teams in both games so far. The clutch brawler coming in so handy and beautifully piloted by Daddy, especially in that last game. Are you expecting any other brawler changes in this next one, Trid, that could give one team the upper hand?
I think potentially a return to Nita. We've seen how impactful Bruce can be for tanking for all of the damage, but also the AoE stun. But having a look at the comps here, we've got Barley, Ems, and Penny. So it's a mirror situation apart from Mr. P flexing for the Barley.
All right, well, as we've seen from previous games, it's going to be a duel in the middle of the arena. No big advantage for either team yet, but IX Gaming is starting to pull ahead a little bit on damage. They're going to have to retreat just a bit more as they start to charge their supers back up. Tyrant Star is making a bit of an aggressive play toward the middle, starting to drop those fireballs as best he can to keep Bobby out of range. Bobby's pushed back to the goal line now, and Omen Elite are in a very strong position. Daddy second makes a big play, though, and gets a double kill before getting taken out.
OG has position. He could go straight for the goal here. Zulan's going to be able to cut him off. Instead, he's just going to force it to go all the way outside. Effectively, the penalty box here, as they are going to reset the pressure and move that line of attrition into the half of Omen Elite.
Daddy second over on the left side, having to heal back up as Corey's chasing him away. Tyrant Star, even more firepower onto that Robo Porter, and it looks like IX Gaming is running into a bit of trouble, not able to get their super set up in a good enough position to keep Omen Elite away from them. Zulan, Tyrant Star, and Corey all taking shots, though, and are being forced back just a little bit longer. We're back to that midfield stalemate, Trid, where neither team has got the offensive edge to push forward while these boxes are still up.
That's 1 minute 10 on the clock. Zulan playing aggressively to get an angle, has to step through the fire, but it's Corey. He goes aggressive onto Daddy. He's got his super in return. He lines it up for OG to take the shot. He will go down to Barley's bottles at the end of it as OG now taking possession, passing it down. May have the inside track here, but didn't pick up the ball, unfortunately, so we'll have to leave it while his team respawns.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. The void zones coming in all over this map. Those two M's on the left side have got to be the number one thing you watch, though. Whenever an M's goes down, that's going to be a big opportunity for that team to make a big play. Daddy's going to cross the ball over to the right side. IX Gaming not in a strong position here, but their defenses will be able to hold, not getting cracked on this 2v3. Omen Elite is now in a difficult position as IX Gaming has possession of the ball and will likely hold on to it for a while as we get into overtime in 18 seconds. Gadget usage there by Bobby as he's trying to soup up.
He wants to go Corey.
Robo Porter. He gets the kill on Corey. That's going to be crucial.
Well, 10 seconds remaining. OG moving in. He's going to drop down a turret and grab possession of the ball as we head into overtime. Everyone's on the right-hand side here. OG caught off guard.
Super!
And then into the pass, and Zulan catches it on the line.
Beautiful job there by Zulan, and it's now an opportunity for Omen Elite to make the return fire. Corey shoots. It's in! Omen Elite have done it! They have kicked IX Gaming off the throne. They'll be moving on to face off against Circles next. Daddy is disappointed. He's going to be sit back packing as the OG team are not going to be able to win this time. Omen Elite up on top.
Woody, it's deja vu. It's happening again. It doesn't end.
It could end. If Omen Elite gets a win in the next set, it'll be all over.
It absolutely will. It will decide who'll take first, second, and third if Omen Elite are able to break history, as neither of these teams so far have been able to do in the tiebreaker. They've all been following the same win-loss so far in our first two matches. If it happens again, Woody, we're just throwing it all into anarchy.
Well, keep this in mind. I'm not sure exactly how the tiebreaker rules will come into place, so don't take this as gospel. But because we had a 2-1 victory for IX Gaming versus IX Circles, and then a 2-1 victory for Omen Elite versus IX Gaming, if Omen Elite gets a 2-0 victory, or actually, if Omen Elite gets a victory at all, they've won, right? But if IX Circles gets a 2-0 victory over Omen Elite, that might be enough to put them in first place.
Potentially.
Do you get what I'm saying? Based on the
I
game
understand what
differential?
you're saying, Woody. Potentially enough to break the cycle here.
Break the cycle. End samsara. Reincarnation cannot happen again. I don't want another series to have to fight through, Trid. Come on now.
Yeah. Little much, wouldn't it, if we had to do that all over again? But the teams keep delivering. As long as they're fighting, we're going to be here covering it, Woody.
All right, well, existence is going to be painful until we finally find a victor for this match. I think I'm going to be stepping away for this next one, though. I'll give you and Ark a final chance to see if we can get a winner for this game, or if we'll just continue to play Brawl Stars ad infinitum. I think that wouldn't be the worst sort of existence, though. So, you know what? Let's just see how these players turn out. I'm sure that they'll do a good job either way.
Absolutely. Let's go to Falcone, who's going to take us through a recap quickly.
All right, guys, let's all just try and stay calm here, because I think I agree with everything that Woody is saying. If the score in this next set is 2-1, with IX Circles taking it down, then we find ourselves in the exact same position that we started this tiebreaker in all over again. And as far as I know, that means we just repeat. It's another 3 best out of 3s, and then the same thing happens again and again. These teams just keep beating each other in the weirdest and most wonderful ways. But as Woody said, if Omen Elite win this, they will be the champion. And if IX Circles win this 2-0 specifically, then they will go home the champions. What a weird situation that we find ourselves in. But there you go. That is where we're at. That's what happens when everyone ties. I think we're ready for the next match. Let's go check it out.
Thank you very much, Falcone. We've tagged in Ark for the finale, or what we hope will be the finale, if these two teams can finally decide who's going to win. And if they can't decide who's going to win, Ark, I'm telling you, none of them are going to win. I'm going to make the call and say they all lose, because this is getting silly now. Sprout and Max being banned out yet again for both these two teams. Is exactly what they banned last time around.
I mean, surely someone out there has a pet at home that we can just kind of ask, place some names on the floor and see which one the cat scratches at first. I mean, flip a coin. I mean, there's plenty of options. I don't see why everyone's getting in such a situation. We can figure something out.
Just get them to do like rock, paper, scissors live on stream. That would be the most apt way, because that's exactly what's been happening with these teams. They just keep beating each other, but they can't beat the second opponent that they get to surmount. We're relying on Omen Elite here to actually beat IX Circles, which they weren't able to do last time, and it's... Will they be able to do it again? Because they only just scraped out the victory against IX Gaming in that last game.
Exactly. It's a bit of a head turn today. I would love to be inside the minds of the players right now to think about what is going through their heads and their minds.
I can tell you what's going through IX Gaming's. I can tell you what's going through IX Gaming's. It's win. It's just IX Circles, please win, so we get another shot, because if they lose, then it's all over, and they can't take that first place finish.
Yeah, that is pretty much the situation. It has to be a win, or else, Omen are in a great spot right now. And yeah, I mean, Omen have warmed up as well. They've got to be riding that previous game in their veins currently in that final goal. I mean, goodness me, that had me on the edge of my seats. And but deja vu potentially. We saw previously IX Circles doing very, very well against Omen, and are we going to see history repeat itself? And what happens if it does?
It's for smarter men than I to work out, Ark. That's the simple answer. Smarter men than I will have to work it out. So we're waiting for the last two teams to get into a lobby. Obviously, want to make sure that everything is optimal before we start, because it is very much a high-stakes game now. This can make or break your monthly final, and you won't get another shot of this until next month. And I haven't checked the qualifications for June's monthly final, Arc, but some of these teams might not even be there because it is an open competition.
Well, yeah, this is it. And actually, Omen, I can tell you, no spoilers, really didn't actually qualify this month. So they really do want this victory today, because they know that they're not going to be appearing in next month. So they want to get as many points today as they possibly can, because they're not going to be competing in the next month's live event. So all to play for, and a lot of money on the line as well, you've got to remember. And a lot of these players know that would go a really long way in their personal lives and support supporting potential, like, you know, content creator ventures and all those kinds of things. So much at stakes right now.
Yeah, and that's why they're taking their sweet time, if you will, to get themselves ready into the game. What are we expected to see here, though, Ark? Do you think that IX Circles are going to play any differently than what they did in their match against Gaming? Same question, really, put to Omen Elite, as we're just about to jump into the action now. And give me a quick call before the answer comes to your face.
Oh, I kind of already saw, but I'll pretend I didn't. Oh, I think that Lukey Bear's going to pick Dynamite, and oh no, he's gone with Barley, the same as Tyrant, and a mirror matchup.
In circulation now because they're not banned out.
Yeah, this is the thing. Sony popping Gadget almost. Oh my goodness me. We are seeing again, I don't want to say deja vu just yet, but we did see IX Circles with this same very aggressive stance early on, going for the goal, and it almost paid off for them there.
Absolutely. Tooney's going to go in to try and find Zulan. Finds 2 kills. A super on board. He just needs Slash to deal the damage. IX Circles past the Tooney. He can take his time. A goal. He's going to go in for the right angle for Zulan. Into block with the super to save the day. And he catches it after a pass as well. Denying that goal from IX Circles.
Oh, a defense. The timing was impeccable there. Zulan could not have messed that up, because that would have been disastrous. It would have wasted super and all sorts, but he was able to stop that. My goodness me, already this is popping off, Trid.
Zulan able to shut down the reign of terror that is Tooney. Lukey Bear passes into the mid. They're trying to zone off with some bottles of his own, but Zulan presses forward, slowed down by Slash's super, as they're going to have the last call put on top of Zulan. He will go down to the tick, and it gives a 3-2 advantage over the Circles.
So much has happened, but the score remains the same. Currently, no one is in the lead as we approach the 1 minute mark, and it has very much been IX Circles pushing up upon Omen Elite in this game so far, and Omen need to sort of just get some more kills under their belt, a bit of breathing room to get a push back here. But look at this push coming in from IX Circles. Surely this is the moment to score, and
Zulan trying to intercept, he messed it up! Tooney was able to get the shot in. Zulan wanted to go for the interception, but didn't get the angle correct. A 1-goal lead over the Circles in our first game.
Wow, then, this is shaping up quickly as Omen Elite do not have much time to respond now. This could be, in the next 20 seconds, a big nail in the Omen Elite coffin. Zulan with a big super there, but not able to avail. And now IX Circles on the push yet again. The pass. And Slash nails it! IX Circles take the first game very comfortably so.
It's happening again! They're gonna do it again, Hawk!
Dun, 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 dun.
They just are 1 game away before making history just be etched in stone by just continually shutting down Omen Elites, an objective their sister team, supposedly the big brother team, couldn't even do. And this extended session of rock, paper, scissors continues to perpetuate my mind.
Oh my god, I just realized it's 8 o'clock, Trid. It's 8 p.m. I've cancelled my dinner reservations because this is just, I've got to see the outcome. I need to know what is going to happen next. And wow, IX Circles now then 1 game away from potentially who knows what.
Yes, exactly. So the game should come in quite quickly. We do want to give them time to make any adaptations because it is now effectively tiebreaker point in favor of IX Circles. Omen Elite need to win the next 2 games of Brawl Ball to secure first place guaranteed. But IX Circles are standing in their way, an opponent they've been unable to beat at this monthly finals.
All right, so some early news in, and this may change or progress, but if we have a tie, then we will do the same rotation. Don't hold me to that. That might change, but that is the early news on the ground at the moment, that we might be doing this all again, potentially. Let's see, though. I mean,
please, no.
Sorry?
Please, no, because this could go on forever if they keep beating each other in the same thing. The first person to win a game out of sequence could be the ender.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I think that, Omen Elites are behind, though. That's what we know in terms of the facts, and that's a hard place to come back from when you're down and you're struggling. And the majority of that last game, it's got to be said, the control was with IX Circles. They were more dominant. They were more able to control around the ball being at the other end of the field. They didn't really have to defend much at all that game, let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's jump into it and see what's going on. IX Circles have the lead as they go into game number 2 of the tiebreaker. And they brought the Frank to the field. Super Sai getting the meat up in their face as he goes on to Tooney to begin with, but cannot win that trade.
Wow, Frank for me is a bit of a risky choice, and yeah, I mean, Super Sai is going to have to pull out all the stops here if he's going to be able to do something with this brawler pick. But has Super now, this could be a good opportunity for Omen Elite, forced back by the might of Slash there. Zulan popping Super, so much at stake now. This is the best opportunity we've seen so far for Omen Elite, and is this going to avail to a gold trade?
Well, Super Sai's passing back and forth. They're unable to go too aggressive. Tooney goes down early, though, so they've reopened the window that was once closed. Super Shot is in potential for it. They're passing over to Super Sai, who wants to walk it in, but he's pushed back by Lukey Bear, and the damage is there to secure as Zulan slows them off it. Tooney's on the hunt. He's going straight for Tyrant. He pops the gadget as well. He smelled blood in the water, and he wants that kill.
A great use of gadget there by Slash. That was what was able to prevent that goal from going in. And straight away, the tires have turned. It's now IX Circles on the push. The pass to Tooney is good. The tankiness, the slow, nothing stops the goal. And Tooney has laid it down. 1 on the cards for IX Circles now.
Going to be able to get that first goal in. They need an answer back from Omen Elite because they got 1 minute remaining. Otherwise, we're going to do the whole tiebreaker over again. Tyrant gets caught off to the side, and now Zulan passes back to get the ball away from the goal or get an inferior angle, but he's zoned off by himself, trying to deal with Tooney, who's going to go in for Tyrant instead. He wants the weaker target. He zones him away. Slash is there, passes the Tyrant, who rightly clears it out to buy more time, but it's far from over for Omen Elite as Tooney gets the ball again, unable to stop it, goes for the pass, and Tooney scores! We're doing it all over again, Ark!
What's going on anymore? Oh my word, this has just been blown wide open. These teams they just cannot decide it. It's too close, and I guess we're doing this all over again.
Absolutely not even a single goal scored by Omen Elite in that matchup. IX Circles providing a dominant victory over their opponents, but unfortunately, the match score is all that counts in this tiebreaker, so it means we have to do it all over again, probably starting with IX Circles versus IX Gaming, but we'll get confirmation of that and we'll bring you more info as we wrap up this game.
My goodness me, what a group we are seeing today, and things that we have yet to see at all in the championship so far. The NA group today have just taken it to a new place, a new level. We are seeing just such incredible back and forths and relentlessness as well to give in, and we've just got another tie. My goodness me, Trid, what do you make of this?
I don't know what to say, Ark. I mean, the fact that the history, it just happened twice in a row, it's just... I don't know what to say. Like, they just can't break the pattern of this rock, paper, scissors, and we can't find a clear winner at present. So, we have to do it over again until we find a winner. We can't have joint positions in a monthly final position, Ark. It just can't happen.
I know everyone watching at home is just getting their money's worth for sure. They've got our company for even longer, and I don't know about you, but I'm gonna go out there and say that that's a pretty good deal for them.
They're getting their money's worth out of this experience. You obviously don't pay to watch this, but you're getting your money's worth figuratively from this tournament this month, because this has been going on. And NA, the games were so close during the first part, and the results lined up perfectly to have a tiebreaker, and now we're staring down the barrel of another tiebreaker. It is the longest group stage we could have possibly imagined, and it could only possibly happen because of the North American and Sam region.
It's those NA Trid. They've built the fire to the table here. That's the thing. You've got to have these players. I mean, you know, no one's out, you know, on every single player can go regardless as to what happened. Experience, proud of themselves, and feel very proud in that respect. They prepared to what plan was from the beginning.
You have to entertain the possibility that keep happening, that we're actually causing a definite loop. There is no sight to the teams track the exact same outcomes. So this could go on forever.
Yeah, this is the thing, and the team will be discussing quite soon now in the background to see exactly how this is going to go, or it be maybe decided the game we've already seen. What comes back from that, but definitely a difficult decision for them as to how the season going to do this. It could, and
let's
get some hot cocoa, get DJs on, sit down, and get comfy.
Let's talk about the Duno arc, right? What was Frank at all in? Was it Hope banking on surprise factor?
Yeah, I mean, Frank was a bit of a risky option, to be honest, and as we know, it didn't pay. High risk, high reward kind of Brawl. You want to be kind of through that stage, making those daring choices, and that was obviously a daring that didn't work out. I think at that stage with the comp they were up against, there was so much back effects from the other brawlers, the air gadget, from various things that you can cancel that stuff out, but it only happened so many times in one game, and it was a very position with the going down stuff. Challenge to play Frank on that map for me.
I actually think you have to entertain the possibility of the Jackie ban of this match. I think Jackie definitely played into Circle's hand way more than it did for Omen Elite. So I think you take it away from Tooney, and they may have better chance if you match up again. I think our pick, like Circle, when it comes to Brawl.
Okay, we have a bit of news going on in the background. I think Falcone may have some stuff for us coming shortly. And let's actually put him right now. See what will be happening next. Turning over.
We do have to update the situation. Turns out we 2-0 victory from Circles over Elite does mean that they are being declared winner. We're going through it all again. Sorry, those of you that wanted to infinite Brawl Stars long, but IX Circles are your champion in the North American and LATAM North Group, and a well-deserved victory that was. There was a very real chance that if we continue to base it purely on set score, we could have done another 4 or 5 tiebreakers and maybe even made esports history, but we've certainly made Brawl Stars history tonight with just how close these matches have been. Just how amazing, though, and it goes to show how tight-knit a group that we have here. All 3 of these teams are phenomenal, and I can't wait to see what they do in future weeks. And this is what they were playing for. That was a big tiebreaker, as IX Circle take $1,000 compared to the $2,000 and the $1,250 that IX Gaming and Omen Elite are taking home, respectively. Okay, they were some high-pressure games of Brawl Ball, but for the fun of the weekend, let's take a look at what it's all about. Where are the points? Where are the prizes? IX Gaming still sitting on, and now Omen Elite and IX Circles are in joint second with 70 points. Circles making a huge leap today in trying to catch up in their group. I think that this group is hotting up in competitiveness, and I cannot wait to see, assuming we have the same format next month, I cannot wait to see how this group does again. Again, we'll have to see if the same teams qualify, but that could be insane. Well, after this incredibly extended day of Brawl Stars, I believe that we are all finished. I hope you have all enjoyed the show. I'd like to give to wonderful Ark, Trid, and Woody, and of course our fantastic production team at ESL, and also Supercell for having this tournament continue. But for now, on playing Brawl Stars at home. And we will see you again for the next finals.
For a desperate game, IX making their attempt to dribble that in by IX Gaming. You just don't know whether it's better to play aggressively, take a shot, present the to kind of together, try to make it in. The fact that they played so aggressively has now left them really vulnerable, and the goal goes right. Shot leaves IX Gaming in the lead. They take this and will be facing off against Omen next.
What they needed, having come a bit of a foot today, take that loss to Omen Elite. Now, chance to redeem themselves as they perform so well. They will have a bit of an understanding as well as to how Omen is likely to play. And now this is open things. I cannot wait for the next game, Woody.
Redemption won't come easy, and IX Gaming off their younger brothers circles of their up against an team that would not go without a swing right in their face. Having defeated IX Gaming in their match, IX has got to be wondering what can they do to justify this victory over Circles. Are we going to have the same sort of rock, paper, scissors dynamic that we saw in the regular match time, or can they finally get that victory that they crucially need?
This is the question on everyone's minds, but now we're going to head on over back to Falcony. How it's going to shape up next.
What is happening today, guys? All right, repeat this first 3 with IX Gaming taking that win against IX Circle. It was a close one. There really wasn't that much. Really nice score from second best in the first game. Things went all the way to game 3 as IX Circles did try and take that one. Those of you that don't know what's going on, have had a complete with all 3 of the teams the same match and score. So this is the ultimate Brawl Stars tiebreaker, the ultimate games Brawl Ball, as all teams against each other one more time in out of 3 games Brawl Ball. Far the score is 2-1. The game score 2-1 with IX Gaming taking down IX Circles, and as you can see in the it's going to be Omen Elite against IX Gaming. Now earlier on, Omen Elite took this one down. This time, IX Gaming are going to want to play even harder, try to get to themselves. Casters, take it away.
And then we're jumping into the action. This is IX, who this round don't want to play to the same they did last, losing this match and giving fate over to their sister team. If they win against Omen Elite, they will guarantee the first place they should have done all the way back in our original match. It doesn't matter what IX does, they will home screen for you. It's Jackie, it's Sprout, and we're going to jump into our second time.
Jackie and Sprout out of the action means that we're going to see pretty similar to what we just had. And IX Gaming have reduced out again. Fred, I don't know how else to say this is the most important in Brawl Championship so far this year. Omen Elite having defeated IX in the match prior. IX now victorious against the Circles team that they just went up against. It means that there is now the opportunity, if IX Gaming wins this set here and now, for them to finally clinch the victory that they've been fighting for so many years to claim. It's not going to be with Omen Elite as their opponent. Jackie out of the competition, I think that usually is IX mental base. Could make a bit them to find the edge that they need. We've seen them lead Jackie in the past. What are you thinking about the brawler picks for this upcoming game? What's your expectation?
But that's exactly right on. And Jackie have been removed, so we're seeing a lot more M's. And in fact, both in the Brawl, Barley, Neat, M side of Omen, and on the opponents of IX Gaming to the field, the MP.
Well, as we've said before, Mr. P can provide that momentum, energy to build up a big push late in the game, but so can Mortar to last and can start to deal a lot of damage, especially if you take the Balls of Fire star power. That's that both teams have taken here. A lot of void zones to be spreading around this map. It's going to be tough to take a step without taking a damage.
That's exactly Corey. He finally fragged off map as the reinforcement coming in for IA aiming. 30-second move forward. He has to step back as he's entering into the territory of Ali. Ball in the middle of the map. Frag could start a count. The results of the ball. The teams are incredibly mindful of that.
Nice shot. Are able to down that pin Mortar on the other side. It's going to be a deadly that second on that left side. Firing away with the can't land those shots. Corey win. Omen no opportunity for Gimme to take a shot. OG is best to make it in there, but can't find the way out. IX Gaming now into their as the defense has been really great for Omen Elite for this game.
Not hanging up. One able to stay up there. Corey somehow as well, avoiding the brief. The ball is pressed up. 3v2 turret. There's no dispenser. They just need to find an avenue of attack to get as passes it over the deadly Daddy second. Zulan trying to come behind, but he's left by himself for Mr. P to take out with the help of Dad second. The map still in play here. 40 seconds remaining. They passed it out to Daddy, who can't get behind the team because Tyrant is still there.
All is back in. The team has really been able to get much of an. Zulan is really looking there at the midfield, even though there's 2v1 advantage for IX Gaming. They're going to try to take this opportunity to push and back, charging up their supers. They're supported again. Doing his best to keep that damage up, keep high road time. Goes in the with Care Star power, which gives him a range. That rotor station has been down repeatedly. Good job by Omen Elite to keep the coverage up. He's going to go right. Zulan's looking for the shot.
Oh, he has to put it away, and it will get blocked up by the turret. Times in effect. He's going to take a bunch of damage. Corey still sitting on his super.
Oh,
up down, and Zulan's rushing in. Followed by us, but he still finds a way. And Zulan will make sure to Omen Elite game number 1.
Brought down to 392 hit points, but he takes the shot right in the time. Finds his way past the goal line, and Omen are now in a top 5 position. The IX Gaming team are going to be really difficult. So they want to put that reverse to guarantee win their organization. If he gets the score above here, they could clinch it in the very next game, or at the very least for them get another tiebreaker.
Omen Elite are able to beat IX Gaming here, and they also beat Excel by a larger margin. For example, if IX Gaming are able to win one of the games, but they don't complete the set, by virtue of the score, means the team that had the worst performance against Omen would end up taking first place. But of course, if we have the exact what we saw in the previous matchup, or the previous round of this round robin, we could end up with another set of tiebreakers because the scores are still identical.
This is going to be the most difficult game that IX Gaming has ever played. Their feet are absolutely up to the fire right now. It's really all here and now, Trid. Omen Elite, the menace for the IX organization, has not gone down easily. They are going to keep fighting hard in this game number 2. IX Gaming do the impossible and finally upset for their way in. Bobby
in the at the right possession. OG on him, who will go to power to wait for the to come back, and then they can make moves as they press forward. The porters are going to be reinforcing the volley from the turret. They've got a lot of utility across the field. They're still clapping back. Corey to find that kid open over.
And Zulan contending for center, but super from IX Game really hard to get. They've been doing a great job on defense for the entire game so far, and past the point, Daddy going straight in. First on Corey, take that! The goal there.
IX Gaming now hold the lead in this game. Need to score one more on that clock without getting Bazula on the hunt already. They're pushing it back. He runs it back in straight away. It is tied 1-8 in his second game.
IX Gaming and lead in the fight of their lives. So close and so far from the ultimate win. 1 minute left. Game trying to claim victory. IX Gaming on defense now. And Zulon are stabbed down into the center. Down. No. And Zulon for team kill. Let's finish it. What are we watching?
Daddy is here to save the day. And Zulon will be walking outside of his game. Stall for the time. 30 seconds remaining before we go into overtime. What a great defense, but OG has found that kill. Bobby's moving forward. He's unable to get there. Bait out the super. They have the advantage, but no one's touching the ball. To draw some attention. To draw some attention away. 3v1. Mistake super.
Oh, and just IX Gaming in advantage and trying to. He takes the shot. Block the elite team right at the goal line.
Back corner respawns and case out preemptively. Mason Paul for the last zone field. Now is Zulan a kill with the bubble. No, he doesn't. He damages. They're going to press him into the other half now. 30 seconds remaining. Zulan's taking possession as he passes up the ball, but Daddy's already dealt with Corey.
A super pass!
The super pass to OG, knocked away by the home run stands. And OG getting ready to pass it across. He can cross it to Daddy.
The pass back! The cross! The shot! Oh my God! IX Gaming for the triple play! Ties up this series 1-1.
What an amazing set piece by IX Gaming there. They will force us to a game number 3 in this tiebreaker match. Beautiful play by the team there, using the supers perfectly and finding the great angle to get that goal.
Daddy carrying this team on his back right now. So many clutch moments from him on defense, keeping that Omen Elite team off. Then on offense, scoring both goals. What a heads-up performance by him. And if you have got anything to say about this last set, it is that Daddy is dominant.
Oh my God, I live for these moments, Woody. This game has been absolutely fantastic. The NA group has delivered so much today, just with how back and forth these games have been. The tiebreaker going down to the wire, and it's going to be IX Gaming Omen Elite one more time, coming on your screens in a couple of seconds to decide whether we're going to have to do this all over again.
Say it isn't so, Trid. Don't make that happen. Don't tease me like that.
I'm touching wood.
I need someone to pull ahead, Trid.
Someone surely shall in this one. IX Gaming has momentum going into this one. They have the potential to carry forward into game number 3. A victory here against Omen Elite will guarantee that we will not have to do this again. They will take first place, and it's all about the performance between Omen Elite and IX Circles to decide who gets second and third.
These players taking their sweet, precious time to make the optimal changes to their brawler setups. Remember, Sprout is banned, as is Jackie. We've seen Ems get played by both teams in both games so far. The clutch brawler coming in so handy and beautifully piloted by Daddy, especially in that last game. Are you expecting any other brawler changes in this next one, Trid, that could give one team the upper hand?
I think potentially a return to Nita. We've seen how impactful Bruce can be for tanking up all of the damage, but also the AoE stun. But having a look at the comps here, we've got Barley, Ems, and Penny. So it's a mirror situation apart from Mr. P flexing for the Barley.
All right, well, as we've seen from previous games, it's going to be a duel in the middle of the arena. No big advantage for either team yet, but IX Gaming is starting to pull ahead a little bit on damage. They're going to have to retreat just a bit more as they start to charge their supers back up. Tyrant Star is making a bit of an aggressive play toward the middle, starting to drop those fireballs as best he can to keep Bobby out of range. Bobby's pushed back to the goal line now, and Omen Elite are in a very strong position. Daddy Second makes a big play, though, and gets a double kill before getting taken out.
OG has position. He could go straight for the goal here. Zulan's going to be able to cut him off. Instead, he's just going to force it to go all the way outside. Effectively, the penalty box here, as they are going to reset the pressure and move that line of attrition into the half of Omen Elite.
Daddy Second over on the left side, having to heal back up as Corey's chasing him away. Tyrant Star, even more firepower onto that Robo Porter, and it looks like IX Gaming is running into a bit of trouble, not able to get their super set up in a good enough position to keep Omen Elite away from them. Zulan, Tyrant Star, and Corey all taking shots, though, and are being forced back just a little bit longer. We're back to that midfield stalemate, Trid, where neither team has got the offensive edge to push forward while these boxes are still up.
It's 1 minute 10 on the clock. Zulan playing aggressively to get an angle, has to step through the fire, but it's Corey. He goes aggressive onto Daddy. He's got his super in return. He lines it up for OG to take the shot. He will go down to Barley's bottles at the end of it, as OG now taking possession, passing it down. May have the inside track here, but didn't pick up the ball, unfortunately, so we'll have to leave it while his team respawns.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. The void zones coming in all over this map. Those two M's on the left side have got to be the number one thing you watch, though. Whenever an M's goes down, that's going to be a big opportunity for that team to make a big play. Daddy's going to cross the ball over to the right side. IX Gaming not in a strong position here, but their defenses will be able to hold, not getting cracked on this 2v3. Omen Elite is now in a difficult position as IX Gaming has possession of the ball and will likely hold on to it for a while as we get into overtime in 18 seconds. Gadget usage there by Bobby as he's trying to soup up.
He wants to go Corey.
Robo Porter. He gets the kill on Corey. That's going to be crucial.
Well, 10 seconds remaining. OG moving in. He's going to drop down a turret and grab possession of the ball as we head into overtime. Everyone's on the right-hand side here. OG caught off guard.
Super!
And then into the pass, and Zulan catches it on the line.
Beautiful job there by Zulan, and it's now an opportunity for Omen Elite to make the return fire. Corey shoots. It's in! Omen Elite have done it! They have kicked IX Gaming off the throne. They'll be moving on to face off against Circles next. Daddy is disappointed. He's going to be sit back packing as the OG team are not going to be able to win this time. Omen Elite up on top.
Woody, it's deja vu. It's happening again. It doesn't end.
It could end. If Omen Elite gets a win in the next set, it'll be all over.
It absolutely will. It will decide who'll take first, second, and third if Omen Elite are able to break history, as neither of these teams so far have been able to do in the tiebreaker. They've all been following the same win-loss so far in our first two matches. If it happens again, Woody, we're just throwing it all into anarchy.
Well, keep this in mind. I'm not sure exactly how the tiebreaker rules will come into place, so don't take this as gospel. But because we had a 2-1 victory for IX Gaming versus IX Circles, and then a 2-1 victory for Omen Elite versus IX Gaming, if Omen Elite gets a 2-0 victory, or actually, if Omen Elite gets a victory at all, they've won, right? But if IX Circles gets a 2-0 victory over Omen Elite, that might be enough to put them in first place.
Potentially.
Do you get what I'm saying? Based on the game
I understand what you're saying, Woody. Potentially enough to break the cycle here.
Break the cycle. End samsara. Reincarnation cannot happen again. I don't want another series to have to fight through, Trid. Come on now.
Yeah. A little much, wouldn't it, if we had to do that all over again? But the teams keep delivering. As long as they're fighting, we're going to be here covering it, Woody.
All right, well, existence is going to be painful until we finally find a victor for this match. I think I'm going to be stepping away for this next one, though. I'll give you and Ark a final chance to see if we can get a winner for this game, or if we'll just continue to play Brawl Stars ad infinitum. I think that wouldn't be the worst sort of existence, though. So, you know what? Let's just see how these players turn out. I'm sure that they'll do a good job either way.
Absolutely. Let's go to Falcone, who's going to take us through a recap quickly.
All right, guys, let's all just try and stay calm here, because I think I agree with everything that Woody is saying. If the score in this next set is 2-1, with IX Circles taking it down, then we find ourselves in the exact same position that we started this tiebreaker in all over again. And as far as I know, that means we just repeat. It's another 3 best out of 3s, and then the same thing happens again and again. These teams just keep beating each other in the weirdest and most wonderful ways. But as Woody said, if Omen Elite win this, they will be the champion. And if IX Circles win this 2-0 specifically, then they will go home the champions. What a weird situation that we find ourselves in. But there you go. That is where we're at. That's what happens when everyone ties. I think we're ready for the next match. Let's go check it out.
Thank you very much, Falcone. We've tagged in Ark for the finale, or what we hope will be the finale, if these two teams can finally decide who's going to win. And if they can't decide who's going to win, Ark, I'm telling you, none of them are going to win. I'm going to make the call and say they all lose, because this is getting silly now. Sprout and Max being banned out yet again for both these two teams. Is exactly what they banned last time around.
I mean, surely someone out there has a pet at home that we can just kind of ask, place some names on the floor and see which one of the cat scratches that first. I mean, flip a coin. I mean, there's plenty of options. I don't see why everyone's getting in such a situation. We can figure something out.
Just get them to do like rock, paper, scissors live on stream. That would be the most apt way, because that's exactly what's been happening with these teams. They just keep beating each other, but they can't beat the second opponent that they get to surmount. We're relying on Omen Elite here to actually beat IX Circles, which they weren't able to do last time, and it's... Will they be able to do it again? Because they only just scraped out the victory against IX Gaming in that last game.
Exactly. It's a bit of a head turn today. I would love to be inside the minds of the players right now to think about what is going through their heads and their minds.
I can tell you what's going through IX Gaming's. I can tell you what's going through IX Gaming's. It's win. It's just IX Circles, please win, so we get another shot, because if they lose, then it's all over, and they can't take that first place finish.
Yeah, that is pretty much the situation. It has to be a win, or else, Omen are in a great spot right now. And yeah, I mean, Omen have warmed up as well. They've got to be riding that previous game in their veins currently in that final goal. I mean, goodness me, that had me on the edge of my seat. And but deja vu potentially. We saw previously IX Circles doing very, very well against Omen. And are we going to see history repeat itself? And what happens if it does?
It's for smarter men than I to work out, Ark. That's the simple answer. Smarter men than I will have to work it out. So we're waiting for the last two teams to get into a lobby. Obviously, want to make sure that everything is optimal before we start, because it is very much a high-stakes game now. This can make or break your monthly final, and you won't get another shot of this until next month. And I haven't checked the qualifications for June's monthly final, Arc, but some of these teams might not even be there because it is an open competition.
Well, yeah, this is it. And actually, Omen, I can tell you, no spoilers, really didn't actually qualify this month. So they really do want this victory today, because they know that they're not going to be appearing in next month. So they want to get as many points today as they possibly can, because they're not going to be competing in the next month's live event. So all to play for, and a lot of money on the line as well, you've got to remember. And a lot of these players know that would go a really long way in their personal lives and supporting potential, like, content creator ventures and all those kinds of things. So much at stakes right now.
Yeah, and that's why they're taking their sweet time, if you will, to get themselves ready into the game. What are we expected to see here, though, Ark? Do you think that IX Circles are going to play any differently than what they did in their match against Gaming? Same question really put to Omen Elite, as we're just about to jump into the action now. And give me a quick call before the answer comes to your face.
Oh, I kind of already saw, but I'll pretend I didn't. Oh, I think that Lukey Bear's going to pick.
In this Brawl Talk, you will see Sirius, the 100th Brawler.
And Naja, Finks' employee.
Buffs for another 6 Brawler.
A completely new trophy system. Sands of Time and Dragons and Fairy skins. New game modes, improvements to Buffies, and more.
So, welcome to Brawl Talk.
Oh, hey, what's up, Marcel? Greetings, my dear companion, Daniel. Look at him. So innocent and powerless. He has no idea that I want to take over Brawl Talk and make the whole world watch me.
Sirius is our 100th brawler! So you know, we had to do something special. Not only is he ultra legendary, with a unique playstyle where he can control shadows of other brawlers, he's our first ever villain.
Sirius's backstory is as mysterious as his powers. Rumors say he owned the first ever attraction in Star Park, but he was losing attention once brawling started becoming more popular than his shadow tricks, and now he's back for revenge.
Sirius' main attack fires 2 projectiles at the same time. A Shadow Strike, which fires in a straight line, and a Star Bomb, which can be manually aimed and deals area damage. Sirius will collect a Brawler Shadow after a certain number of hits. But what are Brawler Shadows?
Sirius steals the essence of brawlers, bending their shadows to his will. His super summons up to 3 brawler shadows, which share similar characteristics to their brawler counterpart, like attacks and health. A Frank shadow will have more health than a Leon shadow, for example.
Shadows will attack enemies and by default will follow Sirius around. But here's the really cool part. Sirius can actually control the shadow. By aiming his super, he can give them orders like guarding an area or attacking certain enemies.
Is this the start of a Brawl Stars RTS? Sirius is also launching with his Hypercharge, which summons stronger versions of his shadows.
And just like Sirius' chaotic nature, we are doing something different for his release event. More information on that closer to his release.
We're heading back to Pyramid Quest with this next brawler. Binks is getting a buddy. Or is it a rival?
Nasia is a mythic damage dealer who uses her papercraft snakes to wreak havoc and poison the enemy. Originally hired by Finks to help make the puzzles in Pyramid Quest harder, her good nature led her to help free those trapped by Finks' time-warping mischief instead.
With her main attack, Nadia holds a jar containing a deadly snake. While the jar is in flight, the snake can be released in any direction. This is extremely useful for hitting enemies behind walls or tricky spots, as well as giving her extremely long range. The jar deals damage while the snake poisons its target. Snake poison can also stack, dealing increased damage over time.
Nadia's super, Danger Noodles, unleashes 3 of her paper snakes which slither a set distance and poison any enemies in an area. Her super can also be aimed, which throws the 3 snakes in a jar to a target location. Nadia's Brawler's release event is on this date!
We are getting improvements to buffies and more buffies! First up, we've got the new buffies for the Retropolis and Rumble Jungle trios. Crow's Instadot now deals all the remaining poison damage to the poison target and converts it into a shield. With a buffy, it refreshes the poison damage. Crow's Poison Dagger now throws a kunai that damages, slows, and poisons the first enemy hit. With a buffy, the kunai also bounces to a close target, causing the same effect. Extra Toxic with a buffy now makes Crow deal more damage for each enemy poisoned. Carrion Crow with a buffy makes his poison last slightly longer. Crow's Hyper Buffy makes his main attack pierce and return to him while hypercharged.
Bibi's Vitamin Booster with a buffy charges her home run bar and life steals when hitting a target. Bibi's Extra Sticky now throws a sticky gum at an area that slows enemies. With the buffy, the slow effect gets stronger the longer the gum stays on the ground. Bibi's Home Run Buffy gives extra damage on the home run attack. And Batting Stance with the buffy gives Bibi a shield when she hits an enemy with her super. Bibi's Hyper Buffy makes her attack faster.
Bull's T-Bone Injector now throws a projectile at the target brawler that deals damage and heals Bull on impact. With Buffy, it also marks the opponent for 5 seconds, gaining lifesteal against it. Bull Stomper now stomps around him, slowing enemies nearby. If enemies are already slowed, it stuns instead. With Buffy, it also grants movement speed. Bull's Berserker with Buffy instantly charges his super if he takes down a brawler during the star power effect. As for Tough Guy with Buffy, if you take a brawler down during this state, Bull becomes invulnerable for a short period of time. With his Hyper Buffy, his attacks pierce enemies, but deal less damage to enemies further away.
Nita's Bear Paws with the buffy will cause Bruce to gain more damage for a limited time. Fall Fur with the buffy will make Bruce invulnerable for a very short time. Nita's Buffed Bear with me can now overheal herself or Bruce. And Hyper Bear with the buffy will give Nita boosted reload speed when summoning Bruce. With her Hyper Buffy, she fires a longer, faster, and wider attack.
Leon's Clone Projector now deals minor damage, and with the buffy, Leon can reactivate the gadget to swap positions with his clone. Lollipop Drop can now be thrown, and with a buffy, Leon and his allies get boosted movement speed in the area. Leon's Smoke Trails with the buffy deal more damage on the first attack attack while Leon is invisible. And Invisi-Heal with the Buffy makes the super last slightly longer. His Hyper Buffy makes his attacks do full damage regardless of the distance he is from the enemy.
Both Super Totem can now be thrown. With Buffy, the totem gains more range. As for Tripwire, Bo now fires arrows to trigger his mine, which knock back any brawler in their pack. With the Buffy, it increases the range of the mine. Bo's Circling Eagle with the Buffy makes Bo no longer visible when attacking from a bush. As for Snare Bear with the Buffy, it makes the placement of the mines faster. Bo's Hyper Buffy shoots an extra arrow and all of them have a bigger explosion radius.
And as you remember, if any of these brawlers had a mythic gear, it will be removed and its value refunded back to you. As for Buffy improvements, this new batch of Buffies will come in a new claw machine. Each claw machine will come with the first pull for free. A random Buffy will be available in Mega Quests every month, and there'll be more ways to get coins and power points in our new Rush events. More about this later in the video.
The new trophy system has no reset.
It's time to flex your brawler prestige
and show off your skill with new brawler titles.
Your path to prestige starts now! Or actually, in the next update. There's a lot of new stuff and changes, so hang tight.
So now, from 0 to 1000 trophies, you will get brawler cosmetic items. At 250 trophies, you will get a player icon and a spray. At 500, you will get 3 pins. At 750, you will get a 29 gem skin. And when you reach 1000 trophies, you will get a gold brawler title. You will notice that some of these rewards are from records. And this means we are removing these cosmetics from records and making them more accessible for more players. So playing a new brawler or your favorite ones should feel more rewarding in general. You are also getting more trophies per win, and win streaks go up to plus 10 trophies. So pushing trophies should be faster.
But hold on, we know that skillful players want to flex their skills and achievements that nobody else can reach. So let's talk Prestige. Once you get to 1000 trophies, you unlock Prestige 1, and it will change the brawler icon to a cool, edgy neon one. Also, your 1000 trophies are now saved, and you will never be able to lose them, as after Prestige 1, you will start getting Prestige trophies, and they will also count towards Trophy Road. Once you hit 1000 Prestige trophies, you get a Prestige 2.
In Prestige 2, you get your brawler rank change and a unique player icon. At this point, you have proven you are really good with this brawler, so this icon will be quite rare to get. And that's a cool achievement and such, but nothing like Prestige 3. For OG players, Prestige 3 would be the equivalent of the rank 35 we had years ago. There's no more win streak bonus, no underdog, and matchmaking would try to be as accurate as possible. So if you get to Prestige 3, you are probably one of the best players with that brawler, and you'll be rewarded with the new brawler title in Neon.
This is going to be a new permanent system in the game, so it might seem grindy, but remember that trophies do not reset anymore.
After prestiging one brawler, you will also get a new prestige battle card, and a cooler one if you prestige 25 different brawlers, and a shinier one after you prestige 50. You and everyone else will be able to see all the brawlers you have prestige in your brawler profile.
As for leaderboards, it will be measured by your total trophies plus total prestige trophies and your total number of prestiges. The previous prestige system will be retired and moved as a legacy stat in your player profile.
And lastly, we are also changing how matchmaking works. The trophy system will use a hidden MMR. This system is mainly based on your skill and not on your trophies. This means that the further you push, the more skillful your opponents will be. But it doesn't necessarily mean they would have the same number of trophies as you.
This new system will be coming to the game in the next update, which means the current trophy season is going to be shorter, but everyone will get an ultra trophy box as compensation for that. And if you can grind enough season trophies this season, you can get another one.
This is also the last time your trophies will be reset. The trophy season boxes will be removed from the system and now will be given at community events. And of course, there are a lot of changes around trophies, so we might be tweaking and improving the system in upcoming updates.
Gamer time!
Rush events are the new way to get more coins, power points, chaos drops, and even bonus trophies. You just have to press and hold this massive button on the game mode selection screen, and once it's activated, every match you play will reward you more. It only lasts for a certain amount of time, so be sure to activate only.
And only a suggestion, but you might want to be playing with your friends or in a team to increase your chances of winning.
Our yearly tradition of bringing back the Sands of Time skin. We got Sunstalker Lily, Sandwalker Lily, and Night Sands Lily as one of the Brawl Pass skin sets. And Sultan Cordelius, Heated Sultan Cordelius, and Cool Sultan Cordelius as the other skin set option. And a reminder that you can get both skin sets with the Brawl Pass Plus.
Also in Santa time, we have Bodyguard BB that swapped her bat for a massive blade. From a sentient video game to a cursed jar, we have Canopic Jar 8-bit. Dynasty Doug, the chillest ruler in the dynasty. And lastly, Magic Lamp Larry and Laurie, where Laurie becomes an evil genie and Larry gets weird when you rub it.
Now, for the RPG fans out there, we have the Dragons and Fairies team. Fairy Bonnie and her other two chroma variations are one of the Brawl Pass skin sets if you want something more cute. If you want something edgier, then Dragon Grief and his other chromas might be more your style.
On the fairy side, we still have Fairy Mina, which gives her some nice celestial vibes. And Fairy Frank, which looks like the most majestic creature that has ever stepped on Star Park.
As for the Dragon side, Dragon Macy has her arm in the shape of a dragon and connected to her heart, and Dragon Grom has all the elements for an edgy skin. Dragon wings, edgy purple mask, and a metal armor.
On the topic of dragons, Crow is getting the next Brawl Pass skin. It starts like a friendly dragon version of Crow, but then it goes all the way up to an ultimate boss dragon form. It also has two chroma variations, Dragon Forge Crow and Ghost Dragon Crow.
Well, just stop it, man. Just stop.
And random skin time with Royal Trunk, which is inspired by the Clash Royale lock, Vert Glow, which is the inverted version of Glowbird, Inflatable Melody, which is for April Fools, your thirsty melodians, and Bruce, Nita.
We have new game modes, modifiers, and more, starting with Loaded Showdown. Showdown boxes are now replaced with mystery boxes, and they will contain different kinds of power-ups, including
new special items that can be thrown or equipped, like bowling balls, bombs, and a bumper car is the first car in Brawl Stars!
We will also have new boss fights with different mechanics and special dungeon maps. We have two new game modifiers based on brawler powers. We have the Finks effects in some matches that will stop projectiles for a short time, and moving sandstorms, just like Sandy.
Treasure Hunt is getting some improvements and coming back to the game, and Samurai Smash is getting a new wrapping around series. Now you have to defeat Brawler Shadows in a team versus team match. Whoever defeats more shadows wins.
Also, this is coming.
Different VFX for shields. White shield when you respawn, yellow shield for damage reduction, and purple shield for when you get extra temporary health.
Pierce got a hypercharge. He fires 2 waves of projectiles, with the second wave dealing 50% less damage. They also pierce brawlers. And you need a friend, because Glover also has a hypercharge. Now he causes fear regardless of the direction he's facing, and it affects everyone around him. Fear targets also take more damage from all sources. Hey everyone, this is going to be my last Brawl talk.
Yeah. We were Brawl brothers.
Forget about it, cuh. I already won.
You're fired!
To Jurassic, to Star Park.
What the hell, guys?
If you're not in a club, join a club.
Oh, you idiots!
We will always be family, even though we have our separate roads to follow. Get it? Because we're driving cars on a road. That's called a metaphor. It helps the audience understand the story in an artsy way.
I'm not leaving the Brawl Stars team, but I'm moving to a new role. I've been writing stuff for Brawl for a while now, and I'm making it my full-time job. Remember, you can never leave Star Park.
Now claim this freebie.
Move!
Lukey Bear's gonna pick Dynamite, and oh no, he's gone with Barley, the same as Tyrant, and a mirror matchup.
In circulation now because they're not banned out.
Yeah, this is the thing. Certainly popping Gadget almost. Oh my goodness me. We are seeing again, I don't want to say deja vu just yet, but we did see IX Circles with this same very aggressive stance early on, going for the goal, and it almost paid off for them there.
Absolutely, Tooney's going to go in to try and find Zoolan, finds 2 kills, a super on board, he just needs Slash to deal the damage. IX Circles, past the Tooney, he can take his time, a goal, he's going to go in for the right angle for Zoolan, in the block with the super to save the day, and he catches it after a pass as well, denying that goal from IX Circles.
Oh, a defense. The timing was impeccable there. Zulan could not have messed that up because that would have been disastrous. It would have wasted super and all sorts, but he was able to stop that. My goodness me, already this is popping off, Trid.
Zulan able to shut down the Reign of Terror that is Toonie. Lukey Bear passes into the mid. They're trying to zone off with some bottles of his own, but Zulan presses forward, slowed down by Slash's super, as they're going to have the last call put on top of Zulan. He will go down to the tick, and it gives a 3-2 advantage over the Circles.
So much has happened, but the score remains the same. Currently, no one is in the lead as we approach the 1 minute mark, and it has very much been IX Circles pushing up upon Omen Elite in this game so far, and Omen needs to sort of just get some more kills under their belt, a bit of breathing room to get a push back here. But look at this push coming in from IX Circles. Surely this is the moment to score, and
Zulan trying to intercept, he messed it up! Toonie was able to get the shot in. Zulan wanted to go for the interception, but didn't get the angle correct. A 1-goal lead over the Circles in our first game.
Wow, then, this is shaping up quickly as Omen Elite do not have much time to respond now. This could be, in the next 20 seconds, a big nail in the Omen Elite coffin. Zulan with a big super there, but not able to avail. And now IX Circles on the push yet again. The pass. And Slash nails it! IX Circles take the first game very comfortably so.
It's happening again! They're gonna do it again, Hawk!
Dun, 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 dun.
They just are one game away before making history just be etched in stone by just continually shutting down Omen Elites, an objective their sister team, supposedly the big brother team, couldn't even do. And this extended session of rock, paper, scissors continues to perpetuate my mind.
Oh my god, I just realized it's 8 o'clock, Trid. It's 8 p.m. I've cancelled my dinner reservations because this is just, I've got to see the outcome. I need to know what is going to happen next. And wow, IX Circles now then one game away from potentially who knows what.
Yes, exactly. So the game should come in quite quickly. We do want to give them time to make any adaptations because it is now effectively tiebreaker point in favor of IX Circles. Omen Elite need to win the next 2 games of Brawl Ball to secure first place guaranteed. But IX Circles are standing in their way, an opponent they've been unable to beat at this monthly finals.
All right, so some early news in, and this may change or progress, but if we have a tie, then we will do the same rotation. Don't hold me to that. That might change, but that is the early news on the ground at the moment, that we might be doing this all again, potentially. Let's see, though. I mean,
please, no.
Sorry?
Please, no, because this could go on forever if they keep beating each other in the same thing. The first person to win a game out of sequence could be the ender.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I think that, Omen Elites are behind, though. That's what we know in terms of the facts, and that's a hard place to come back from when you're down and you're struggling. And the majority of that last game, it's got to be said, the control was with IX Circles. They were more dominant. They were more able to control around the ball being at the other end of the field. They didn't really have to defend much at all that game, let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's jump into it and see what's going on. IX Circles have the lead as they go into game number 2 of the tiebreaker. And they brought the Frank to the field. Super Sai getting the meat up in their face as he goes on to Toonie to begin with, but cannot win that trade.
Wow, Frank for me is a bit of a risky choice, and yeah, I mean, Super Sai is going to have to pull out all the stops here if he's going to be able to do something with this brawler pick. But has Super now, this could be a good opportunity for Omen Elite, forced back by the might of Slash there. Zulan popping Super, so much at stake now. This is the best opportunity we've seen so far for Omen Elite, and is this going to avail to a goal, Trid?
Well, Super Sai passing back and forth. They're unable to go too aggressive. Toonie goes down early, though, so they've reopened the window that was once closed. Super Shot is in potential for it. They're passing over to Super Sai, who wants to walk it in, but he's pushed back by Lukey Bear, and the damage is there to secure as Zulan slows them off at Toonie's on the hunt. He's going straight for Tyrant. He pops the gadget as well. He smelled blood in the water, and he wants that kill.
A great use of gadget there by Slash. That was what was able to prevent that goal from going in. And straight away, the tires have turned. It's now IX Circles on the push. The pass to Tooney is good. The tanking is the slow. Nothing stops the goal. And Tooney has laid it down. 1 on the cards for IX Circles now.
Going to be able to get that first goal in. They need an answer back from Omen Elite. They got 1 minute remaining. Otherwise, we're going to do the whole tiebreaker over again. Tyrant gets caught off to the side, and now Zulan passes back to get the ball away from the goal or get an inferior angle, but he's zoned off by himself, trying to deal with Tooney, who's going to go in for Tyrant instead. He wants the weaker target. He zones him away. Slash is there, passes the Tyrant, who rightly clears it out to buy more time, but it's far from over for Omen Elite as Tooney gets the ball again, unable to stop it, goes for the pass, and Tooney scores! We're doing it all over again, Ark!
What's going on anymore? Oh my word, this has just been blown wide open. These teams they just cannot decide it. It's too close, and I guess we're doing this all over again.
Absolutely not even a single goal scored by Omen Elite in that matchup. IX Circles providing a dominant victory over their opponents, but unfortunately, the match score is all that counts in this tiebreaker, so it means we have to do it all over again, probably starting with IX Circles versus IX Gaming, but we'll get confirmation of that and we'll bring you more info as we wrap up this game.
My goodness me, what a group we are seeing today, and things that we have yet to see at all in the championship so far. The NA group today have just taken it to a new place, a new level. We are seeing just such incredible back and forths and relentlessness as well to give in, and we've just got another tie. My goodness me, Trid, what do you make of this?
I don't know what to say, Ark. I mean, the fact that the history, it just happened twice in a row, it's just... I don't know what to say. Like, they just can't break the pattern of this rock, paper, scissors, and we can't find a clear winner at present. So... we have to do it over again until we find a winner. We can't have joint positions in a monthly final position, Ark. It just can't happen.
I know everyone watching at home is just getting their money's worth for sure. They've got our company for even longer, and I don't know about you, but I'm gonna go out there and say that that's a pretty good deal for them.
They're getting their money's worth out of this experience. You obviously don't pay to watch this, but you're getting your money's worth figuratively from this tournament this month, because this has been going on. And NA, the games were so close during the first part, and the results lined up perfectly to have a tiebreaker, and now we're staring down the barrel of another tiebreaker. It is the longest group stage we could have possibly imagined, and it could only possibly happen because of the North American and LATAM North region.
It's all those NA vibes, Trid. They've brought the fire to the table today, and that's the thing that you've got to hand it to all of these players. I mean, no one has undershone today. Every single player can go home regardless as to what happens next, feeling incredibly proud of themselves and must feel very practiced in that respect, and that they prepared spot on accordingly to what the plan was always from the beginning.
Yeah, because we have to entertain the possibility, Ark, that this could keep happening, and the way that we're working right now actually cause an indefinite loop. There is no end in sight to this if the teams keep repeating the exact same outcomes. So this could go on forever.
Yeah, this is the thing, and I think the admin team will be discussing quite closely now in the background to see exactly how this is going to go, or whether it will be maybe decided upon the games that we've already seen. We'll have to wait and see what comes back from that, but definitely a difficult decision for them as to how to proceed. And if we are going to do this again, it could be an all-night thing.
Absolutely.
Get some hot cocoa, get your PJs on, sit down, and get comfy.
Let's talk about what we do, though, Ark, right? So what was Supersai thinking bringing Frank to that all-important game? Was it hope banking on surprise factor?
Yeah, I mean, Frank for me was a bit of a risky option, to be honest. And as we know, it didn't pay off. It's a very high risk, high reward kind of brawler. You want to be kind of thinking through at that stage, making those daring choices. And that was obviously a daring choice that didn't work out. I think at that stage with the comp they were up against, there was so much kind of knockback effects from the other brawlers comp, from the M's gadget, from various other things that, Frank can cancel that stuff out, but it can only happen so many times in one game, and it was a very difficult position, especially with the boxes going down and all that kind of stuff. It makes it very challenging to play Frank on that map for me.
I actually think you have to entertain the possibility of the Jackie ban if you have this match again. I think Jackie definitely played into Circle's hand way more than it did for Omen Elite, so I think you need to take Jackie away from Tooney, and then you may have better chance if you were to do this matchup again. I think that's a power pick for IX Circles when it comes to Brawl Ball.
Okay, we have a bit of news going on in the background soon. I think Falcone may have some stuff for us coming shortly. And let's actually pass to him right now to see what is going to be happening next. Falcone, over to you.
All right, guys, we do have an update on the situation. It turns out that the 2-0 victory from IX Circles over Omen Elite does mean that they are being declared the winner. We're not going through it all again. I'm sorry, those of you that wanted to see infinite Brawl Stars all night long, but IX Circles are your champion in the North American and LATAM North group. And a well-deserved victory that was. There was a very real chance that if we continue to base it purely on set score, we could have done another 4 or 5 tiebreakers and maybe even made esports history, but we've certainly made Brawl Stars history tonight with just how close these matches have been. Just how amazing, though, and it goes to show how tight-knit a group that we have here. All 3 of these teams are phenomenal, and I can't wait to see what they do in future weeks. And this is what they were playing for. That was a big tiebreaker, as IX Circles are taking home $9,000 compared to the $2,000 and the $1,250 that IX Gaming and Omen Elite are taking home, respectively. Okay, they were some high-pressure games of Brawl Ball, but now, for the final time of the weekend, let's take a look at what it's all about. Where are the points? Where are the prizes? IX Gaming still sitting on top, and now Omen Elite and IX Circles are in tied joint second place with 70 points, with IX Circles making a huge leap today in trying to catch up in their group. I think that this group is hotting up in competitiveness, and I cannot wait to see, assuming we have the same format next month, I cannot wait to see how this group does again. Again, we'll have to see if the same teams qualify, but that could be insane. Well, after this incredibly extended day of Brawl Stars, I believe that we are all but finished. I hope that you have all enjoyed the show. I'd like to give a huge thank you to the wonderful casters, Ark, Trid, and Woody, and of course, our fantastic production team at ESL Poland, and also to Supercell for having this tournament continue. But for now, keep on playing Brawl Stars at home, and we will see you again for the next month's monthly finals.